someone knows the answer to the stupid question this morning. We want to find out in British slang, what is a Moggy? 215-263-WMMR, and I will go to Jane to see if we can get the answer. Hi, Jane. Good morning. All right, we've been having some issues the last couple of days. Let me try this again. Hi, Jane. Can you hear me? No.
Yes, Preston?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Jane.
What can I do for you, Preston?
Do you know what a Moggy is?
Yes, it's a half dog, half maw.
No, it's not, actually, but Jane got it right because I see her answer on the phone line.
What did I say?
You said a cat.
I was right.
Yes, congratulations. A cat is what a Moggy is.
That's actually, is that meant to be the flip side of a doggy?
Oh, I didn't even think of that. I have no idea.
But why wouldn't they call it a coggy?
I like it Moggy style.
Yeah.
In my ear.
So, you know what? I don't know the, entomology? Is that the proper term?
You're thinking
etymology.
Enchilada.
The entomans.
I don't know the enchilada of that word.
Entomology is the study of insects.
Yeah.
Etymology.
Word.
Then what's edamame?
It's a delicious soybean.
Soybean.
But I don't
tree.
like it without salt.
Right.
I agree.
I'm hearing that...
in London, it's referred to as a dickford.
Wait, what's a dick?
It's to pee with.
How do you spell Moggy?
M-O-G-G-Y.
All right.
That's like Aunt Moggy's here.
Right.
Yeah.
It does sound something like that. All right.
Very pleasant.
Well, while Nick looks that up, I've got some information. This is pretty interesting entertainment news-wise. Will Smith is denying the rumors that he and his Fresh Prince of Bel-Air co-star Dwayne Martin had sex. The King Richard actor's rep told TMZ on Tuesday this story is completely fabricated and the claim is unequivocally false. This comes after Smith's former assistant, somebody named Brother Bilal, claimed that he caught the pair having sex on the set of the show. He said, I opened the door to Dwayne's dressing room, and that's when I see Dwayne having sex with Will. This was on an episode of a podcast. But Jada Pinkett Smith addressed the rumor. She was being interviewed, and she said, we are going to take legal action. She said, it's one thing to have your opinion on somebody versus making up salacious, malicious stories. But this guy flat out said it, and they are flat out denying it.
Well, let's see how far it goes, because he may just be trying to get attention. It's like they went legal immediately, says they want to take this all away.
Yeah.
I'm over them, too.
Well, and also, if he did, so what?
Well, I think that the thing was they were standing at the time they caught them and they were doing the Carlton, which was...
while having sex?
While having sex.
That's crossing the line.
Yeah, you don't do that.
Well, I don't know. I kind of want to see that, though.
Yeah.
There's a lot of movement.
You know what? So do I.
So... Anyhow, we'll see.
Yeah, but so what if he was having sex with a guy? But it's just that they constantly deny everything. So either there's all these people making up tons of stories, or they're just liars and they're continuing to deny everything like they did that they were a couple. Now they're telling us they haven't been a couple for 20 years or whatever it is.
Yeah, it seems like a threadbare thing, though, so what? Who cares? Yeah. They haven't been in a conventional marriage for quite a while.
Yeah.
And if we all stop caring, it'll just go away.
You're right. But it's fun to talk about.
It's like Freddy Krueger in The First Nightmare, Preston. If you don't acknowledge him, he disappears.
That's a good point. I didn't even think of that. All right, a couple other things to mention. Jeremy Renner shared a video of himself running and skipping along a driveway on Instagram on Tuesday to mark 10 months of recovery following that snowplow accident on New Year's Day.
It's astonishing.
Previously revealed he suffered 30-plus broken bones from the accident, and he said, he captioned it, today marks the day on 10 months of recovery. First attempt at any of this activity, especially at a steep grade, and was brought to tears of joy, hopefulness, and gratitude for all your support along with my family and friends. I keep pushing for many reasons, but you are my fuel.
Preston, to put it in perspective, last night I had chapped lips and I was medevaced out of the Marriott.
We all have our threshold. We all have our threshold. This is kind of fun. In an interview with Architectural Digest published on Wednesday, Robert Pattinson shared that his favorite couch was an inflatable boat that he slept on for 6 months.
I think that might be kind of cool.
I saw this and I was like, you know what? Yeah.
That's a great idea.
I have a great inflatable boat that I have completely forgotten about. I was like, it's in my garage right now, but I mean, it's like...
Every night you could be Captain Casey.
Well, I mean, it is a comfortable... Yeah.
I mean, essentially, what is an air mattress but, an inflatable raft without the rim?
I tell you what I really want to buy for this coming summer for the beach is those things that you open them up, you fill them up with air.
Yeah, I have one.
And you close up the end, and it almost looks like a canoe or a vagina.
Yeah.
And you get in and snuggle in there, and they're very comfortable.
It's the beach vagina.
Yeah.
Everyone loves the beach vagina.
Yeah.
It's so warm and moist.
It is warm, so you definitely have to make sure that it's not like super hot, because I have one, and it's really comfortable.
I didn't think about it. So the air warms up inside of it. It's in direct sunlight, I would assume.
Yeah. But I mean, it is really, really comfortable. But you have to lay it.
Casey, you just catch air in it and then tie it up, right?
Yeah, you don't have to blow it up. You just kind of drag it, and it catches air.
Yep.
It's got a big wide open. But is it comfortable?
It is.
Okay.
I mean, it's very, very comfortable. But he talks about this was like a great time. And listen, I'm sure the bed that he sleeps in is very, very plush, I think about the bed that I slept in before I got married, and it was broken. I mean, it was straight up like my brother tackled me on it.
Yeah.
It snapped it in half. And it ended up being the most comfortable bed. It had this little pitch to it.
Oh, after a while, your body imprint, it's molded to you.
But I mean, that wouldn't, like my wife would be like, "We are not sleeping on a broken bed every single night of our lives." But
so Rob Pattinson said my least favorite could also be my most favorite. He said there was a time when the only piece of furniture I had for about 6 months was an inflatable boat that would double as my couch, bed, and dining table. I loved it very much, but it caused a lot of back problems. So he loved it and hated it.
Do you remember you came over, you guys saw the Russian efficiency style apartment I had at Y100? That was a futon, and I never even pulled it out and just slept on the couch.
Did you like it?
No.
Okay. All right.
But I have wonderful memories of that time.
Very good. All right, so Kevin Hart, this is great, has been chosen to receive the Kennedy Center's Mark Twain Prize for Lifetime Achievement in American Humor, capping a 3-decade career that has seen him rise from open mics here in Philadelphia to become one of his generation's most successful performers. Hart launched his career as a teenager performing at venues such as the Laugh House in Philly under the name of Lil Kev. And he recalled his early stand-up performances as a string of brutal failures that included being booed off the stage multiple times, and at one point he claimed having a piece of chicken thrown at him on stage. But he eventually got his style, figured it out, and started working his way into the movies, and he is being honored with this.
Listen, he's local. He's a great guy. We've had him on the show, but something above that, he's always sinking money into charities in Philadelphia and has done a lot to provide computer labs and stuff for schools.
Yep.
I mean, he really steps up.
When these award shows happen, the honorees usually bring in friends, and our buddy Big Jay Okerson's going to be here tomorrow. I wonder if Jay's going to go to this award ceremony.
Because they go way back.
They go way back.
They've known each other forever. And Jay alleges that Kevin Hart is secretly a New York Giants fan.
What?
Yeah. And I want to ask him about that tomorrow.
Okay, that's controversial.
I know, right?
All right. I know, right? Kennedy Center President Deborah F. Rutter said in a statement on Wednesday, we express our gratitude to Kevin for enriching American culture and look forward to celebrating his exceptional career.
What do you think? He is one of those multi-entrepreneurial type of guys. So what do you think his wealth is at this point?
Oh, I have a hard time getting a beat on numbers like that. But I mean, obviously tens of millions.
Yeah,
I mean, with all those endorsements that he does
Tons
too.
of them.
He's smart. He's gotten on board the commercials. You got to watch out for burnout.
Right.
Doing too much of it. But if you look at somebody like Shaq, like we've talked about before, who outside of his NBA career has made tons of money for the insurance commercials. And
He's made a vast fortune just from Little Caesars.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. All right, let's see what else I have. What time is it here? We got time for a few more stories. Let's go with this one. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson appeared on The Tonight Show and Jimmy Fallon and said his next project is a live-action remake of Moana. He said, "Your real-life Maui," Fallon had said that, referring to the character that Johnson voiced in 2016. He said, "I'm the real-life Maui. I'm so excited about this, and he started singing the song "You're Welcome" from the movie, which is a lot of fun.
They just announced they're going to do an animated version of this live-action version of Moana.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Animated version of the live-action version.
Of the animated version of Moana.
And then Broadway is doing a
musical version of the musical version of Moana.
Well,
of the live-action version of the animated version.
I'm glad you guys brought that up because there is a musical that is coming out. This is legitimate. And it is all about Gwyneth Paltrow's ski trial that happened recently.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the Pleasance, a theater in London, has announced Gwyneth Goes Skiing, a satirical stage adaptation based on the 2016 ski slope collision with retired optometrist Terry Sanderson and the litigation that followed it this past March, with Paltrow emerging victorious in the lawsuit.
I think this has actually, I mean, on a comedy level, this guy was clearly, I mean, when it turns out that he's actually the one that collided with her, I mean, it's completely absurd.
Awkward Productions, which has previously staged Diana, the Untold and Untrue Story, is behind the production, which will run from December 13th through December 23rd. The musical's official synopsis reads, she's the Goop founding, door-sliding, Shakespeare-loving, consciously uncoupling Hollywood superstar. He's a retired optometrist from Utah. In 2016, they went skiing on the slopes of Deer Valley. Their worlds collided, and so did they, literally. 7 years later, in 2023, they went to court. Double ouch. This is their story, kind of, not really. So that's what it reads. And it's described as a story of love, betrayal, skiing, and somehow Christmas. Gwyneth Goes Skiing will star Linus Karp as Paltrow and Joseph Martin as Sanderson, and will feature original music by Leland, who has worked with the likes of Cher and Troye Sivan. So they're actually going to do, and it's a satirical thing.
Yeah, it's like a classic off-Broadway production. Have you ever taken in like an off-Broadway show?
Never.
Yeah, I saw, what did I see? It was...
Somebody famous?
From Cheers. Not
John
Norm.
Ratzenberg? Oh, George Wendt?
George Wendt. And he was just by happenstance, sometimes you'll catch these shows that they're hoping to get, obviously, on the bigger theaters.
Yeah.
But yeah, something like this seems like that.
By the way, to remind you, Sanderson sued Paltrow for $300,000 in damages, and he lost, and she countersued for just $1 in a symbolic thing, and also additional lawyer fees. And it was heavily memed when they were going through.
And you remember as she was leaving the court, she wished him well.
Oh, she did?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Speaking of her, a holiday-themed ad for Goop was released on Tuesday.
Yeah. Christmas Goop.
Showing her recreating some of her most memorable looks. The video shows multiple Paltrows sitting down at a dinner table with Goop items scattered about, in addition to wearing the same pink dress she wore to the Academy Awards in 1999 for Shakespeare in Love. She also recreated characters such as Margot Tenenbaum from The Royal Tenenbaums and Pepper Potts from Iron Man.
And you told me you and the family are going to spend a Goop miss?
It's a Goop miss, yes, this Christmas. It's a special thing.
It's a Goop miss at the Elliott household.
And a goopy goop.
Yep. And let's see, two more quick things. Deadline report. That was great.
It was horrible. I probably should have thrown a new in there instead of Goop.
You're a
goop.
You're a Goopy.
Your face is a Goop.
Your face is a Goop.
Your face is so Goop.
Wait, dude, was that a rim shot?
Yeah.
Oh, that was you. Okay. Deadline reports that Pedro Pascal could be the next Mr. Fantastic.
I could listen. We're on a Pedro Pascal high right now, so yeah, I think he could do it.
I would say anything that he does is great, but go back to the second Wonder Woman movie.
Yeah, well,
Remember?
listen, that wasn't his. I don't think.
No, I know the whole movie sucked.
It sucked.
Yeah.
It sucked. It stunk.
That's right. It stinks. Is that the one stretchy guy?
Yeah. But
Stretchy guy.
that 1984 Wonder Woman is god awful.
That's true.
It stinks.
Sources tell the outlet that scheduling is still being figured out, but the Last of Us actor is likely to play Reed Richards in the Fantastic Four reboot. And then one last thing, Jimmy Kimmel has returned to host the 96th Oscars ceremony, marking the fourth time that he's emceed. He previously led the 2017, 18, and 2023 telecasts. The 2017 ceremony was the infamous La La Land and Moonlight Best Picture screw-up. He will now Kimmel will sit alongside other 4 Peters, such as Whoopi Goldberg, Jack Lemmon. But the only people to host more times are Johnny Carson at 5, Billy Crystal at 9, and Bob Hope did it 11 times. The Oscars, by the way, saw a ratings bump in viewership this year, attracting an average audience of 18.8 total million, 13% from previous figures. So they did pretty well.
So Bob Hope did a lot of those. Again, if you don't know, the Academy Awards presentation used to be a luncheon.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a lot smaller.
When you said 4 Peters, I thought you meant 4 guys named Peter sitting next to one another.
Oh, I thought you guys meant with 4 penises.
Like, like three Pete.
For best penis.
I'd never heard 4 Pete before.
4 Peters. Yeah. I think they made it up for this particular story. All right, we are now ready for the clips. Here we go.
Oh, I got you, boo.
All right, thank you, dude. All right, we will start with this one. What better week for the Hunger Games, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes to come out no other than Camp Out for Hunger Week?
Yeah.
Come out no other than... Okay, I got it. This film follows young Cornelia Snow as a mentor to Lucy Gray during the 10th annual games. And in this clip, director of all the Hunger Games movies, Francis Lawrence, talks about coming back to step into this world again. Here we go.
I love being a Hunger Games world, and because Suzanne created a book with new sort of thematic material, that was really exciting. But I really fell in love with doing a villain's origin story, and also I love world creation in movies, and so to go back 64 years and be able to really recreate this world in a much more sort of rudimentary sense was really exciting.
Shut the f*** up!
All right, next clip. Oh, by the way, keeping... Yeah, see, normally there's a post line that comes after that. All right, keeping with the Hunger Game, the Hunger theme, producer of The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, Nina Jacobson, discusses what this movie is set out to portray. Here we go.
This is the story of the birth of a villain, and how does a young man who's not set in who he is, who's still figuring out who he is, become the man who we now know as President Coriolanus Snow? Where does that turn happen, and why does it happen? So that was really what we, set out to understand.
Oh, shut up, woman.
The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes is out in theaters this Friday. By the way, hit that again, Steve.
Yeah, and then hit it again.
I want to hear that.
Oh, shut up, woman.
You guys hear that? All right, just making sure, because I can barely hear it up here. We're trying to get things worked out. We got a lot of audio things that are going on. Thank you.
The movie is supposed to be, as you said, is more about Snow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the main protagonist in the movie.
Yeah.
Which is kind of wild.
All right, let me see. What are we doing here, Case? We're talking to some people?
Donors? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Sorry, we're kind of...
We were supposed to have Derek from the Courtyard over here in
Okay.
But we're going to have a couple of different people from...
All right, so we've had a last-minute change.
A good one.
All right. And I see several people's names on here. So are they all being...
Just these 2 ladies right here.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, wow. Okay, so we would like to welcome, we have some help. Some of the staff members stay over at this amazing hotel, the Courtyard Philadelphia in the Navy Yard. It's the Courtyard Philadelphia South, and we would like to welcome Deb. Oh, man, I'm going to mess up your name. Clea?
You did it last year.
I barely remember yesterday.
I know.
All right, Clea?
Chalea.
Chalea. All right,
How
Deb
exotic.
Chalea. And Danielle Yingling. I know that name. Thank you guys for being here this morning.
Thanks for having us.
Our pleasure. So, okay, what's going on?
So first off, we brought a friend. So Danielle started this 10 years ago, the partnership between the Courtyard and MMR. So I wanted to bring her back for the 10-year anniversary, and she was instrumental with Casey's road trip.
Yes, you were.
Oh, my God.
Awesome.
So Casey was, you were staying at Marriott's across the country?
All across the country.
Yeah.
In fact, I think the one time we were on the West Coast, and I had like just a tiny little issue, and I'm like, oh my God, I got to call her. It's like 11 o'clock at night, and I called her. She was in San Francisco.
Yeah.
It was like, but like she answered on the first ring, and honestly, like being able to like lay her head down at a nice, comfy Marriott every single night made that week so much better.
At both weeks, right?
Both weeks.
Yeah, both times you did the cross.
We were actually having an organic conversation, I kid you not, about how good.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah, and just spontaneously, everyone started talking about the facilities.
I was telling Nick, I'm like, I love this hotel.
Yeah,
Stayed there many times, and here I'm going to give away the big secret. I'm going to do it anyway, and I've said it before. When there's a huge event here at the sports complex, stay at this Marriott.
Yeah.
You can walk over here. And I've done it before. It is the most convenient thing. You don't have to drive, nothing. You don't have to deal with the parking, any of that stuff. Casey has been scooting over here.
Yeah.
He's been using his scooter 5 minutes, door to door, to get over here.
Door to door.
You little Dickens.
Yeah.
Hey.
So what do you think of the new room? So we just did a $4.5 million room renovation, and you guys are probably one of the first to enjoy the rooms. So
They're
thoughts?
fantastic. Yeah, it's such a great hotel. I've stayed there a lot for the very reasons Preston just described. You can walk back and forth. You never have to worry about drinking and driving. I've walked from camp out to the hotel every night this week, and some of those times it's because I've been drinking wine, and then I wanted to get back over to the hotel. But the rooms are comfy, they're nice, and we're lucky to have it in South Philly. And on top of all of that, the Navy Yard is fantastic. It's such a cool spot. That's sort of this hidden gem in Philadelphia, and it's really cool that you guys are a part of that.
Totally agree. So, and the Navy Yard keeps growing, right? So we broke ground on our first residential housing that will start to be built this year, and then it just keeps growing. So there'll be shops and restaurants. Corporations have been moving in, so it's a great getaway. With Tinseltown right around the corner this winter, it's a great opportunity to make a weekend of it.
I think people don't. So Preston, it's a secret that a lot of people should know because it does make things so much easier. And then also, you guys have the Bonvoy, the program, the credits, the points for staying at the hotel.
I'm a member.
Yeah, as am I. Yeah.
Sign up for your Bonvoy membership.
But it's awesome when you walk into the lobby here at the Navy Yard South. You guys have collection bins out.
Yeah.
You guys are not only providing us with rooms, but you're also getting involved in the collection process.
And that's the whole part about the Navy Yard, too. Yeah. And even when we were there 10 years ago, just building the hotel, Derek and I, wherever Derek is around here, it was an amazing opportunity because we really were immersed in the Navy Yard and how much it's grown, and it's a huge community and collaboration of partners. And a little later this morning, the Navy Yard will be bringing over their food donation as a collective. Oh. That's really what it is. It's a community of that. So we're here to talk about what the Courtyard's bringing, but as the Navy Yard, that food donation's coming later. And
Excellent.
Needs to collect it around.
That's great. So you guys do have a donation you're making today?
So with the donation of the rooms for all of the crew and staff, it equates to about $15,000.
Yeah.
All right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yet another cog in the wheel of this event that has become really, really gigantic. I can't believe we've been doing this for 10 years with you guys.
10 years.
A decade. I had no idea until you said that. I had no idea. So that's phenomenal. We love this partnership.
It's amazing. And like Deb said, I'm really excited to be up here. I live in Florida now, so I flew up for this. So I'm really excited to be back 10 years later.
Did you bring us T-shirts?
You know what, Danielle, in honor of that, we're going to let you play with the band this time.
I mean, I did play drums in the 7th grade.
Perfect. Anthony, you want to take a break? He's saying come on over. All right, well, thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Let's hear it for Deb and Danielle.
Thank you, guys.
Excellent.
Yeah, where would we be without Marriott?
Yeah, they're phenomenal. All right, speaking of the band, we're going to have a lot of music this morning, so why don't we just go ahead and take the break. I'm going to fire up Goodman Fisk right now. They're going to play us in. We'll be back in a moment. Come see us at Camp Alcohol and MMR. All right, and so the way this is going to work, I am going to give you guys some categories. We will start with Jim. I'm going to name these categories, and then I will feed you guys the clues. It'll just be easier that way. So I'll be your clue giver. I'm a decent clue giver, and then we'll total up the points, and whoever has the most points will end up being our winner. And we'll give you a bottle of water or something. I don't know.
Yes.
Here are the categories. All right, they are as follows. And Jim, you'll get to choose one. That's a big bush you have there. How about a pearl necklace? We also have, we've got a squirter.
And they're not what you think. They're all sexual.
No. I love oral. Let me show you my nuts. He can bang all night or probe to penetrate your anus. Which one do you want, Jim?
Poor Jim.
Which one stood out to you?
We're both talking about going to Catholic school, so continue.
Yeah,
Jim.
exactly.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Everyone's listening.
Give me those again. No, I'm just kidding. I'll take the last one.
All right, the last one. Probe to penetrate your anus. Penetrate? I like it.
Penetrate is a NASA term.
All right, so these are things that have to do with the space program.
Okay, I'm going to struggle
See
here.
what we did there?
It's not sexual at all.
Not at all. All right, 30 seconds on the clock, Casey.
30? All right.
It's 30 seconds. All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, and on your mark, get set, and go. This is one of these exploded one time. It was
Asteroid?
No, it was a rocket that they sent up, and then it was
Spaceship?
It was the space.
SpaceX.
Looks like a plane. No, it exploded. Next one.
Shuttle.
All right, shuttle. I got it. All right.
Thank you.
This is what takes the astronauts up into the air.
Rocket.
Yes, you got it. All right, and when you go around the Earth, you are in
Orbit.
That is correct. This is where they actually take off from.
Launching pad.
That's correct. Yes. These are things like a GPS is on it. It circles.
Satellite.
Yes, you got it.
He got it. He got it.
1, 2, 3, 4,
struggled.
5. So 5. That's not bad.
And
That's not bad.
one for Kate.
All right, Kate. That's a big bush you have there.
Hey, my father's listening.
How about a pearl necklace? He can bang all night. We've got a squirter. I love oral, or let me show you my nuts.
Pearl necklace.
Pearl.
I'm a lady.
A lady.
All right, so how about a pearl necklace? And that category is things that have to do with jewelry. Things that have to do
See, I knew it.
with jewelry. All right, 30 seconds on the clock, and let's begin. These are the most expensive gems.
Diamonds.
That's correct, yes. When you give someone you want to marry them, you give them a
Engagement ring.
That is correct. This fits around your wrist.
Bracelet.
That is correct, yes. You wear these on your lobes.
Earrings.
That is correct. And you measure diamonds in...
Carats.
That's correct, yes. This is a green gem.
Emerald.
That is correct. And a small diamond earring would be called a...
Stud.
Yes!
Wow. Destroyed me.
That's how it's done.
Anybody at Jewelers Row, if you want me to promote your business, I'm happy to represent.
Well, Steven Singer. Yeah.
7 to 5. You keeping
Yes.
score over there, Nick? All right, thank you.
right.
All right, so back to the categories, Jim. Here we go. That's a big bush you have there. He can bang all night. We've got a squirter. I love oral, or let me show you my nuts.
I'll do he can bang all night.
He can
There we go.
bang all night.
That's
All
what
right.
I would have chosen.
That'll never
So,
be taken out of context, Jim.
That category is things associated with drummers.
Oh no, I'm in trouble
Nah, I
again.
think you'll be all right. These are easy. Things associated with drummers. He can bang all night. 30 seconds, and let's begin. So they hit the drums with...
Sticks.
Yes, correct. All right, this is metal, and it goes ting, ting, ting. You hit it.
Cymbal.
An animal. No, that's not it. An animal might wear it around its neck out in the field.
Bell.
Cowbell. We'll give it
Cowbell.
to you. All right. This is the thing you said before. You hit them. They're metal.
Cymbals.
Yes, that's correct. You keep the
Rhythm. Beat.
beat. You got it. All right. And you go to a show. It's a where everybody attends.
Concert.
Yes, that's correct. These you hit with your hands. You
Bongos.
Yes, absolutely. This is the big drum you hit with your foot.
Snare. Oh shoot. The bass.
Bass drum.
Well
How did that just come to you at the last minute?
Sign language.
7 for Jim.
Sign language that you speak. It's the best, most effective.
All right, let's go back to Kate, and this will be the last one we
All
do.
right,
We'll do 2
it's tight
categories each.
now.
All right. What's the score, by the way, Nick?
It is, Jim currently has 12 and Kate has 7, so we'll see how she does in this round.
To be honest,
better
Jim,
than 5.
you got to stop helping Kate on this. Because
I will.
All right, so the final categories. That's a big bush you have there. We've got a squirter. I love oral, or let me show you my nuts.
Let me show you my nuts.
All right, let me show you my nuts. And that is varieties of nuts.
oh, it's not
Varieties
sexual.
Of nuts. All right, you ready?
This is going to be hard.
Let's begin. All right, these are kind of a crescent shape. They're small.
Cashews.
That's correct, yes. These are sometimes a red shell.
Pistachios.
That is correct, yes. These are large like this, and you put two in your hand, you can crack them together.
Walnuts.
That's correct, yes. You eat these at the ballpark all the time.
Peanuts.
Yeah. These are like Nutella is made out of these.
Hazelnut.
Yes. This is a southern nut. You make a pie out of it.
Pecan.
Yeah.
Pecan.
And these you find in Hawaii. They are
Macadamia.
Yes.
Wow.
Hey,
I'll
you
tell you
guys-
what.
You must have rocked Strahan's world.
Preston is really good at
You
giving.
guys,
Yeah.
and also I just did an episode of Magnum PI, so I had
You were just in
I
Hawaii.
had macadamia nuts coming out.
There you go.
The wazoo.
I had nuts.
Actually, that's how I was paid. I was paid in nuts.
All right, with that, Jim, you're a good sport. We want to thank you for being here this morning. Here Camp Out for Hunger.
Thanks so much for having me, guys, and keep up the great work.
Head coach of the Philadelphia Union, Jim Curtin.
Thank He's a good man.
I appreciate this.
You want me to mention Bimbo?
Well, yeah, because that was a Camp Out for Hunger game. So this is a read for the Camp Out Hunger Games.
And Bimbo was a longtime sponsor of the Union.
They still are.
And it's brought to you today, by the way, Sara Lee Artisano with their thick slices and irresistibly soft texture. Sara Lee Artisano bread makes the sandwich, always baked without artificial flavors, colors, and preservatives. Artisano is a delicious way to make the routine remarkable. Kate was just telling me all this stuff.
Something.
Visit your local grocery store to pick up Sara Lee Artisano bread today.
This is my favorite freak. Nick, are you a fan of this bread?
Love
this
it.
bread is so awesome.
And it's
not
made
even
locally.
kidding. I love it.
All right. With that done, Kate, how the hell are you?
I'm fantastic. I got a case of pony. We haven't even cracked up the Rolling Rock.
Well, you tear into it. Go ahead.
Now, you know what? I'm driving, but
Are you?
you guys are staying put. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, when you come around, you don't get a car service. You don't have like you're sitting in the back of a Rolls or something.
I'm driving a 78 Impala. It's been in the family for years.
78 Impala.
No.
Kate, I love following you on social media. You've had a really eventful last few months, and I'm so glad I reached out to see if you might be around for Camp Out, and here you are, which is fantastic.
I know this is my first time I'm actually technically here, because last year I was here with Jenna and Angela, but,
Yeah,
but it was only virtual.
Instagram Live with you last year, but I want to ask you right off the bat, what was Alaska like? Because you got to tour there with Jane Lynch, and that looked so cool.
It was really awesome, and luckily, thanks to global warming, it was snowing already in September, and it usually doesn't. And then I actually got to shoot an independent film in Homer, Alaska, which is where all the Alaskans go for vacation. And it looks like every place you look, it looks like a storybook. It's fantastic.
I'm familiar with this. I was just watching a documentary about that area, and it is, no matter where you look, it looks like a classic postcard shot of Alaska.
And there's one great bar, the Salty Dog. Tell them I sent you.
They know you're there.
Actually, I was working so hard. I cannot party when I'm on the road. Like, I'm getting so old. Like, I have to keep it together. Jane Lynch will kill me if I don't have my shit together.
There we go. There we go.
There it was.
Yeah.
The
There's
Flannery
our first
switch
curse.
back at the radio station is being pushed as we speak.
Alaska, by the way, my wife and I took a trip years ago when we first got married to Alaska, and I still contend it may be the greatest vacation we ever took. It is, you've got to get to it to really believe, because you just said, no, that place, that can't exist.
Right.
It can't look that way in real life, and it looks even more amazing.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 49th state, baby. I'm just saying, if you're on your way on the Black Horse Pike to the shore and you're at the diner and you get the placemat, check it off the list. Right, check it off the map, right?
Exactly.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Hey, so Jane Lynch, you and the crew are doing a swinging little Christmas.
Yes.
Back here in Philly. I'm so excited about that.
Yes, we'll be in Wilmington December 2nd at the Grand Opera House, and then we'll be in Philly at the City Winery on, I think it's Sunday, December 13th.
We finally get the chance to see it.
2 shows. Yeah, we're doing 2 shows. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're doing lunch and dinner.
There we go. Awesome.
That's excellent. And so it's the two of you. You have a piano accompaniment.
We have a 5-piece band, the Tony
5-piece
Guerrero
band?
Quintet. They're awesome. They're jazz band. They're great. But you guys, it's not a hostage situation, I promise.
So wait, that's Jane Lynch is going to be here too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so December 12th is my daughter's Sweet 16.
Hey,
And she loves Glee and she loves The Office.
is she 21? I don't know. Maybe you don't have to be 21 to be in.
I'll just get her a fake ID.
Okay.
Yeah.
What am I saying? Right.
Honestly.
I know Puss and CL.
Yeah.
That was back in the 80s. I'm sorry.
I may have to bring her to the show.
Were you a fake ID user back in the day?
I was. I got caught too.
All right,
Oh, you did?
All right, so how did you use someone else's ID or did you try to doctor it?
My older sisters and I still tried to doctor it like a dummy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we had, and I actually didn't do this because I had a different fake ID, but there was a guy who came to our campus with New Jersey IDs, and like everybody in my fraternity house had it was like $100 or whatever. They had to stagger when they would go to the tavern because everybody had the same address in New Jersey. Like, that was the only thing.
Jersey was the easiest way to get a fake ID because you could actually take somebody else's birth certificate over to Jersey. So all of my friends had legit Jersey IDs just with somebody else's name.
Isn't that crazy?
I had somebody that looked like me, Dawn Durr, and
Dawn Durr?
Yep, that was her name.
Dawn Durr and Preston.
My boyfriend found it at a bar and handed it to me. He's like, "This could totally, you could pass it." Girl, I used it for years.
Dropped from the heavens into your lap.
Yeah, your boyfriend just found it?
Yeah, it was like the girl probably dropped it on the floor, whatever, he picked it up.
Another responsible drinker in New Jersey. That's fantastic.
God.
These poor kids in Jersey could never get into a bar.
Well, there was someone, and we've talked about this before, and I didn't get one of these, but they actually made a placard, which was huge, and you would stand in front of it, and it was a Missouri driver's license. You would stand in front of it and take a picture, and then cut it out and laminate it, and because it was back when they was laminated driver's license. And that was what they would use. I didn't have the balls to do it. I didn't want to get in trouble.
I understand.
You know?
But you probably wanted to get in trouble, Kate.
Actually, I'm the youngest of 7. I watched all my older siblings make all these stupid mistakes. I'm like, never doing that, never doing that. You could have gotten away with that, but you didn't think ahead of time.
Right.
I'm thinking.
Didn't your dad have a bar anyway?
Yeah, Flannery's Tavern. Although he was very strict about, like, he was strict.
Did you work in the bar?
I never worked in the bar.
Never worked in the bar.
Yeah, I was in Germantown, Flannery's Tavern since 1933. And, it was a big LaSalle University hangout in the 70s.
So it was a college bar?
Only on Thursday nights.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, you had to be an old man or, like, one woman at the bar.
I know the type. Oh, my God.
What's your name, sweetheart?
That's right. My dad had a code. If you cursed in front of any, like, if there was a...
93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy Romano. All right, something we need to do. It is 7:22, and we have yet to put people into our privilege section right down front here. So Casey gets to choose 2 people from the audience that get to sit in our big, cushy, fluffy seats on the riser up front for about an hour or so. And it is brought to you, by the way, our friends Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia sponsored. So what's up, Casey? Who's it going to be?
Well, I've been actually scanning the audience all morning long. Who wants to sit in the privilege section?
All right.
Okay, good. I saw a hand go up that I'm going to select. And listen, I love your Carl Havoc shirt. Steve's wearing a Carl Havoc shirt right now, but I wanted to point that out for you, Steve, a little
Thank
later
you.
on.
Yeah.
But who I'm choosing is Shane. Shane has been here every single morning, and reward you.
He's just a man.
Now, Shane, there's 2 seats there. I know you're solo right now, so you can choose to have whoever join you. You don't have to sit there all by yourself this morning.
Yeah, is there anybody you see, Shane, that you might want to have join you?
I'll have Mr. Richard Simmons here join me.
All right, Richard Simmons.
That's Dick Slimmons.
Yeah, Dick Slimmons, who was at our belly flop championship. He's also known as Sexy Chewbacca. So, yeah, Shane, you come out here every morning, don't you, man?
All right, go sit down.
Go sit down. Enjoy it. Let's hear for Shane and Dick Slimmons.
Once you get Shane started, he will not shut up.
Oh, my God, right?
Right.
He listens every day, and you ask him a direct question, and he nods his head yes.
And goes, All right, well,
who are you?
He can sit down and relax, and that, like I said, is brought to you by Live Casino Hotel Philadelphia.
Have we met?
Voted best casino in Pennsylvania. All right, we're going to welcome some people to our microphone right now. We were chatting with them briefly backstage, and they've partnered with the Camp Out for Hunger for a number of years, and we are happy to welcome. And I'm going to go through the names first, and then I will reveal where you guys are from. We have Sherry Krasinski, Pat Ward, and Justin Dunn, and they are from WSFS. WSFS. And Sherry is the Chief Consumer Banking Officer. Pat is the Pennsylvania Market President. And Justin is the Senior Vice President, Chief Marketing Officer.
Hamyonkel.
So we got the Hamyonkels
Hamyonkels
here with us this morning. Good to see you guys again this year.
It's great to see you. Thank you so much for having us back. This is honestly one of the best things we get to do all year.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to it. You guys are always so generous. And there are people who still don't quite understand what WSFS stands for. Illuminate them.
Well, WSFS, we stand for service. It really does stand for Wilmington Savings Fund Society. We're actually one of the oldest banks in the country, one of the 10 oldest banks in the country. We were headquartered in Wilmington, Delaware, but we have headquarters in Philadelphia and cover the greater Philadelphia and Delaware marketplace. So come see us sometime.
Excellent. You guys have always made reaching out and doing stuff in the community a major part of what you do, and you support the Camp Out for Hunger, and we love that.
Yeah, this is our 6th year supporting Camp Out for Hunger. I want to give a shout out to the WSFS team that's here. They're volunteering. They're so excited to be here. So, Team WSFS.
I've said this before, but whoever films and shoots your commercials deserves an award because they make Philadelphia and the surrounding area in Wilmington look so great. There are these aerial shots, and you can see the city in the background. I love watching WSFS commercials, which probably sounds ridiculous, but it's genuine. Like, they're really well done.
We certainly appreciate that.
Yeah, who's in charge of it, you know?
It's this guy. He does an amazing job, and actually we're really proud of those ads because it showcases this amazing market that we get to be part of in this community. So
I think we just got a new marketing idea from Shane down here. It'll be WSFS. That's the new ad campaign, right? No, listen, I remember the first year you guys came at Camp Out for Hunger, and I remember us being so excited. We're like, they brought hats for everybody.
We love the WSFS hats.
We were so excited you guys had hats for everybody. Wait a minute, what are you digging in there? All right, what do we have?
We have more
hats! You get a hat, you get a hat, and you get a hat, and you get a hat. All right, thank you. They have the best hats, I'm telling you.
And it fits over my headphones.
It does. Wait a minute. Can we all do that? Oh, don't we look special?
Yes, I love all this, and I love all the swag. See, I like the what do they call the ball? Is it the testicle on top of that here?
Well, this is the ball comes from I think it might be called a tam. I'm not sure.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, like a tam o'shanter.
Yeah.
And so they would use these hats. These type. The actual hat is called a toque.
Right.
But the little ball on top was used for miners when they would be in the mine, and so they wouldn't bump their head on the top of the... Yeah.
Like an antenna.
Yes.
Yeah.
To fight off wild boar.
So you wouldn't bang your head on the ceiling. And it cushioned it a little.
And do you know that it's they're usually held on by just one string, so you can snip it if you don't like it on there, and then you have a beanie.
Snip it good.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds like you don't like them.
Oh, no. I do. That's just how they're made in case you don't, and then you can just...
There we go. She's our news person.
Well, now we're happy, and we have our hats, and you guys have a donation this morning, right?
we do.
All right, now this is a two-parter, I think, right?
It is very special this morning. We always have to do something creative, but of course we brought our big check.
All right, we love big checks.
Big check!
So hold your applause until we get both the check amount and then the food pound amount, and then we're gonna love that. Okay.
So in honor of the 26th year of Camp Out for Hunger, we have another gift for you guys in the can.
Okay. All right. I like that.
We always love it in the can.
Yes, we do.
We have a food voucher for 26,000 pounds of food.
Yes! All right, go for it. Yeah.
26,000 pounds. Sensational.
And not just a big check, that's a light up gift voucher. It's got all kinds of flashing lights on it.
It's a Blinky voucher.
The coolest Blinky voucher I've ever seen.
I want the can.
Only the finest.
The can, the voucher, the check, we want it all.
And on top of that?
And then we have a check for $5,000.
I can only hit the confetti once, so they got it one time. Oh, that's
most guys are like that.
Phenomenal. 26,000 pounds of food and $5,000. That is a huge combination. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for all your continued support.
It's amazing. All the good that'll do. We love you guys.
Enjoy it. Thank you, Sherry and Pat and Justin from WSFS. And their awesome hats.
Isn't that awesome?
It is wonderful. By the way, I want to mention something because I know we're going to have our friends from Campbell's on a little bit later on this morning, but there's a cool event or a cool special that's taking place today for people to come down and make a donation today, and that will go until 8 o'clock tonight. If you make a donation of 230 pounds of food or more by 8 p.m., you can get registered for a chance to win 2 tickets to the Eagles-Giants game.
Whoa.
At the link on Christmas Day.
Yes.
And the reason they're doing 230 pounds is that is the weight of Eagles linebacker Hassan Riddick, who also happens to be a member of the Chunky Sacks Hunger Soup Squad.
Love that guy.
So 230 pounds or more. Make sure you get registered by 8 o'clock today. Make sure you get registered for the game day tickets for the Christmas Day.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah. All right, so we have a few minutes to play with, and I wanted to see if you guys wanted to do one of our features. And we can either do, and I'll let you guys choose. I'll let the audience choose, yes. Either the Just Saying Institute or the Junk Drawer. Which would you guys rather? So everybody who wants to hear Junk Drawer, make some noise. All right, everybody who wants to hear Just Saying Institute, make some noise.
Junk Drawer.
Junk Drawer it is. All right, let's do that.
Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer, getting things out of the junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right. Got some stories I'm going to dig out of the drawer here for you. Let's see what we got. All right. Sorry, Casey, I had to turn that down.
That's right.
All right, so I found this story, and this is interesting. I want to see what you guys think about this. So the backlash against self-checkout is growing. And stores are starting to dial back on the technology, even though it's exploded over the past few years. So Booths, a British supermarket chain, said that it's removing self-checkout stations in all but 2 of its 28 stores in the U.S. Walmart, Costco, Wegmans, and other chains have also revised their self-checkout strategies. So they're going to shrink them down a little bit.
So I heard a complaint from someone yesterday who'll go unnamed, but they went to a very popular sort of higher-end market.
Okay.
And said there was literally no one in there. It was all self-checkout. There was not. It was basically completely autonomous, and they had very specific things they wanted, and they couldn't get them. They had to buy it in different sizes that they didn't want, and they were bemoaning the fact that a lot of the stores are following suit. People want someone to talk to.
In my hunt for snowballs the other day, I went to the Acme in Oregon, and I had such a pleasant encounter with a lady working. She could not have been nicer. It made my night better. And the woman that was in front of me in line, and Steve, it was like the 10 items or fewer,
right,
or whatever.
Right.
She, the woman in front of me in line, did not have her Acme club card with her. So the lady just looked it up, gave her the discount. You know, and like you're not going to get that.
Machine's not going to do that. A machine will fire laser beams at you.
Exactly.
What makes me determine whether I'm going to go through self-checkout or not is whether or not I have a lot of produce.
Sure.
Because if I have produce, then you got to play the little game where you look up the number and enter the number, and every store has a different way to do it, and sometimes you have to weigh all these things, and I'll mess it up, and then somebody's got to come over and say, "Excuse me, sir, do you need some help with that?"
Are you actually buying an elk, or did you enter the information?
Yeah, so I don't mind the self-checkouts, but it's when it comes to that part of it, it's kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, for the quick stuff is fine, but when you're doing a lot, you really and in general, as you pointed out many times before, Preston, people like those little mini interactions.
Yeah, self-service machines actually were first introduced in the 1980s, and they were mainly to lower labor expenses. And they shifted the work of paid employees to unpaid customers. And then, you know, some people don't have jobs.
Well, and now the self-checkout machines are unionizing, Preston.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
Yeah. Organized?
Yeah, absolutely. They're going out on strike.
Wow. So retailers are rethinking self-checkout. They found that self-checkout leads to higher merchandise losses from customer errors and intentional shoplifting known as shrink rather than human cashiers ringing a customer. So they call that
shrink. They call it shrink, yeah, from theft. So this kind of amazes me because I've actually had it happen where I placed a paper bag on the scale, and before the whole protocol, the procedure, I didn't know what you were supposed to do first. It was reading the bag as an item.
Okay.
So that's how sensitive the scale is. Yep. And there's always like 2 people there, you know, with eyes on you.
Yeah,
so I'm amazed that they're having issues because of that.
All right, so heads up on that. Let me go back into the junk drawer, find another one, and let's see. Here we go. I brought my actual junk drawer here with me, the actual physical drawer. It's underneath
Amazing.
here.
Did you guys didn't realize he actually carries a junk drawer with him.
All right, so this we've already covered, but this is apparently now hit TikTok, and there's a woman who has gone viral in America after admitting that she thought that Alaska was an island, okay? In her video, Sabrina Abry confessed that due to maps that she saw in school growing up, she assumed Alaska was a island smaller than Texas. And I think the reason she found out about it was because she has a Canadian boyfriend. She said you can't drive. He said something like about driving to Alaska, and she said you can't. It's an island.
What kind of brain dead is that?
I mean, that's ridiculous.
For those of you who don't know, Kathy thought she didn't know that you could drive to Alaska.
I didn't think it was. I don't think I thought it was an island, but I didn't think you could drive there.
Yeah.
You didn't think you could drive from the United States
to Alaska.
Yeah.
How do you drive through water?
Yeah. So apparently Alaska is often shown in a separate box next to a map of the contiguous United States. And it's also usually drawn to a different scale. That's the one thing that's kind of interesting because they shrink it down.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
It's so big.
So when they're presenting it like in a standard page in a 2D version, you really lose the scale of just about everything.
Yeah. It's massive.
Have you seen an overlaid, the actual size of Alaska overlaid across the contiguous lower 48?
No.
It stretches from one side to the other. I mean,
really?
That's how big it is. It's 2 or 3 times the size of Texas.
Yeah.
It's so vast. And Steve, I know you've been. I've never been.
It's gorgeous.
I really want to get there.
It's the most amazing. If you ever get a chance, don't be dissuaded by the fact that you see these cruise lines with 100-year-old people on the.
Yeah.
Don't worry. It's awesome. It's unbelievable.
There's 8 or 9 national parks there, and a few of them you have to get like dropped off by a small prop plane or whatever. But yeah, I definitely want to.
Because you can't drive there.
That's right.
So if you were to split Alaska in half, both of those pieces would still be bigger than Texas, I believe.
That's correct.
Yeah,
Preston, a lot of people would die.
And a lot of people would die.
Split that in half. I mean, honestly.
I mean, we're not going to do that.
Just the wildlife alone.
Yeah.
This is half a moose.
There's a great Quizzo question, which is which state has the easternmost point in the United States and which has the westernmost, and it's Alaska because it crosses the international date line at one point, so it's the farthest east and it's also the farthest west.
Interesting. That's a tricky little one. So if you thought that Alaska was an island, you're not alone. I mean, you're in a small percentage of people, but you are not alone. So I just thought we'd share. And this woman is going.
You learn stuff.
All right, here's another one. Let's see. Americans expect to gain 8 pounds over the holiday season.
This week.
Seriously.
72% of Americans are planning to enjoy the end of the year without worrying about their diets. A poll of 2,000 U.S. adults found the average respondent expects to gain 8 pounds compared to 5.5 pounds last year.
That's a substantial amount of weight gain during the holidays.
It is. 66% use the end of the year to postpone healthy habits. And it takes the average respondent about 19 days to get back on track and start healthy new habits.
Now, you're good. I'm good as well at this stuff, but what is the most seductive thing someone food-wise can place in front of you that will just really test your resolve?
Well, it's going to be sweet stuff for sure.
Stuff.
So it would be like a really badass dessert like tres leches or tiramisu or some kind of awesome ice cream. I'm gone, dude. It's crazy. We had dinner at this Greek restaurant the other night, and I had a dessert that I've never had before. It was this.
Was it baklava?
No, it wasn't baklava. It was. I know what that is, but this is it's like a custard with like a phyllo crust around it. And it was just sex on a plate.
Preston, I'm feeling that in my pants.
Should.
Yeah.
It was phenomenal. And I just couldn't stop eating it.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way.
Yes?
Speaking of, so last night we had dinner served for everyone who came by and donated last night.
Oh, my God.
And oh my God. It was from the Steven Starr restaurant, LMNO. Remember, we were doing a read for them, LMNO and Pod. And so they brought the food, and I didn't know who it was because I forget everything. And I take a bite of this enchilada, and I'm like, this is some of the best Mexican food I've ever had.
Everyone was freaking out.
And I went over and I told one of our reps about it, and she's like, yeah, that's at Steven Starr Restaurant. I'm like, of course it is. It was outstanding.
The Mexican street corn on top of the burrito last night with a little bit of salsa on the side. I wanted to drink it. It was delightful.
Yes. So if you come by here, sometimes you get fed amazing food when you stop.
You're
at the
rewarded
Camp Out
for
Rock.
your generosity.
Yes, we're feeding people who need it and feeding people who help out as well. So that was a wonderful little treat. And that will make me fat over the holidays, too. So food like that. All right, what else do we have in the junk drawer? Let me see here. How about... All right, this one. This is interesting. Formerly known as Orbital Assembly, a place called Above Space Development Corporation is a competitor in commercialized space enterprises. And the company recently proposed a pair of space hotels dubbed Voyager Station and Pioneer Station. Listen to this, that they say could be in operation within the next 2 years.
Two space hotels?
I do not believe this at all. I do not believe that they can put this together in 2 years, but they are claiming that they are
Have
going...
they suggested what the event, will it be basically Skylab, or will it be like a, will it be a little bit more ornate, a little bit more
ornate?
company?
So,
Really?
I mean, it's going to be...
Will it be like the Marriott? I don't think so.
It's going to be a little more bare bones than you would expect, rather than a standard hotel room. But Above Space Development aims to make business for humans available in the space ecosystems through the gravity-capable space stations.
What?
On orbit in cislunar space, they call it. I don't know what cislunar space is. The company recently signed an agreement with NASA called the Umbrella Space Act Agreement that would enable Above to test and validate its software technology and components that could be used in the future cislunar space stations.
What the hell?
And near-term launch projects. So the hotels would both operate on artificial gravity.
So that, to me, if they had, that would be a massive development. I haven't heard word one about the creation of artificial gravity. I pose that to you, sir.
The COO and architect said, as we are generating artificial gravity through rotation.
Yeah, well, okay.
This introduces new structural scenarios that are unique to the space environment. So he said because anti-gravity is extending its appeal to parties interested in space travel. However, Above Space Development explains that their orbital lab can, with partial gravity, simulate lunar or Martian environments or zero-G for a weightless environment.
All right, question.
Yeah.
If it was affordable, and if it does, within the next couple of years, they do manage to send up 2 space hotels, and you have the opportunity, would you do it?
I don't know, man. I mean, because the trip...
What if there was tres leches?
Yes.
Yes. No, I mean...
it's dangerous to travel there.
Yes.
It's very dangerous. So maybe not.
What if you lose your luggage?
Maybe it's on the luggage rocket.
It follows you up. Yeah.
So maybe in a few years, when I'm even a little older, and I realize my time is maybe running a little short.
I don't care if I die.
Screw it. I don't care if I die at this point. I don't know, man. I don't know. What about you?
Yes, I would. I think it's an amazing thing. So what I always think of in this case is, in 2001: A Space Odyssey, he goes up. There is that spinning space station, and aboard it is a Hilton, and they have the hotel depicted that way. So I don't know, man. But it's. If you had the opportunity, I'd call up into any one of these because it's the dream of a lifetime. It's every science fiction fantasy you've ever had.
Yeah. So but 2 years. That's the reason that story stood out to me, is because
it seems a little quick.
Yeah. So we'll see. All right, we'll keep an eye on it. All right, let me see what else we got here. Going into the junk drawer.
Look, he's going into a junk drawer.
Or a stack of papers that I have in front of me. Let's see. How about this one? London research has found alternative therapies like cuddle curing and brain spotting may not offer real health
Those are
benefits.
variations on movie titles.
You're right. Train spotting. What would cuddle curing be?
The cuck.
Oh, the cuck. Okay. No, practitioners can charge up to $300 per hour for these treatments that have apparently no demonstrated benefit. So
what is the first one?
Cuddle curing involves extended hugs and is intended to help with depression and PTSD.
Nick, could you demonstrate that on Kathy?
No, don't touch me.
Take your shirt off.
No, don't touch me.
Come on, it's for science. Let's go in the bed in the RV for a little
Oh
bit.
God, stop talking.
Don't you want to be healed?
Yeah. Wouldn't that be that Kathy could open up a type of therapy
it's called Get Real.
Yeah, for guys that aim too high.
Yeah.
She's my Get Realist.
And the whole
I
time
try to touch her and she tells me to stop.
Stop it. Ew, gross. You're disgusting.
You're
Are you
gross.
kidding me?
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop talking.
That's the therapy.
Why
that's,
are you even
that's your
here?
session. That'll be $550. Thanks for coming. I'll see you next week.
Go away.
Thanks for not
Don't
coming.
forget to visit my OnlyFans page.
So brain spotting, I don't know what that is. It's another technique which claims to address trauma. You'd have to look that up.
I know what you do. They use a magic marker and they make dots on your head.
Okay.
And it's brain
We are
spotting.
brain spotting you right now.
Come on, leave it in the gym.
According to Matt Wooden, who's one of the study authors, said at best they may offer some form of short-term benefit thanks to a placebo-like effect, but at worst they will make patients' mental health worse by failing to tackle the issue at hand.
That's a big problem. So have you ever tried any sort of trippier type of like the light pulse mask? Or
I
anything?
did. I did acupuncture.
Yes.
And because my neighbor swore by that it helped out his back.
Any results?
And not for me personally.
Did you have tiny holes in your body?
I go into these things open-minded, hoping that they will work, and I will try them out. But I try to be real about whether I have an effect from it or not.
Right.
And go, did this really help me or not? Yes or no? And I don't try to go, wow, I really feel better, and I'm kind of tricking myself into thinking I'm better.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
When you went for your back, did they not put needles in your back?
I don't remember.
Because I also went for back pain, and not one needle was put in the back area.
Yeah, that's
they
because-
use other trigger points.
Exactly.
I was like, oh,
So
okay.
where did they put the needles?
I mean, it was everywhere. It was like my ankles, it was my wrists, it was my shoulder. Like it just
shoulder.
didn't
Were they just
go.
playing darts?
Probably, it just didn't go like where I was experiencing pain at that time.
Steve, I did this thing called EMDR, which stands for eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. And what it is basically you sit in a chair and there's this light screen that flashes lights back and forth. It's almost like Close Encounters.
Oh,
Those lights
okay.
on an alien ship, right? And the reason for doing it is it helps you process trauma. And if it's accompanied by talk.
This was after your accident?
No, this was post-college, mid-20s, whatever. And it helps you deal with anything in your life that might have been traumatic. And from what I understood from my therapy sessions, when returning veterans use it for post-traumatic stress syndrome, it's very, very effective. And it quite literally helps your brain erase trauma. And for me,
That's
it was
pretty wild.
For me, it was effective.
Okay.
And I'd never done anything like that before.
I know some people
I recommend
swear
it.
by that.
Yeah, I recommend it.
And then, I've done the cryotherapy. Kathy, we did that.
Yeah.
And then those red lights. What are those?
The red light therapy.
You're
that what it's
supposed to
called?
stop your car.
Where you go into like the little room and there's just the red lights are on. Yeah, it's supposed to help with like circulation, inflammation, all that kind of stuff.
I didn't get anything from that.
I've done all of these, but the best one was, and I'm trying to find the name of it because I can't find it. But when I was having some sort of reaction to obviously something that I was putting on my skin, and I went to every doctor. We were trying to figure it out, couldn't figure it out, so I was doing alternative treatments for some relief because it was pretty painful, it was itchy, all of that, and I did this it was this light thing, okay?
You must be a great patient.
Wait, no.
What is
Steve,
this? This is
no. I
stupid.
went. I sought him out. I found him. He was the only person in this area that does this therapy, and it said that it will help with, like an undiagnosed urticaria, which is what I had.
Did you notice immediately?
Steve, I sat in this little room. He had this box. It was like I don't know, it was like a pointer like this.
Top off.
Yeah.
Steve, no, it was like a pointer, and he went like this and kind of just did like a little circle around my head, and then he was like, okay. He was like, go head on out, and he's like, that's $750.
What?
I was like, what happened? I go, am I coming back for 20 more treatments? What did you just do?
So
he was like, you'll see the effects, you should see the effects in about a day or two. I never went back.
What a scam. So he's like using like a laser pointer.
Steve, I don't even know what the hell it was. He had a computer. There was like these lines on the computer, and he had some pointer at my head, my forehead. Yeah.
And what was it called again?
I'm trying to find him. I know that this wonderful person was in a town near me, so I was trying to look for him. I can't remember the name of the quote therapy, Preston, but I'll see if I can find it.
Wow,
that's crazy.
Wow, all right.
$750.
And
I tell you what, we go in the RV right now, I'll do the same thing.
Yeah, right, exactly. And my mom was like, you should try it. You never know. It probably will work.
Oh, yeah, of course, Mom said that, right?
And don't forget to put tomatoes on your butt.
Right.
All right, well, try it. Whatever, if it works for you, it works for you. Rock on. But apparently cuddle curing is, and we never did find out what brain spotting is. I have no idea. So, but don't try it, apparently, according to these guys. All right, that's it. That's all we have time for in the junk drawer. Get Good Man Fisk ready to go because we're going to be taking a break in just a second.
Yeah! There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, there was the junk drawer.
All right, thank you, Kyle, for my jingle, by the way. I do appreciate that. Let me see. What do I want to mention? Oh, yeah. Later on today, lunch for our volunteers and staff is going to be provided by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
I've wanted those goddamn things for a while now.
Your dream has come true.
There we go. That's my therapy.
So
I'm going to sit in a dark room and eat those things.
They are proud to help fight hunger in our communities, and they will buy this afternoon, and our volunteers and staff are going to get a little yumminess from those guys, which is wonderful. And I do want to tell you, we have some musical things that are happening this morning. Our buddy Don McCloskey and his band are going to be coming by. They're going to be performing later today. And the No Name Pops. We're going to have a orchestra here this morning. We're going to fill out all this area in front of us with people playing stringed and wind instruments.
It's a freaking orchestra.
But they play contemporary music. It's so cool. They're back and better than ever. We had them out at our Subaru Live broadcast. They're going to do it here, even a bigger group.
Awesome.
So
hard to imagine that.
And the idea is that when we're done here, they're going to do like a concert, a short little 20, 30-minute show in the tent for those who want to hang out and hear this music. It's so wonderful to hear in person. So Pierre is being gracious enough to allow that happen while he's doing his radio show.
I hate your guts.
No, he does not. So that will be happening later this morning. So you have time to come down and be a part of this. By the way, this hour is brought to you by our friends at WSFS Bank. We stand for service. So thank you very much.
And Preston, do we want to mention what's going on this evening?
Oh, thank you. Yes, I do want to mention that. Tonight, and we had a discussion last night about how this is going to work out. Tonight is going to be free T-shirt night. So if you come by starting at 5 p.m., the first 300 people who make a donation to Camp Out for Hunger, 15 and older, by the way, because we only have 300 of these, one shirt per donation, you're going to get a free Preston and Steve Camp Out for Hunger T-shirt, the first one we've ever made.
First one ever, guaranteed to be a collector's item like, Nick, your Doc Gooden card.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And so we will be here, and if you want to come by and take a picture with the show and your new shirt and all that, we will get that done as well. So that's tonight starting at 5 o'clock. We wanted to do a little bit earlier because the Tool show is tonight across the parking lot.
So if you're heading over there, stop in here, make a donation. We're all going to be here to take pictures or whatever. Obviously, get this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity T-shirt. We'll probably do it again.
And speaking of that, speaking of Tool, for those who are attending the concert, listen to Brent Porsche's show for information on how you can score a Tool ticket upgrade, a pair of floor tickets.
Wow.
It will require a donation to Camp Out, and we're going to pick a winner at 7 o'clock. There's a lot of reasons to come by here tonight, all right, whether you're going to the Tool show or not. So thank you for that reminder, Steve. I appreciate it. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back in a second. Come and visit us. The B-File is on the way. When we return, Good Man Fisk, our house band. Back in a moment.
And you curse, you'd make you apologize. So I get like, excuse me, Miss Flannery. I wasn't even listening, and I get like an apology.
So you never worked there by choice, or he wouldn't let you, or?
Yeah, my brother worked there. I think my one sister Arlene worked there for one summer, but other than that, and then my brother had a bar on 21st Street between Market and Chestnut, T.A. Flannery's.
I remember that.
And I filled in a few times, yeah. And
Okay.
my dad worked there, yeah, he was, right before. My dad stopped working 10 years ago at the age of 87. He's 97.
Oh, my God. That's amazing.
plan was to drop dead behind the bar. That didn't happen. I'm glad he's still here.
Right.
Thank God. But yeah, I know. I think that's what keeps people young. Right?
Yeah.
I just got a text from my friend Jen. She's African American. She said her fake ID was from West Virginia, and it said that she was Caucasian on her ID.
But was it a picture of her?
It was a picture of her.
But it said Caucasian.
That's amazing.
Well, you
great.
don't want to, you can't just presume.
Oh my goodness. When you were growing up, we were talking about you and being around the bar and all that.
Yes.
But how did acting enter your life?
I always wanted to be an actress. I wanted to audition for the TV show Zoom. I'm totally dating myself.
We love Zoom.
I actually had an audition, but my mom's like, "We're not going up there, and you have to live there." I'm like, "I could live with my piano teacher's cousin." I had like this whole plan.
Can you sing the song? Can you sing the theme song?
Zoom, 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 zoom. We're gonna zoom, zoom. Okay,
That's it.
But then I worked at Riverfront Dinner Theater when I was a senior in high school. I was in the show Bye Bye Birdie, so I felt like a child star because I got to leave every Wednesday after fourth period because I had a matinee.
Who did you play in Birdie?
I played Ursula, and they gave me a song for the movie, the theme song Bye Bye Birdie, because that character didn't have a song, so I got to sing.
That's awesome.
Yes, and we were entitled to the buffet when we had a matinee, but none of the cast members were entitled to the seafood Newburgh. Thank you very much.
You got that because, of course, yeah.
Yes.
Well, so musical theater and all this, and this show, obviously, with the Christmas shows, is right in your wheelhouse. It's what you.
It is, although I didn't do it for years. I just did things that made fun of it. Because when I got to Second City, we used to make fun of musicals, which was a blast.
Okay, so I'm a massive fan. I do love musicals when they're done right.
Yes.
Of the recent crop, what musical has rocked your world?
The recent crap. Well, I mean, obviously Hamilton. It's very catchy, you guys. It's very catchy. No, it's amazing.
Did you see the movie Sing?
I did not see Sing. I gotta see Sing. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm in.
Okay.
I'm always watching Turner Classic Movies.
Well, what's your favorite?
9-year-old woman.
What's your favorite classical musical?
Gypsy's one of them.
Singing in the Rain?
Singing in the Rain.
American in Paris?
Sure.
There we go.
Why not?
All right.
Yeah, any of the Fred Top Hat, any of the
Yes.
if they're funny, they have to be funny, right?
Yeah.
None of this Les Mis stuff. I'm miserable enough. Can't we just lighten up the mood? It's true.
Yeah, we just went to the touring Hamilton came through town a couple weeks ago.
So great, right?
Went to that. It was amazing.
Yeah, I'm friends with the guy that plays the king in the national tour, and I as an Irish guy, Rory O'Malley, great guy, and I think I did a benefit with him, so I got to. Anyway, that show it's beyond. I mean, I just love when they actually, they turn Philadelphia into a cool place, you guys. Hey,
right.
In the room where it happens.
Right.
You all want to be in the room where it happens, right?
Can you pull that off? Can you pull the real dramatic vocal stuff off if you need to?
I can, but please, it's so early, and
I'm not going to have you do it.
I have not had enough ponies.
You got to have a few beers first. So what was the biggest production you've done, musical wise, on stage? I mean,
you know what?
Besides Bye Bye Birdie when you were Ursula.
You know what? I did some shows in college, but I feel like theater. I mean, the only I did in New York, I did Love, Loss, and What I Wore, the Nora Ephron show.
Okay.
I actually did it in Philly too for a couple weeks. But other than that, I haven't done like big productions because I was in Chicago doing all the things that made fun of that
Sure,
stuff.
but it sounds like
at the Really Brady Bunch.
Sounds like you're being underused a little bit here. Yeah.
No, well, you know what? I could not sing without a wig on until Jane Lynch asked me. I swear to God, I was always in character. So she actually was like, "Be yourself," kind of. I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
Be your dorky self, and we're going to do this.
I've always loved musical theater. My favorite is it's Annie, but close
love
second
Annie.
for me is Grease. And I always wanted to be in Grease, and I wanted to be Danny Zuko, and now here I am. I'm 46 years old, and that will never ever happen.
How do you know?
But I was thinking, wouldn't that be funny to have a production of Grease where everybody's just old, right?
Wasn't that the original though? Weren't they all like?
You're right. You're right.
Stockard Channing was
like 42.
61. Yeah.
How to say 61? Unbelievable. They brought out the ghost of Eve Arden and Sid Caesar. They're like, let's unbury him. I don't know.
Yeah. Who was the most talented musically on The Office? Was it Craig Robinson? Was it Ed Helms? Or you?
It's a toss-up because Craig Robinson is super he is a musical genius.
Yeah,
he can play
tours.
anything. Yeah, he has a band called the Nasty Delicious, and they are both.
They were just here. The Hall Notes
I
had
heard. Yes, he opened for Hall Notes, which was one of my favorite bands in high school. So I think I would have exploded if I was there. Yes.
I love when Ed Helms would bust out the banjo.
So he's a great musician. He's a great banjo player. I've actually done a lot of live shows with him, a lot of benefits. He's amazing.
Does it amaze you? Again, we've talked about this a number of times that the Office juggernaut still continues.
It's insane. We were the #1 show watched during the pandemic, you guys. You're welcome. But seriously, I mean, I get recognized. I still get recognized by the back of my head. It's like, even with the 47 masks, I'm hiding. Can't hide.
It's crazy. And also, the
great.
voice is very regular. So that's got to be pretty.
I'm so shy. But no, it's awesome. And I feel like the fandom has only grown. And I feel like between things like Cameo and a lot of we've done like some charity stuff through Zoom and some fan stuff, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, your Cameo's very, very popular. I was reading an article about best bang for your buck, like who gets the most requests, but who doesn't charge an outrageous amount.
Right.
And you were in that list of top 25 in the country.
I know. I'm really proud of that, because a lot of times people relate to our show, and I feel like sometimes people go through really hard times and they want a message from somebody from the office, and I'm really happy to represent. So, because I know comedy is the best medicine. I mean, that's such a. I mean, but it really is. It really heals, and I'm so proud to be a part of something that people actually give a crap about.
It's funny, because honestly, when you do get that, it's a way to sort of reach out and get a little video from somebody, and some people phone it in, and you don't, which is cool.
No, I actually learned to play the theme to The Office on the piano during the pandemic, and sometimes I play it just because I'm sick of the sound of my own voice.
Right.
Let's just let the piano do the music for you.
Do you keep in touch with Creed Bratton, because he's a musician as well?
I do. He's actually on the road right now.
Is he? Yeah, he has a new record out, I think.
He does.
And
he does.
It's Grassroots or something like that.
Grassroots was the original band that he played with in the 60s.
So, again, he's taken what he did on The Office, but he continues to tour, and now he's a musician who's on the road. It's really impressive.
I love the way he's kind of manifested. We were both in the same episode of the Bernie Mac show. I don't think he had any lines. I played
wild.
an annoyed mother that was yelling at Bernie through the whole episode. But
well, let me ask you: Does the incredible popularity, even at this point, does that put the nail in the coffin of there not being a reunion, or
I don't know.
Because
Steve,
it's the perennial question.
Dude, you got to ask Steve Carell. I mean, seriously, I feel like there's this sacredness to it that people don't want to ruin, and I kind of understand it.
Is he the Roger Waters of this whole thing?
I think so. I think so. But you know what? I'm going to bring him a case of ponies. Maybe I'll loosen him up, you guys. Come on. Who wants it? Hey.
Oh my God.
No, I was impressed with how good The Office was, even after Steve had left.
Yeah.
Right? Then that just goes to show what a great ensemble cast it was.
He was actually holding you guys back.
No, and what was great is I think the writers were really generous in making sure that everybody had something to give to
No, that's true. That's
the
true.
show.
Although I will say, I like the fact that Meredith did not. We didn't really change the chess match during the game, because sometimes they kind of ruin characters.
Right.
And they start talking too much, and it's like you're not even funny anymore. You're giving all this exposition. I feel lucky that Meredith did not really go there.
No,
we
they
had
had
1 or 2 episodes where I talked a lot, but less is more. You guys, right?
They had the meter on you.
Same,
Yeah,
right?
it was absolutely great. So I love to see the. By the way, the outtakes of the series are just as great as the series.
A lot of deleted scenes.
A lot of deleted scenes.
Meredith. But you can watch them on Peacock. There's a lot of super fan episodes that they plugged a lot of our old stuff. So it's like walking through a door through your, like you have an extra room in your house. You're like, what's happening?
It's tremendous. It's
so
awesome.
Crazy. I don't know if you guys know this, but Melora Hardin is doing Dancing with the Stars.
Yes.
Who played Jan.
We had her on. We had her on to promote it. She's awesome.
She is awesome. I went to visit her at the back of the ballroom.
Yeah, the
episode. It was nice to see everybody.
We talked about the episode that takes place at the house with the small
of course,
TV.
The dinner party.
The dinner party is
the best episode.
One of the absolute best.
Nice. Well, I want to remind you that Kate is going to be back in town, and that will be with Jane Lynch. It's a swinging little Christmas, and I've got it here as December 12th.
It is December 12th. Sorry,
City Winery in Delaware before that?
Wilmington, Delaware, December 2nd.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think it's a Sunday. Yeah. At the Grand Opera House.
Nice.
The Grand
Well,
Opera.
that'll be a lot of fun. It's so wonderful to see you. We're so glad
you
you're
guys,
in town for this.
Nobody's having a pony. Nobody. They're cold.
We'll have our ponies later.
Have your pony later.
Yeah.
You guys are the greatest. And thank you for doing this. And you guys give what you can, because it really does make a difference. And we're not just buying beer with the money, I swear.
Yes. Let's hear it for Kate Flannery, ladies and gentlemen. We love you.
I'm selling one.
We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. This is the Preston and Steve Camp Out for Hunger. We have another great guest that is joining us today on the heels of the not the Camp Out for Hunger, from the Barbecue that we had this summer, and that was a return as well, getting back into the swing of things. Man, they were so great.
They were great.
We got to, being on the staff, we get the privilege of being in the backstage area and the side stage when the performances are going on. So we popped up to see these guys perform on the side of the stage. And it was one of the rare bands where you can actually hear the band when you're on the side of the stage, because usually people have these in-ear monitors. You can't hear. These guys had old school what we called side fills. So it sounded like we were in the front row as we were sitting on the side watching this band play. They're awesome. They had played 2 gigs within just a couple of days this summer. They're out with the Black Crowes. They're coming back to town again at the Fillmore in January. Ladies and gentlemen, from the band Dirty Honey, please give some love to Mark LaBelle.
What's up?
What's up, Mark? How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm actually sitting in a very, very piccola piazza in Orte, Italy right now.
You're in Italy right now?
I just enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I'm in Italy right now. So all the Philly Italians can be jealous at the moment.
Plenty of them.
I mean, he's sitting outside of a cafe in the middle of this little town.
It looks gorgeous.
It's so great.
Yeah, we have obviously we see you on the Zoom. He's got these gold mirrored sunglasses. His hair is flowing in the Italian air.
You look like Fabio.
God, you're living the life, dude.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's a very small town, so finding Wi-Fi was tricky, but we got it done.
Nice. Hey, well, listen, you're coming back to Philly again. Obviously, this city is digging what you guys are doing. You're building this really cool relationship with this town. Tell us a little bit about your impression of the Philadelphia area from the times that you've been here.
Well, I mean, so it'll be the second time playing the Fillmore, but honestly, doing the Barbecue this year, that was one of the highlights of my summer, right up there with Red Rocks and playing a hometown show at the LA Forum. So it's a special place. And I think I had 2 days off in Philly the last time around, and loved walking around Rittenhouse. And it's just a really special town. I have family there. So it's an important place to go. And MMR is one of the few stations that I would say is playing rock and roll, not just hard rock music. So it's a classic, one of a kind rock and roll station that, you really only hear them in like Philly, Detroit, and maybe LA anymore. Yeah. So we very much appreciate you guys.
Well, I thought that, we appreciate you. We're just happy with the music you're putting out, and also your connection to the town and our station. And there was a special moment that happened at the Barbecue. Your bass player, Justin, got up and sang with Cheap Trick, saying surrender. He seemed giddy about that, man.
He was admittedly very confused after that because he didn't know that whole end of the song routine that they do, the "We're all right" thing. Yeah. And so we're watching him on the big screen, just kind of confused as to what to say. And he never sings anyway. That was a totally spur of the moment thing with Jackie Bam Bam. So we got a good laugh out of that.
Mark, this is Nick. I love following you guys on Instagram. I don't know who runs the account for the band.
That's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy Romano. We have a lot of great stories, people coming down making donations. Somebody emailed me real quick. I'll just give them, they wanted a shout out.
Yes.
I don't think we've done any shout outs.
No, we can certainly do that.
It says, first of all, sorry to bother your work. Just want to reach out and request a shout out for my amazing company that increased our donations in year number 2 by greater than 500%. So these smaller groups try to get together and put together their own food drives and bring down, and so they make it a yearly event to double or triple or just increase over the year before. So he said, my company Greencastle Consulting donated slightly over 300 pounds, and this year with 2 days left in our drive, we're over 1,500 pounds.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
That's
and it
excellent.
said he said we needed more drivers than we planned, and he said we'll be down at the broadcast on Thursday. He said a handful of my coworkers will be hearing you for the first time, so it'd be nice, juicy shout out. They would, so they know what that's all about. So here you go, and that's from John Lombardi. So thank you, John. We appreciate that, and everybody who comes down and makes any type of donation.
Yeah, just a quick thing. And at the beginning of the week, we asked people if they could, come down and actually do the physical food donations as well, because that's important. That gets processed immediately, and we have and people have been asking. Yes, there is an Acme Acme Market right on the premises. Yeah. So if you want to come down and purchase the food and get it over into the boxes, that will go right through the whole system, and people will be eating it pronto.
And there's a few stuff to buy, too, in case you want to get something for you. City Winery is selling Preston and Steve Camp Out Cabernet.
You saw it on the news, didn't you?
I did. Yeah. 6ABC, who showed up close-up shots of the bottles of wine last night. And you can buy those, and a portion of the money will go to Camp Out for Hunger, and we autograph some of the bottles and stuff if you want to pick those up, which is great. And yeah, thanks to TV stations. When I pulled in the parking lot, before I even, got into the broadcast area, 6ABC and PHL were set up, and they were taking shots and stuff, so everybody's been doing some nice coverage.
We love it.
So we do appreciate that. All right, let's do the Bizarre File, and let's do it now, Jason.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
I heard that.
Yes.
All right, Bizarre File this morning
is a thing we're doing.
Nope, it's brought to you by Chunky Sacks Hunger, proud sponsor of Camp Out for Hunger. Yeah! You can team up with Chunky and this year's Soup Squad to help sack hunger in our community. I'm going to start with a story out of Hungary. A serious accident happened during a performance of Romeo and Juliet on Friday at the National Theater. The condition of the two actors was serious but stable, according to the National Theater spokesperson. And they said the accident and the production of due to an accident of our production of Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet doesn't seem like a very risky play.
Well, there's a balcony scene.
That's true.
So the second act was interrupted due to an accident involving Julia Sazaz and Lajos Otoharvas. Paramedics treated the two artists and had to take them to the hospital afterwards. Yeah, Lajos was holding Julia on a small balcony.
I love you so much.
The actor became dizzy, and both of them fell over the railing, and they landed like 15 feet or more onto the stage's boards, and they suffered injuries and fractures so severe that their recovery could take several months.
That's incredible. So when he fell, do we have the idea that when he fell, he pulled her?
Yeah, so he was holding on to her.
Right, oh my God.
He fell over and she went with him, and yeah, it's pretty nasty, but would have been pretty cool to see it. But
yeah, it'd be hilarious.
No, not. An American tourist has spoken out on his hellish vacation that saw him shot in the face at one of the world's most dangerous areas. Walter Fischel was still recovering from surgery when he gave the harrowing account of his near-death experience while vacationing in South Africa. Several of his teeth are missing, and a tracheotomy tube were inserted into his neck. He had landed at Cape Town International on Friday. Within the hour, he was left dead.
Slow down. I'm taking down notes for my summer vacation.
He was left for dead in Nyanga. So the Connecticut native said that he rented a car after he landed, and he entered his destination in the GPS and picked the shortest route. And he wasn't aware that the route was known to take unsuspecting tourists through Nyanga, a neighborhood considered to be one of the most dangerous places in the world.
Oh, my God.
He said, I landed at the airport, went to Avis, got the GPS, set it in. I picked the route, the shortest distance, which was not on the highway because the highway apparently had traffic. He said it took him through that area, and he said it was not the greatest. At some point, 4 men circled his car before shooting him in the face.
Shooting him in the face.
Yep. He said the guy reached in, hit the lock, opened the door, and his accomplice opened the passenger side door. He tried to reach for the man's gun, but the shooter swung away from me, he said, while the accomplice grabbed some of the goods in the car. And he was shot and added that the man also grabbed his keys and kicked him out. He said, I opened the trunk, tried to grab my bag, which I did. This is after he got shot.
Right.
And they chased me down and grabbed me and took a bag from me and left me there with a bullet wound.
Worst vacation ever.
He said, I spit out a couple of teeth and the bullet. He actually spit it out.
Wow.
Yeah, he was taken to a nearby hospital.
I wonder if he would have died if maybe the teeth, what if the bullet had gone through his head?
Possibly, yeah. So they treated him, and his mandible was fractured and a bullet hole was still in his face. And he awaits his return to the U.S. after that.
And they lost his luggage.
And his like, son of a bitch. A man who gave himself a poop transplant experienced his mother's menopause symptoms afterwards.
So we've talked about this, that this is a way to sort of get your system productive again.
That is
correct?
correct.
Yeah.
There are treatments, yes.
Right.
But Charlie Curtis of Canada performed the treatment on himself for his Crohn's disease and used his mother's fecal matter. Because this kind of transplant is not an approved method for treating Crohn's disease in Canada, they did this without supervision of a doctor.
I don't know if I'd riff that sort of procedure.
At-home fecal matter transplants come with the risk.
That's a brand name.
Contracting diseases from donor stool. That's an album name.
Yeah.
Donor stool. Curtis claims his at-home transplant resulted in him experiencing menopause symptoms.
That's wild.
Like sweating, hot flashes, and mood swings. He had said, his wife said at the time, his mom said at the time I was going through menopause, and so was he. Donated poop can transmit high levels of hormones, which could explain what had happened. I've never heard of anything like that.
Never.
Yep. This is tragic. A woman died after being attacked by an elk near her home in the Pine Lake community in the Halapai Mountains. Officials believe that this is the first deadly elk attack in the state of Arizona. Now, the woman was found with injuries consistent with being trampled by an elk.
Yeah, the thing we said many times before, those things are enormous.
Oh, yeah. And her husband found him. He told officials that when he found her, there was a bucket of spilled corn nearby.
Oh.
And officials believe the attack had to do with the feeding of wildlife in the area. Like she was feeding wildlife, and you're not supposed to do that.
So one of the elk went crazy.
Yep. So the husband told officials that she was put into a medically induced coma due to the severity of her injuries, but she did not make it.
What a way to go.
Can't mess with those things, man.
With a bucket of corn next to you.
All right, and another animal story. A southern Tasmanian woman says that she's found the best excuse over to not go to work when she woke up and found a 300-pound seal in her front yard. The tagged southern elephant seal, affectionately known as Neil to locals.
Neil the seal. Oh, I love it.
And has garnered quite an internet following over the past few years. He's known for popping up at beaches around the area, sunning himself on roads, and playing with the traffic cones that were put in place to protect him.
And killing small children.
But for all his antics, Southern Beaches resident Amber Harris had never expected to see him in her yard. She said he was outside having a little nap. He'd moved around. He had been on my front deck. And his head, well, his big head, she said, was up on my hammock, and now he's blocking my car. So he literally laid in front of her car, and she couldn't go to work, and she had the pictures to prove it. She said when she saw the seal in her yard, she called her boss to let him know that she was going to be late.
Yeah, right.
We got all the photos, so they knew that it was legitimate, giving everyone in the office a bit of a laugh. And eventually he left, and she was able to go to work.
That's that's another thing that can F you up.
I'll tell you what, man. When I was in Monterey, I was visiting my uncle, and we were out on the beach, and we saw a small seal lying there. And I, like an idiot, thought maybe it was injured or something. And I went over to that, because they're beautiful animals.
You're concerned.
But that thing opened its mouth, and those teeth are huge. And I just got the hell away from it.
Yeah. Did it make a sound? Did it go, ugh?
It sounded just like that, yeah. I don't remember that part of it, but it did freak me out.
I know you. You're Preston.
Yeah. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning, friends. Thank you.
Yes.
I
Bunch
tried.
of scary animal stories between the seal and the elk.
I try. All right, a little while ago, we made mention of Campbell's, and we had a nice little din of activity that happened in the back of the room. So obviously, Campbell's is here in full effect, and we would like to welcome to the program this morning the marketing director at Campbell's Soup Company, the Chunky brand, Mr. Pete Heron.
Yeah. What's up, guys?
Hey, Pete. Nice to see you this morning. Thanks for coming out, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We are no stranger to your location over in Camden. We've been by there a few times. You guys have a beautiful facility there.
Yeah, it's amazing. We have the company store there too. So
we know it well.
Yes.
Yeah, you sell
Yes.
Tim Tams in that store, and we love them.
And also, let's say I wanted to get like a chunky hoodie sweatshirt. Do you sell those at the company store?
We do. We do.
Okay.
We have lots of chunky swag. So I like to wear it with pride. And we'll try to see if we can hook you guys up.
Nice.
Can your standard American citizen just wander in there and shop, or do you have to have special permission to come in?
You have to have some connections.
Okay.
But we have grocery stores all over the country that,
of course,
can work as well.
Absolutely.
This partnership with us goes way back. As we've said many times, the iconic can we've been given approval to use it. I think we're the only people ever.
You guys are the only ones.
Only. Campbell's stepped up for us. We will never forget that.
Yeah, so it's been an amazing journey with you guys, and you always make sizable donations. Anything about the brand that you want to mention before we get into a donation?
Yeah. We have a shared mission with you guys. I think in the fight against food insecurity, we've been doing it for over 25 years on Chunky. And recently we started a program called Chunky Sacks Hunger, where we're partnering with defensive ends, linebackers all over the NFL to join us in the fight. And we're partnered with Camden's own Hassan Reddick.
Yes.
Go Birds.
Love that guy.
And I was just talking with Christine from the Phil Abundance team, and she told me that Phil Abundance feeds 135,000 people a week, which is twice the amount that the link holds, right?
Wow.
And so it's an amazing partnership for us. Yeah, clap for that.
Yes.
So what's been great with Chunky Sacks Hunger, there's a way that everyone can get involved. So for every Chunky Bowl that we sell during the NFL's regular season, we'll donate a meal to Feeding America, which is part of, Phil Abundance is part of the Feeding America network.
Excellent.
And then, so as part of that long-standing partnership with you guys and everything that you've done for Camp Out for Hunger, we had our donation. We also had a few colleagues of mine, Bree, Karen, and Brett.
Make some noise.
That loaded up their trunks to add to our donation. So we at Campbell's Chunky are excited to announce that we'll be donating 100,808 pounds of food.
Oh my God.
Let's go.
Oh.
Come on.
You guys are sensational. That's awesome. In and above all the other stuff you do.
That's insane. Over 100,000 pounds of food.
Well, you guys are obviously uniquely equipped to be able to feed people. It's what you do. It's what the company's, mission is. But again, and I say this, so many of the companies, you guys obviously regulars at the camp out, but it's not just with us. You are always out in the community. You're always doing stuff, and that means a lot. And people are proud to have you in the area.
Yeah, and Pete, you guys are doing this thing. I mentioned it earlier. For everybody who donates by 8 o'clock today, if you donate 230 pounds of food or more, and by the way, that's how much Hassan Reddick weighs.
That's right.
If you donate that much by 8 o'clock, you'll be in the running to win tickets to the Christmas Day game against the Giants at the Link. So make sure you do that today. It's today only. So we thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
As well, which is wonderful. Thanks so much for the partnership over the years. We love you guys, and we appreciate this continued.
Yeah, we love being a part of this, guys. Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you, man. Campbell's Chunky Soup. You can eat it with a fork,
but you're going to want to use a spoon.
So you can get every drop.
Yes.
That's absolutely correct. All right. I think what?
I want to change things up a little bit. I think we need to do this now because we have a few things.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do.
All right, good.
All right, so it is time to move a new person into the privilege section this morning. So we've got to get some. It's my turn this time because Casey went last. The Camp Out for Hunger privilege section brought to you by Live Casino and Hotel, Philadelphia. I see lots of good stuff, but I'm telling you what. There are two people that have reversible signs. One of them says, "I want to kiss you," and the other one says, "You want to kiss me?" And then the other one says, "Back off, war child, seriously." So let's welcome these two down front. Yep, come on, guys.
You want to kiss me?
And when they flip them and they're not in sync, it says, "Back off, world child, I want to kiss you." Which is great, too.
I love it, yeah.
All right, let's meet you guys. What is your name, sir?
All right, Matt.
Matt, where are you from, buddy?
Long Beach Island, New Jersey.
LBI, excellent. And over here, what is your name?
Sarah.
All right, are you guys a couple?
Yep.
Excellent. Well, welcome. Have you been to Camp Out before?
Never.
First time.
And you went all in. You made signs and everything.
Great work, guys. Thanks for your support. Grab a seat over there. Relax. We got the cushiest seats in the house, and we'll take care of you. We'll get some coffee, too, and all that good stuff. Duncan and everybody that's supplying all the goodies. All right, anything else I need to hit?
No, we're good.
All right, with that, let me see. We're going to take a break. We have some guests who are going to be joining us in the next segment. A reminder as well, we're going to have, besides our house band, Good Man Fisk, we are going to have Don McCloskey's band. We are going to have the No Name Pops here performing.
I'm so excited for this.
That setup's probably going to start happening in a little while, so we'll get ready for that. So we'll take a break. We'll come back in just a second. Good Man Fisk playing into the break. Come here and be a part of this event live. Camp Out for Hunger on MMR.
Honey's Instagram account is a terrific follow, and you guys travel a lot and post really photos from wherever you're going. Last year, when you guys shot the video for California Dreamin', I think you did it in the Alabama hills in the shadow of Mount Whitney in California. Is that right?
Yeah. Good call, man.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's a really
that was one of the many locations.
Yeah, it's a cool spot, and so I think the band values the fact that you guys are on the road as much as you are. You've done it in Sequoia forests, and now you're in Italy, and it just seems like you guys. The road obviously can be a grind, but it seems like you guys kind of enjoy being out there as much as you are.
Yeah, I mean, you wait so long as a band to get the opportunity to tour, and obviously once that happens, you want to take advantage of it. But, I always travel on my own anyway, in addition to touring. And now that countries are open for travel and tourism again, it's nice to get out of the States, that we've been holed up in for 2 years. But I was getting out quite a bit during COVID anyway as well, so.
Hey, I wanted to mention this about something I saw at the MMRBQ, Mark, was, while you guys are playing these bigger venues, these theater halls, and now, some of the sheds like you did for the MMRBQ, I think your drummer, Corey, still thinks that you guys are a bar gig band because I saw him breaking down his own drum kit after you guys were done. You went off and you're doing lead singer stuff, and he's over there breaking down his cymbal stands, putting his stool away, packing up his snare drum. I felt so bad for him. I walked over and I told him what a great drummer he was. He wasn't unkind, but he was like, "Thanks, man. I got to put my crap away now." And that's kind of the attitude I got from him. Why was he breaking down his own drums?
I heard that anecdote on the show the next morning. I heard you talking about that and played it for him. And yeah, I mean, we're still an indie band, so we try and keep the crew minimal. We like it that way, but he obviously really appreciates and loves his kit and takes very good care of it. But yeah, we for the most part are on our own. But after that show, that was the first show that we were really on our own again after the Black Crowes tour had ended. Mm-hmm. So, we got used to having a really official and great crew with the Crowes taking care of our stuff. And that was the first gig that, we were going out on our own again with. So he was the king of his land again.
Nice. Mike, I wanted to ask you, we did just play California Dream. It's such a great song, and Nick had mentioned here a second ago. But I have to say, when I first saw, before hearing the song, the title, I'm like, that's already taken. I know that song.
Yeah.
That's the Mamas and Papas. What did that ever cross your mind when you guys were writing that song and going with that title?
Of course.
And
I struggled with it for a while, titling it that, because obviously that's the obvious comparison. So
yeah, it's an iconic tune. But I mean, did that? You don't run into any trouble like that. I mean, you can have a title of something that's the same as another song, right?
Yeah, you can't copyright a title.
Okay.
As far as I know.
Right.
Okay, as far as we know, you're good to go.
I could be in serious legal trouble and not know it, but as far as I know.
Ignorance is bliss, right?
I was wondering if it might have been a tactic. Somebody might try to download California Dream from the Mamas and Papas and ended up with this one, because I was going to write a song called Imagine and see if that would get some downloads.
Well, no, so Mark, I wanted to ask you
I wish I was that smart.
No, I wanted to ask you about your next single coming out called Stairway to Heaven, right?
Right. That's the one.
Yeah.
No, can I ask about, so you're touring with Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen.
Yeah.
Did you meet them at the MMRBQ, or how did that come about?
We know some of the guys in the band already from touring with Slash's band, but we didn't actually get to meet and talk to Wolfgang until we played a show together down in Oklahoma City. They were really locked down with COVID protocol, being on the Guns N' Roses tour. I think we had two completely different experiences this summer. I was waking up to Chris Robinson telling me like he was going to strip clubs in Atlanta, and Axl Rose, is completely locked down and scared of COVID. So we had a little bit of a different summer, but yeah, we finally met in Oklahoma City. He's super nice, obviously incredibly talented. And like I said, we already knew some of the other guys in the band. So it's a pretty seamless working environment for for the winter.
Hey, what did you guys pick up? Speaking of Black Crowes, because you have, you mentioned Chris Robinson, who's just got that soulful, bluesy, outstanding voice, similar to the type of voice that you deliver vocally. Maybe not specifically him, but what did you pick up gigging with those guys for a while, as far as not stealing things, but listen, bands learn from other bands, frontmen learn from other frontmen, maybe just how to work a crowd and so on. Did you pick up some things off that experience?
I mean, it'd be hard not to, watching that guy every night, and Rich as well. The one thing that I definitely came away with was that the brothers are getting along great, and it's not a fake thing at all. So that was really inspiring to see after all these years. They've definitely made amends, and it's genuine. But yeah, watching Chris every night as a front man, he was very open about it with me. He would just be like, do whatever you have to do to win people over. I've been in your shoes before. I was really bummed out, actually, after our first show in Nashville, because, we went from a headlining tour where everybody loves you and sings along to every word of every song, to a bunch of people sitting down, and you really have to prove yourself. And fortunately, he came in and just said, listen, I opened for Metallica when we were huge and nobody cared. Yeah. And I had shoes and bottles thrown at me, and, I don't think you had it that bad last night. So go out there, have a great time. You sing great. You look great. The band is great. Just, don't, he said some expletives that I can't say on the radio, but he just wanted me to make sure I was doing everything I could to win the crowd over. And
nice.
So when you're
completely changed my mindset about the whole tour.
So when you're out touring and you're with, because you've seen some of the closest friends and brothers war and fight with each other, and one of the things that I think these bands will learn over time is that you definitely need your space. And, so you might not have the budget to have your own tour buses or anything like that, but you don't always have to be in the same room at the same time all the time. You know what I mean?
You go to Italy, right?
Yeah, sometimes you just need to sit outside a cafe by yourself.
I mean, that's usually what I'm doing every morning of every day on tour, sitting outside of a cafe by myself.
I'm going to go to Italy now, yeah. But that's a
I'm
good
definitely
point. How do you
the early riser of the group?
Yeah, how do you keep? I mean, you see these examples around you of bands that have been get on each other's nerves. Are you guys aware of that? Is that and do you actively do it, or is it just such simpatico that you guys are not in peril of that?
There was definitely some growing pains, because I'm kind of a loner by choice and by nature. So when we would show up in any city, I would already have the restaurant I'm going to picked out, the coffee shop, the bar, whatever. And I like to go out on my own and do things. I'm very comfortable, clearly, being on my own and in foreign places. And, the guys would kind of look at me when we would get somewhere and be like, what are we doing? And I'm gone. I'm already gone. I'm out of here. I definitely need that time on my own. And I think everybody does too. And we're at the point now where we have everybody's rhythm figured out.
So at the beginning of all this, we had you in the studio and you tore it up. It was fantastic. And then you had this earth-challenging event occur that put everything into a stasis. And all during that time, obviously, you were doing stuff, but, there had to be. Every time we played any of your music, we'd be like, God, these guys were poised right there. And was there a sense of being deflated, or did you just look at it as more of a challenge? Because on the other side, you're coming out strong, but you can't know that in the middle of what we just went through. How emotional a ride was that for you?
It was definitely an emotional roller coaster, but I think everybody, I'd be lying if I was saying we weren't deflated on some level. We had so many exciting things going on, going to Europe and Japan and Australia for the first times. And, once you dive down into the music again and start writing and recording with, some frequency, and you start seeing that your work is creating a special record, you start to get optimistic again and excited, and I think that's what we focused on. And then obviously once you start releasing music and you have tours planned and stuff, you're starting to come out of the other side of the tunnel, and it feels good, and it gets exciting again. But yeah, I mean, we had some momentum that just hit a wall when all this went down.
Right. Well, now things are getting back up to speed, and you guys returning to Philadelphia once again. A January show. It's going to be on the 30th. This will be at the Fillmore. Tickets on sale tomorrow, by the way.
There's pre-sale today, though, at 10 o'clock.
Okay, and you go to WMMR.com for the details on all that, and it's going to be both Dirty Honey and Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen. They're calling it the Young Guns Tour. And they're hitting a lot of towns, and of course they're making it through here, which is going to be really, really cool. Mark, we appreciate the time, man. Thanks for coming on this morning while we're doing the Camp Out for Hunger. We're glad you're having a good time in Italy, and we will see you in January when you get back here. All right, man?
Yeah, man, we very much appreciate MMR. Say hi to Scotty Hartnell for me, too. I was always a big fan of his.
That's right. You're a big hockey
Even though I was a Penguins fan. So, yeah. But I'm actually doing a charity event up in West Orange, New Jersey, with a couple of former Flyers like Scotty Upshaw and Joffrey Lupul and, a bunch of others. Henrik Lundqvist. So it's a charity event for ALS. So I'll be back. I'll be heading back to the other side of the river as soon as I'm done here in Italy. So.
Scotty Upshaw is also going to be part of the Flyers alumni game, which is November 15th. So that is Scotty Hartnell, Brad Marsh, then Danny Briere coming here today to promote that. But it's really cool when the alumni continue to play games. So
hold on, hang on, Mark. Scott Hartnell just sat down next to me here.
What's up, fella?
Oh, nice.
There he is.
What's up, man? How are you?
Good. Looking good from far away.
Yeah, I'm trying to recreate your flow, from a few years ago.
It's tough to do. Keep it going, though. Keep it going.
I'm trying, man. You know how it is. But yeah, I always was a big fan of you, man. I loved watching you. Instigate fights against the Penguins.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Awesome.
Woo! Wasn't the best, but
it was pretty good.
It's a sight to see,
Thanks,
folks, when you're here live, Kathy doing the traffic. So a few things that we're going to do now, and you're going to see a lot of people moving about in the area shortly. We're going to do some live music. We have, like I said, Don McCloskey's band. I just saw they showed up, and the No Name Pops have started to arrive as well. So we're going to have some live orchestral music. We're going to try to make all this happen as best we can.
If this tent blows up in the next 2 hours, there'll be no music on earth because
listen,
every musician is here.
There are so many people that help out at this event and have over the years. And sadly, one of our favorite people passed a while back, but his name carries on and is echoed in the tent and all the areas that people work behind the scenes. And we're going to do a little acknowledgement of that. And we're going to welcome a couple of people to the mic that helped make this whole thing happen. We have our good friend Sean McDonald from Neumann University, who is over here. Yep. And we also have Anthony Grazia, who is from IMS. And right over there is Anthony. So a lot of the video components of this event, these guys are behind. And there was a gentleman who is just such a wonderful presence around here that we lost a little while back. His name was Mike Shin. And Sean, explain a little bit about what Mike did.
So Mike was the reason we have technology at the camp out. In 2008, he showed up with 2 TV monitors, and that was the start of video.
Yeah.
And then he began, Anthony was telling me, he began the movie nights with you guys. So he'd show up with a PA system and a couple TVs, and it's transformed and gotten bigger and bigger over the years to this circus that we do every single year.
Yeah, and Anthony, Mike was just, was he ever in a bad mood, ever?
No, never.
I mean, he was just the sweetest guy.
Just make you laugh, smart-ass comment, you name it, he was there.
I know, I can tell you're getting choked up right now just thinking about him, because he was the first guy to help out, and he just was always just super-duper pleasant, and we miss him dearly.
He meant the camp. I mean, you see him, okay, it's the camp out. We know.
He's here all day,
He's here
every
all
single day. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Open to close.
So a couple of things have happened. Your technical support building is now named after him.
Yeah, so Rodney was the one that started this idea, and he said, Shin did so much that we need to honor him, and we need to make sure that we don't forget the people who laid it out for us first.
Yeah.
So we named our tech bay the Mike Shin Tech Bay.
That's awesome.
And it will be that forever going forward.
Yeah.
But we thought that Mike was really, really big on new technology and also finding the next talent in the industry and mentoring them through internships.
And so what you guys do, what you do at Neumann University, a lot of the people walking around with cameras and are capturing this stuff, they're all students at Neumann University. They're out here getting real world experience, and they come out and they learn, and they help you guys out. They get experience, we get great coverage. It's a win-win.
I mean, it's a master class every single day.
We hire them when they come out. So.
I love it. Yeah.
We have 4 people now who have worked with me who now went over to IMS. So
wow.
It's really helping to cultivate the next generation. So it was Rodney's idea, and he never for anything. So I'm going to put the spotlight on this future Hall of Famer.
All right.
That he said we need to make sure we honor Shin and the students that are doing things every single day at Campout. So we need to come up with an award. And we came up with 2 awards. The Mike Shin Shining Star Award to an outstanding student for their contributions to the Campout for Hunger. And we've been watching the students throughout the week and decided to name 4 people the first recipients of this. And the first 2 have been here since last week, every single day preparing, and they've been doing it for months. The first one actually is not a Neumann student. He's from Rowan University. Oh. His name is Holden Correa Fisher, and he has been kicking butt and taking names.
All right, Holden, come on up here. Holden's awesome.
Holden's great.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, all the video stuff, before I even got here, Holden had programmed everything, so all we had to do was plug in when we got here, and it's been rock solid.
Excellent. And I remember meeting Holden at Subaru at our live broadcast.
Yes, absolutely.
Not this most recent one, but the year before. So you do great work, Holden. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
All right, so the next one is a Neumann student who also just works for Beasley, works for me at Neumann, works for Light Action, and works for Bowder.
Wow.
And IMS.
Oh, my God.
Right? So they're all going to have to give him really competitive offers next year when he graduates.
Yeah.
His name is also Sean. It's Sean Mack.
Yeah.
And he is a man of little words.
Excellent. Congratulations, Sean.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So the last 2, I was telling Preston about this yesterday. They've been showing up every single morning, and the first thing they said is, it's 6 o'clock. What do you need me to do? There's nothing to do. What do you need me to do? Give me something to do.
Yeah.
They're not communication majors. One is a clinical lab science biology major.
All right. Okay.
And one is a pre-med major who is right now taking a test at Neumann and can't be here.
Ah.
But I wanted to shine a light on Rachel Straub and Allison Saravo.
All right. Congratulations.
It's awesome.
Wow. I think it's a wonderful way.
So thank you for letting us honor them. And we're going to do this every year because we believe we're training the next generation of technology people and broadcasters. And it's going to let Mike Shin's legacy live on and continue the great work that we're all doing.
And you said that each of the recipients are now going to sing a song that they composed?
Yes, they're going to sing in 3-part harmony because the 4th one's gone.
All right. Excellent. Thank you so much, Sean.
Thank
I
you guys.
appreciate
Appreciate
it.
it.
Oh, that's awesome. I love seeing that.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Thank you to Anthony and everybody involved. There's a lot of things going on behind the scenes here at Camp Out for Hunger as this event has grown over 26 years. So we're going to move right along to our next guests who we're excited to have with us this morning. 2 people in the world of sports in completely different capacities. First of all, we would like to give some love from NBC Sports Philadelphia. Taryn Hatcher is here. Come on over, Taryn. And you know him as one of the greats to wear the orange and the black. He is now the general manager of the Flyers, Danny Briere. Woohoo! We're moving them over to our official guest section this morning.
You know it's official because it has seats.
It does have seats. Good morning, guys. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to, Danny, to have you back here again. You've been
always a pleasure.
You've been no stranger to Camp Out for Hunger over the years.
I've been a few years. I still remember the hoverboard hockey game we had in here.
You guys were phenomenal. We had them on those rolling things, and you guys played we called it Glocky.
Yeah, because it was a glide.
Yeah. And you guys played it as if you've been playing for years. And the thing that's hilarious is, and we talk about this all the time with professional athletes, former professional athletes, this fun little tent game became a do or die match.
Oh, yeah.
It's the way you guys roll.
I'm surprised I didn't get injured. But,
I know, seriously.
It was intense.
I think you and I won. Did we not? I feel like
I definitely won. I remember.
Danny, are you like a Tiger Woods who is just in everything, in every head-to-head competition or team competition that you're competitive?
I don't like losing.
You don't like losing.
That's right.
It's a nature thing.
Well, then it's good you have the position you currently have because it's good. It's great for the team. It's great for the Flyers. It's awesome to see this happening, and to see that there's a general positive attitude that's permeating everything about them now.
3-game winning streak, right? It ended the road trip strong. The game last night, we were chatting a little bit about it before. Like, they looked terrific last night. It was a real team effort against a really good Carolina team, and our old friend Rod Brindamore is their head coach. They're a
good team. They're a Stanley Cup contender.
Yeah.
And LA was too the night before, the game before. So to go in the last 2 games were really impressive. To win on the road and then 2 tough buildings to win in was really impressive. It was funny because we were leaving for this last road trip, and we thought, all right, we're going to San Jose. We have an easy win there, and then we have 3 tough games in a row, and we'll try to scramble a couple points in tough games, and then we lose in San Jose, and we ended up winning the next 3. So that's why you play the games. You never know.
I can't tell you how hard I'm rooting for you, Danny. Not just because I'm a Flyers fan, but also because I like you, and you have a really tough job, man. And in this town is really tough on you, Keith Jones. We want you to succeed so much because we don't want to turn on you at any point.
But we will if we have to.
We want to continue rooting for you.
Kathy's already saying horrible things about it.
Is it hard to move into that office without recognizing that Philly's just a tough sports town?
I don't know. It's the same approach that I had as a player. I knew it was going to be intense, but that I want to have a job that people care about. That was the same thing as a player. I loved it because really people cared about what I was doing, and that was really cool. And it's the same thing now. Managing a team that people care about, that you can't ask for anything better.
Taryn, what's your perspective on somebody that you like, and you're in the world of sports, and broadcasting, somebody that you like, but they start to feel the ire of the city of Philadelphia? You know what I mean?
Oh, goodness. I mean, it feels like I feel bad because I've covered teams and you're in the locker room all the time and you see the ups and the downs. I mean, even just this past Philly season, you see the ups and the downs.
Yeah.
You feel bad, but also, like, from my position, you kind of have to, like, cover it in a objective way that you're supposed to be fair about it. But it is tough. I mean, you walk up to them and you're like, hey, I'm sorry I have to ask this question, but I got to ask you this question. You're 0 for whatever in your last however many games, and what's going on? But you, like, try to be human about it, I guess. But yeah, it's tough because they're people too, and the more you see them, the more, like, humanized they become, which should happen because they are human beings. But yeah, it's tough. Well, Twitter's a dark.
You have the respect. I mean, and again, if you were absolutely acrimonious about it all the time, then there might be a dynamic that is less than pleasant. But they know you have a job to do, and you respect their job. We saw you on the court the other night and doing what you do, and it's got to be so awesome for any level of sports fan.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
Especially to be on that cool new red hardwood that they had.
Oh, my gosh. Did you think it was cool? People had thoughts. I in person, I kind of liked it.
I think it is kind of cool. It's a bold color. The thing that everyone was asking, though, is it distracting to the players because it is so red?
So the Pacers, who they played that night, that was their second in-season tournament game. They had played one in Indiana, and their court looks like LA Chargers colors. Like, for some reason, even though the Pacers are navy and yellow, their court was like electric blue and yellow. And Rick Carlisle said the first game they only thought it affected them because it had never been played on before, so it was, like, slippery. But depth perception wise, I loved what the Pacers coach said. He was like, well, I'm hoping if my guys are shooting, they're looking at the net and not the floor, and so it doesn't affect their depth perception. But from where I sit, it doesn't seem like it does. And then I got on the court, And it's like if you were a little kid who ever played soccer on a field that was also used for football, and all of a sudden you're like looking at the 18, but then there's a 20 and there's a 15. Like it's a little disorienting. But the players were sort of like, we'll get used to it and we'll get over it kind of thing.
Who did Matt Cord introduce us to that we were talking to? He was a former player, and we were standing there courtside with him.
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Case, you were there. A former player, played with Iverson. Anyway, one of you guys asked him about the court, and he goes, I don't see nothing but the rim, man.
Yeah. So echoing what you said, that's what it's about.
Ideally, you shouldn't be looking at the ground. But and they didn't seem to slip, but I would imagine if and the whole center of the court is a different color. Yeah. So it's like navy blue down the middle.
By the way, Preston rang the bell, and I was with him when he did it, and we're there, and we're all standing there, and you have these towering, in the prime of their athletic career, athletes around us. You're there looking like you walked off Mount Olympus, and Preston and I are like, we need to leave now.
We are so out of our league right now, it's ridiculous.
Isn't it shocking how much bigger they are? Once you get down there,
you try to tell people, and I think the only way you can know is to go down and be there, because you literally feel like you've gone to a different planet.
Yeah, it's like, it's so weird because you'll see a guy on TV and he'll be listed at 6'4", and you're watching on air and you're like, no way.
Yeah,
this is like when guys list themselves as 6 foot on dating apps. Like there's no shot. And then you get down there and they're like a tall 6'4", and they're just, everyone else is 6'7". The perspective of it is wild.
Hey, Danny, I haven't been in the hallways of the Wells Fargo Center during a Flyers game in a long time, but I remember being back there and seeing the guys playing basketball before games to get warmed up. The Flyers were. Does anybody still do that?
They still do.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they still do. They still think they have it, yeah.
Was that going on when you were actively playing?
It was, but with my height, I never really got into it.
Well, Taryn, do the Sixers play hockey before a game?
They don't, but I like isn't with basketball too, it's once they get eliminated from the soccer, then they go play basketball. So if you've gotten really good at basketball throughout the season, it's because you were really bad at
okay. Dude, I would give good money to see Joel Embiid with a stick and other guys knocking it around in the hallway.
Do you remember the promotion that some minor league hockey team did with Manute Bol, who passed away? I think Manute was maybe the tallest player in the history of the NBA, or close to it. And Manute gave all of the money that he ever made to Sudan, help recovery in a war-torn country. And so he was strapped for cash. And so this minor league hockey team paid Manute to put on skates.
Oh God, I'd love to see that.
Steve, you kind of felt bad for the guy.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh.
And, it was comical to look at, but you're like, man, this poor sumbitch. Danny, are you able to, in your position, are you able to be friends with any of the guys, or do you can't do that anymore?
Oh, yeah. No, I've played with a lot of them still. So, there's a little bit of a separation, obviously. We're in a different position, but still, I care about these guys. I went to battle with some of them still that are still on the team. So there's a level of respect there for what the guys are going through and, what they have to deal with on a daily basis. So, obviously we're not hanging out every day like maybe we used to, but there's still friends and there's still a lot of respect.
I see you as Dalton in Roadhouse. That's you. You gotta earn the respect, and you may get your car keyed a little bit, but now and then
there might be some days, where it might be a little tougher. But no, it's been great, and the way our guys are playing these days, it makes it a lot easier. I'm really proud of.
It's very exciting. Very exciting.
Yeah.
Jonesy came by here the other day. We love this 1-2 punch of the two of you guys in the head office doing these things. How are things going with him and your relationship and all that?
I honestly feel so fortunate to have him around to bounce things off and to deal with a lot of the stuff that on a day-to-day basis, to not have to do it alone. He's been fantastic. I mean, you guys know him.
Yeah.
He's
amazing.
He's a great human being.
Yeah.
So to have someone like that as a sidekick, it's been a blast. And we were joking because I had to go to the GM meetings in Toronto, and I didn't make the game to Carolina. I came back here yesterday, and it was the first game we were apart. The Flyers had played this year, so kind of missed each other, not being there together. So it's kind of funny.
When you talk to him on the hang up first. You hang up.
You hang up first.
You hang up first.
I thought you said Jonesy as your psychic for a second, and the idea of Jonesy trying to on a crystal ball is a hilarious
a Caribbean
vision to me.
backdrop.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
I love that idea.
Well, listen, we're going to try something. Taryn has volunteered to be a part of an event that we are going to do, and you are a big trivia buff, from what I understand, right?
I love trivia. I look like a garden gnome, by the way. I can see myself in here, and I'm like, this hat was a mistake. I just didn't have time to do my hair. I love trivia, and I like competitions. Although I'm glad I wasn't involved in Glocky, because that sounds like a lawsuit liability situation. I like anything where I can be competitive. I don't know if it's going to go great if you say anything about any reality shows right now.
No, I would never.
I got
I would
so
never.
much flack.
Oh,
really?
Wait, was that Vanderpump?
She's a pumper. She's a Vanderpumper.
Why? Because you were a fan?
Just because people in general were just like, why are you talking about this show on our favorite radio show? And I was like, it's just in the zeitgeist right now. And I've invested too much of my life into something like this that is, objectively like a terrible waste of time, but it brings me joy.
But people like to do that. People like to just sort of check their brain at the door, and I understand that, and I can appreciate that. I am not one of those people. No, what I was going to say was that this is not going to go well for you. Nick is going to mop the floor with your brain.
I know. I know.
So Taryn's going to go up against Nick, and we're going to put them on the can drop, and we're going to play drop quiz. And Nick was at our Quizzo game last night. Did you do pretty well? That was hard, dude.
Yeah, well, the team that ended up winning, they were much better than we were, and but it was really fun. It was a cool event, but we ended up in the middle of the pack.
Nick, would you agree? And I think you suffer from the same thing. Well, listen, put a little bit, the tiniest bit of pressure on me, and I fold.
Yeah.
So in any sort of, at least in any quiz or game show scenario, I just second guess myself and I lose.
And when you're doing can drop, it's more stress.
But I do have a question for you about because there was a question last night. I wanted to stick around for the answer. The balloon festival. What state was that in?
New Mexico.
It was. We were all over it.
But Nick,
I think it might be Utah.
And I knew that one.
Okay.
I didn't have to look it up.
Who's saying take the skinheads bowling? Because I forgot. Was that Cracker?
It was the guy from Cracker.
Oh my God, I'm so out of my depth.
Camper Van Beethoven.
Oh my God.
That was the camp clue. It was a camp out category.
Van Beethoven.
Karen, don't worry, you'll do fine.
Nick, how are you with heights? Are you afraid of heights at all?
Well, here's the thing, Taryn. I've done this before, and I don't think you have.
I
haven't. You'll see what it's like as we're going up. It's a little nerve-wracking.
I enjoy like a little adrenaline, so I'm hoping that's like. But I'm like you said, I can play Trivial Pursuit at home,
and
but
kill
if
it.
we play it in the office,
I'll tell you what you have going for you, though. When we were out there on the court, you came over and said, "I still want to do this." So you've got.
I do.
Have eagerness.
I've got fire in my soul, but I'm like liable to get the yips here, guys. So
No problem.
I'm a little concerned.
You know what? You're getting the yips for charity.
Yeah,
It's okay.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, well, why don't we do it? Why don't you two head out now? Nick, if you can guide Taryn as to where we're going to go. Danny, you can hang out here with us for a couple minutes while they get set up, and we'll chat a little bit more while they make their move, and then we'll get video and audio of what's going on out there in just a moment.
Yeah, and so Danny, I wanted to ask you about because we've had you on so many times, and one of the coolest things I ever thought about you and your story here in Philadelphia, and I hope I'm remembering this correctly, but you and Claude Giroux used to live together, right?
That's right, yep.
And he would drive your son to school, would he not?
He did that a few times, yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think that's really cool. For instance, the Eagles, right? Dallas Goedert and Avonte Maddox. I think they got drafted in the same year, and they were great friends, and they were roommates, and you love to hear about that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I assume you and Claude still pretty close?
Oh yeah, definitely. We'll chat. I don't chat him as much now since being in Ottawa during the season. I leave him alone a little bit more.
Well, I also wasn't sure, as far as tampering is sort of concerned. At a certain point, are you not allowed to talk to in your position? Are you not allowed to address players from other teams?
we don't talk about tactics or what they're trying to do if they're playing against us.
But it's not like
you can still have friends.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I never
Let me
thought
ask
about
you,
it, but you're scaring me.
Can you still gamble on the games for money?
Don't
I
say
assume
that.
you do, right?
that.
Is that's still cool, right?
How about this?
You better not go there.
Does he ever call you a pigeon? You pigeon? Remember,
he's the pigeon.
He's the pigeon.
You're the pigeon now.
I love it. And by the way, you have a new addition to the family. How long ago did you have your youngest now?
We have a 20-month old
All right,
at home, so it's quite the change after well, we had a 21-year difference between the last one and the new one, so it was.
Wow.
Wait, how many do you have?
He's number 4, so I have 3 older boys that are in their 20s, and then the little one, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So
starting over.
It's starting over. Your brain makes you forget how hard it is.
Right.
And I dove back in. So I'll be honest, I'm not doing most of the work. My wife is doing most of the work.
Is the task for you to work up a speech that's convincing enough when you say you were planned?
Funny enough, he's the only one that probably was. So
that's hilarious.
Wow. Well, that's got to be a handful. I mean, every now and then I hear Casey going, man, I got baby fever. I'd like to see if we could crank out another one. Just hypothetically.
We can loan you one.
He's got one right out of the oven.
But you do forget, like it's like a breakup. Like you always remember the good stuff, right? And you never remember like the really, really hard stuff.
That's why I date only babies.
Yes,
because it's always so wonderful.
But I also got really lucky as well with my 3. Listen, we had 3 kids under 5 years old. That was a lot. But my
You've
wife
spaced it out 21 years.
Yeah, you spaced it out.
and the thing is too is I was so young with the first one, so it's kind of cool to do it now and have a different perspective and
are you able
a little
to
bit more experienced
to appreciate? I mean, because I was saying, I wish I had the opportunity to appreciate stuff more. Are you finding that's the case?
Definitely, I have the chance to do that.
Oh, that's
more
great.
Now, yeah. With the first 3 boys, I was 19, 20, and 22 years old. So I was a baby myself. I had no clue what was going on.
Wow.
Danny, I have a 12-year-old, and last year he came to me and he said, I want to play ice hockey.
Perfect.
Now, I grew up in a sports family. We were Sixers, Phillies, Eagles fans. No one in my family were hockey fans, unfortunately. So we knew nothing about hockey, and I was like, okay, sure. And like $9 million in, we have all his equipment. He's on the ice. He's playing with kids who were playing since they were 5, and he got right out there, and we're going to the games, and we're looking at each other, and we're like, why is he in the penalty box? I don't know, but we're still cheering him on. But
obviously I'm biased, but I love the sport. I love what it brings, what it teaches kids. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, he's having a great time. He loves it, and we're liking it now, and we're learning more about it.
Yeah.
It's a big commitment for the parents.
It's a big commitment for the parents.
Oh, God,
definitely. There's no doubt.
Notorious for having to wake up the earliest of all.
Well, the younger you are, the earlier your ice time.
Ice time.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. And then it flips. You get to an age where the ice times are better, and then they get a little later at night too. So sometimes on school nights they get a little late.
Yeah, we're late on Sunday is when our game is, but it's okay because I bought this giant Snuggie thing because it is so freezing in there. When you're in there for after like 30 minutes, I'm like, all right, I'm starting to freeze.
So you're becoming a real hockey mom.
I'm a real hockey mom.
That's great.
And get ready, Danny, because Kathy's going to start sending you highlight reels pretty soon. Just
we get a lot of those.
Get the ball rolling. All right, listen, I want to check outside and see how we are doing with Taryn and Nick and getting ready. Yep, they are. We have the video. They are strapped into the can drop ride, and we call this drop quiz. So let's check and make sure that our audio is working. Nick, can you hear me okay?
I can. You guys hear me okay?
We need a little more volume from you.
All right.
That's
Hello?
way better. Thank you. And Taryn, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you, but if I'm losing, then I'm going to claim there's a slight delay on your
I understand. We wouldn't think any less of you. All right, pretty simple concept how this works, and I'll describe for those who people aren't familiar with the drop quiz and how it operates. The ride is a vertical pole, and there are seats that sit around it, and it slowly rises to the top. It's about 90 feet in the air. When it gets to the top, which you cannot see when you're riding on it, it will automatically and suddenly drop, and you have a free fall all the way back down. So you have no concept of how this ride will, at what point this ride will trip and fall. So that's kind of the mystery of it all. While you guys are on your way up, I'm going to ask a series of very easy trivia questions. So you should be able to answer these quickly. It's not like you have a long time to ponder them. If you know the answer, just shout it out. If we hear you answer first, we'll give you a point for a correct answer. Case, you mind keeping score?
I got the score, I got your music, and then I also just talked to the odds makers, and the line right now is set at 6. That Nick is going to win by at least 6 points.
Oh my God!
Wow.
So back
you know what?
Next. read the line.
I'm going to make it a little bit closer. And
you can. I already did.
Oh, you guys, by the way, if you look to your side there, Sideshow Bob is joining you for the ride up.
Oh,
photographer.
That's one of our video crew from Neumann, and dude's got a head of hair.
He's got a huge head of hair.
I'm legit nervous, guys. I got my heart is pounding, probably because I'm sitting next to Taryn.
We've both been sitting here like unintentionally just kicking our legs like little children. They don't touch the ground.
You can't help it.
I want to say hi to Taryn's mom because she's the nicest lady, and I met her at Phil's game earlier this year. She's a huge Preston and Steve Show fan, and she was like, super sweet and really kind. And Taryn's dad was also sitting there, and he could not care less about me.
He's just a very stoic man.
Yes, but her mom is so sweet.
Also, I want to apologize to my mom in advance and whoever has to hit the bleep button because this might be
we're on
disastrous.
Yeah, we're good.
We are live, so keep that in mind. All right, just a little bit more volume on these guys if you don't mind, and then we'll get this underway. Nick, you can tell them to begin, and as soon as the ride starts, let me know, and I'll start asking the questions.
We've given the thumbs up.
All right. When you move, let me know.
And we are going.
What is the name of Han Solo's ship?
Millennium Falcon.
Correct. Nick, that gets that. Keep calm and carry on is the slogan for which nation?
Britain.
That is correct. Taryn, what is the name of the character that Johnny Depp plays in Pirates of the Caribbean?
Captain Jack Sparrow.
Correct, Taryn.
Damn it.
Fe is the chemical symbol.
Iron.
Yes, Nick got it at iron. What was the name of One Direction's first official single in 2011?
Screw you.
That's what makes you beautiful?
Yes, nice. Where is the Oval Office located in the White House? Oh, that's a tie. Which bird is often associated with delivering babies?
Stork.
Oh, Nick got that. In the Disney movie Pocahontas, she has two animal friends, a raccoon and a hummingbird. What is the name of the raccoon?
Francis.
Nobody knows that. All right. This place is known as the City of Brotherly Love.
Philadelphia.
Oh, Taryn got it.
Taryn, you think? Okay.
What temperature does water freeze at?
32 degrees.
Yes. In the U.S. version of The Office, what is the name of the city they live in?
Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Oh, my God!
Oh my
All right.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
I didn't see it coming, and I totally crushed my
I was so focused on the answer. It scared me.
I absolutely crushed my balls on that one. God.
Oh my God, I'm crying a little bit.
All right, let's get the total. Casey?
After the round one, because we are going to do this another time, Taryn is winning 5-3.
Yes!
Way to go,
Not only
Taryn.
is she covering, she is flat out winning this one.
Wow.
Yeah, she came to play.
Hungry dogs run faster, kids.
I love it. All right, Nick, reload it. It takes a moment for them to
I'm like
recalibrate.
shaking right now.
I know, me too.
And they have to change. They have to hook the mechanism back up that pulls it back up into the air. So while they're getting that set up, we'll prepare another set of questions.
Yes, the thing is, you have to remember, is while they might seem easy, because Taryn, you looked up and Preston said you won't know when you reached the zenith of the ride.
Yes,
and you could see on your face the palpable horror once you realize that.
Yeah, especially because I couldn't remember. I kept on thinking Stanton, Pennsylvania, and I was like, that's not the word, and then I was dropping. And that's a little jarring, guys.
Yeah, so you have to try to not think about when that thing is going to drop at all. You have to take that out of your mind completely.
What was the name of the raccoon? Was it like Poncho or something?
No, it was Miko.
Miko. I knew it ended in an O.
Yeah, that's not. It wasn't one of the more.
Nick, you have a Miko tattoo on your inner thigh.
Yes.
I'm surprised you didn't get that.
Yeah, come on, man. All right, how we doing with setup there, Nick?
You ready to go? Yeah, we're ready to go.
All right, you can tell them to engage when you are ready, and we will start as soon as you start moving.
Here we go.
How old do you have to be to enter the Hunger Games drawing?
16.
12.
Yes, that's correct. Taryn got it at 12. Which musical artist is known for her song Big Girls Don't Cry?
Fergie.
Yes. Which U.S. state is known as America's Dairyland?
Wisconsin.
Yes. What is hummus made from?
Chickpeas.
Yes, I think.
God bless the chickpea.
It was Nick.
Nick got it. All right, what is the name of the 1993 movie about dinosaurs?
Jurassic Park.
Nick got it. Who wrote the classic horror book, It?
Stephen King. Damn.
Who got it?
Nick did.
Nick did. All right.
Oh my God, that's not fair.
What has a gravitational pull so strong light cannot even escape?
Black hole.
Nick got that. What vegetable is known to help you see in the dark?
Carrots.
Carrots.
Yes, Nick got it. What is the date of the Devil's Night?
666.
October 31st.
10/13.
Nope, it's October 30th. In the movie Good Will Hunting, what college does Scott?
Harvard.
Yes.
MIT.
Uh, so they are at the bottom, and let's.
How is
by the way, Nick, I know you said MIT, but it was what college that Skylar went to. And Taryn got in and said Harvard. I can't believe you lost a Good Will Hunting question to her, because that is your flick, dude.
Smart kids.
Casey, what is the total?
All right, well, after the second round, we have a tie score.
Oh, my
Are
God.
you
Are you serious?
A tie score. Taryn, you were tearing up like crazy. You're laughing and in terror at the same time.
All right.
Do we do it? We have to do
One
a
more
third.
time.
We have to do another one.
Oh, my God.
One more time.
Can we not ask another periodic table of elements question, though, please? Because that's never going to go well.
All right, one more time. By the way, the Camp Out for Hunger Games, which the Can Drop is a part of, is brought to you by our friends at Thomas's English Muffins and Bagels, and they make a 2,000 donation in name of this event this morning. 2,000 pounds, I'm sorry. And they have all kinds of great stuff. English muffins, bagels to swirl bread, breakfast spreads. Make a delicious meal or quick snack from Thomas's. So visit your local grocery store and pick up your favorite Thomas's products and wake up to what's possible. All right, here we go. All right, we're going. Here we go. What city is known as the City of Love?
Paris.
Yes. Which U.S. state is the largest?
Alaska.
Alaska. Got it, yep. Who was the winner of American Idol Season 1?
Kelly Clarkson.
Yes. How many days are in a leap year?
364.
66.
364.
Nick got it. What
shoot,
food
you're right, sorry.
does Popeye like to eat?
Spinach.
Oh, it's a tie. Which astrological sign symbol is a crab?
Cancer.
That's me.
Cancer. Cancer.
Which band sings a popular 80s song, Every Breath You Take?
Police.
Yep.
I wasn't even born yet.
Shut up.
Quebec is a province in Canada. What language do they speak?
French.
Yes, it's a tie. What? Nope. Wait, Tyler got it? Okay. Taryn got it. What is the symbol that represents St. Patrick's Day?
Leprechaun, the four-leaf clover. Shamrock.
Shamrock.
Clover.
Nick.
What happened during the years from 1939 to
World War II. Every time.
Nick got it. It was World War II.
Damn.
Let's see what the final score is.
Oh, I came out of the gates too hot.
Yeah, and you also said a lot of words.
Yeah, I got nervous, Casey. You set the line. You also gave Nick a lot of favorable calls.
Well, listen, he didn't cover, but Nick did win 6-2.
So we have, it was so close.
It was really neck and neck.
Taryn held in there for the whole thing, but Nick got the question.
Taryn is falling apart internally.
All right.
In case anybody's wondering.
Let's get Taryn and Nick out of there. And
Awesome.
back
Well done, guys.
to the tent. They did it. They did it. Nice. A round of applause for those guys.
Honestly, she killed it in those first 2 rounds.
Yeah, she was really good. She'd be great at Quizzo.
Yes.
And all that stuff. Danny, how's your trivia game? You any good? Were you getting any of
I'm
those?
claiming language barrier.
That's the language barrier.
That's a good way to do it. So what's up next with the team, if you'd like to mention before we wrap up the segment?
Coming home for a few games on the weekend, 2 afternoon games, 1 o'clock on Saturday, 5:30 on Sunday. So Vegas, who just won the Stanley Cup, so it's a big game on Saturday for us.
2 back-to-back afternoon or earlier games.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, every time that I've run into the players, they love the early games.
Yeah, most because you're done early, you have the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Funny enough, I did not like them.
No kidding.
No, I did not like them as a player. I think it was I was short on my prep in the morning. Everything was coming too fast. So I didn't enjoy the early game. I was happy when they were over with.
Just getting the equipment on and getting stretched out and ready to go?
Getting up early and we're so used to a routine. Yeah. For the 7 or 7:30 game. And then having to get up early and have breakfast for a pregame and trying to rush through the process, I just didn't like it.
All right, fair enough. Everybody's got their own preferences. Taryn is back in. How are we feeling?
My preference is to sit in this chair.
Okay.
That's how I'm feeling.
You're a trooper. Thanks for doing that. I hope you had fun.
It was fun.
All right.
I'm glad you got the French question right.
I'm like sweating right now. I'm sweating and a little shaky, but it was.
How about you, NBC Sports Philadelphia? Anything you want to mention before we wrap and what you got going on?
I mean, a lot of things. I'll be on Birds Huddle tomorrow at 6 o'clock, and then back on Sixers Monday for their game, and then just if you tune into like NBC Sports Philly or Plus, 50-50 chance you're going to run into me. That I feel like right now.
Yeah, you're all over the place, but for now, I think you're probably just going to go home and lay down for a bit, right?
I think I need to go like for a jog or something. Like, I have to do something right now.
Excellent. Well, listen, thank you guys for being here and helping supporting the event. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for what you're doing, guys.
You got it. Let's hear it for Taryn and Danny. All right. So I tell you what. It looks like the Don McCloskey band has gotten set up and ready to go.
Well, that is phenomenal.
So we're probably going to do a quick sound check in the commercial break and come back and get some live music from those guys. And then after that, we're going to have the No Name Pops. And it's music morning here.
Absolutely.
At Camp Out for Hunger. So we'll take a break. Jason, there's no band right now, so we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. You guys are having a good time, right? Come and join us, Camp Out for Hunger. Back in a moment.
Oh, I love it. That's the only thing I miss about hockey is the scrums after the whistle. And scoring a goal.
And Scotty Hartnell single-handedly created the greatest face-off in NHL history with the pregame wager that happened before. I forget what game it was. It was a few years ago, though.
That was when I retired. Nashville did I guess, remembering Scott Hartnell, whatever. And I told both the guys that were taking the face-off, excuse me, let's not make this a foo-foo face-off drop. Let's get after it. I got $100 for the winner. So dropped the puck, and then Claude Giroux and Roman Josi did it as well in the Flyers. So
that's excellent.
The foo-foo where they just let the home team win it. I said, hey, let's go, guys. $100 on the line.
$100. The most intense ceremonial puck drop of all time.
Oh, that's the best. I love it. All right, Mark, thanks a lot, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon. Okay, Mark LaBelle, guys, from Dirty Honey.
All right, guys, thank you.
Now, I think we're going to try to head outside and let's go and see if we can turn on the microphones and have Rick Metallico and Mickey Morandini. Rick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear.
All right.
He does not sound happy.
How about you, Mickey? Can you hear me all right?
No.
Not at all. Wonderful. All right, so those of you who have been a part of the Camp Out for Hunger for years know what we do. It's a game called Drop Quiz, and we have a very cool ride that has been a mainstay at the broadcast that we call the Can Drop. It's from Skelly Amusements. And it is a slow-moving ride that you're strapped to. It goes straight up in the air. It's this column, and it goes up like 80 to 100 feet, something like that.
Yeah.
And at some point, it will just free fall all the way down, but you don't know when it's going to happen. You can't see above you. You have no idea where the top is, so the fall comes out of nowhere. Now, on the way up, we will ask our contestants, Rick Metallico and Mickey Morandini, a series of simple trivia questions. Now, while they're simple, you add into the fact that you don't know that you're climbing slowly and you don't know when you're going to fall. It kind of makes it hard to search for the answer.
So in the back of your mind, as you're answering questions, there's a little clock running.
Yes.
When is it going to happen? And that's what throws you off.
And we will total up a point per correct answer. And guys, I'll ask a question and you just shout it out when you know the answer.
Did you hear that?
No.
It just goes twice?
Twice? Yeah, we might do it twice. By the way, we can bring their audio up just a little bit because I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing them.
Well, just for the record, we're not doing this twice.
All right, so when the ride begins, as soon as you guys start moving, Marissa, are you out there?
I am, Preston. I want to set the scene a little bit more. Mike from Skelly's out here is rocking his old school Mike Schmidt jersey. With Ricky looks over his shoulder. He's going to be able to look right into Citizens Bank Park. That's how high you're going to be.
Wow.
It's
All
going to be fun.
So, Marissa, do me a favor. As soon as the ride starts moving, just say the word go, and I'll start asking the questions.
Go.
Not yet.
Go, Mike, go.
All right, so Ricky and Mickey, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Sure. All right, let's begin. Mike Skelly, if you could start it up, and Marissa, tell me when they're moving.
All right, it should be moving in just a moment. There we go. It's moving.
All right, the outermost layer of the Earth is called the what?
Atmosphere.
No, it's part of the ground.
What? The crest?
The crust. We'll give him that. That's Ricky.
That's toothpaste. For
All
crying out
right.
loud.
Michael Jordan gave up basketball to try
Baseball.
Yes, Mickey got that. 1-1. The attack on Pearl Harbor took place in which month?
December.
That's correct. Who is that? Is that Ricky?
It's Ricky, damn it.
All right. In which state is San Diego located?
California.
Who was first?
Ricky.
Ricky. All right.
No. Fuck on that.
Published after her death, what did teenager Anne Frank leave behind?
A dog.
No.
Her husband.
Dog.
Her husband? She was 14.
It was her diary. We're moving on. What boxing champion was said to float like a Mickey. Wile E.
Holy hell, we up here.
Wile E.
What the hell
Coyote
is this?
always trying to catch what desert bird?
The Roadrunner.
Yes. Time's up.
Oh, that's delayed. That's delayed.
All right.
I love that.
Do you guys know who Anne Frank is?
The diary.
Yes.
Left behind a dog.
Not the dog.
And a husband.
Well, I think it's time Marissa gets in the middle seat now.
Back in the day.
So they want Marissa in the middle
seat.
Yeah.
If we're going to do this again, she's coming in the middle.
All right. Okay,
Hey,
Marissa.
So Marissa, well, you up for that?
God.
Yeah, get in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the crowd is cheering her on. Let's have Marissa.
Can I have some tape to tape this microphone to my hand? I'm scared I'll drop it.
Dude, I was not ready for that.
I don't know if we'll be able to hear her.
Guys, I was not. She could speak into the mics. We're right next to her.
All right.
By the way,
why do you need to hear her anyways?
The drop. Okay. She doesn't have to play. She can just ride. All right, fair enough. All right. By the way, the drop quiz is part of the Camp Out for Hunger Games, sponsored by Bimbo Bakeries USA. I do want to mention that.
That was pretty high.
So, right?
It's about 90 feet, right?
Yeah, that wasn't very fun.
Ricky Bo had 4 in the first round. Mickey Morandini had 2. So 4
See, that's wrong.
No, it's actually 100%
I won the one, and you gave it to Ricky, so it's
All right,
technically
so there's a point of contention here.
I don't even have to win one this time.
All right.
Am I the only person up here not scared? I'm very excited.
Oh, they have to tape her in.
You're not scared?
No.
They're literally taping her hand.
They're taping the microphone to my hand.
Or what we could do is if Mickey wins this one, we could call it a tie and then do it a third and have a tie.
Yeah, if they're up for that, we'll see.
Yeah, third doesn't do it for me.
third doesn't do it for
Accumulated
Mickey.
points.
I got a good idea. If we tie, Marissa wins.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, by the way, Campbell Soup is also the Campbell drop is what we call the round. I want to make sure I mention that in there. All right, Marissa, you strapped in?
I'm strapped in, Mike. We are ready to go.
Aren't you out of questions?
We got more questions.
We got more questions. Marissa, let us know when you're moving. Just say the word go. And Mike, when you're ready, you can start the apparatus.
Go.
All right, here we go. Gotham City was home to what Kate?
Batman.
Who got that?
Me, Mickey.
Ricky. What Western state is famous for Disneyland? And
California.
That is correct.
Mickey.
What?
Mickey.
That was Ricky.
It was Ricky.
1-1.
All right. What is the biggest animal to have inhabited the earth?
Elephant.
Dinosaur.
No.
Whale.
Yes, blue whale. We'll accept that. Let's see. What entertainment consists of people singing to a backup tape?
Karaoke.
Yes.
Ricky.
What color are the stars on the United States of America?
White.
Flag? Yes. What used to go around at 33 1/3 RPM?
The Earth.
A record. No.
By the way, that would be 45 also. That's not fair.
True, yeah.
No, it's going to drop.
All right, which Ford first mass-produced the car?
Mustang.
Which?
Oh, God. That's enough.
Henry Ford.
Do it again. Do it again.
Wow,
No.
you didn't answer one question.
Some of those answers are priceless.
What's the score, Nick?
And round number 2, Mickey Morandini with 3, Ricky Patalico with 2.
That is false.
So that's a tie.
Oh, it's a tie.
Daddy, I see what's happening here.
What?
I see what's going on.
Official scorers table.
All right.
We can do one more, right?
No, I
Yes.
am 55 years
Guys,
old. You know that.
just do one more. We can make it decisive.
He said I'm 65.
I like how the earth revolves
Wait a minute.
around 30.
Decisive. I won this thing already.
Don't you have to go to a commercial?
All right, go. One more.
All right, one more. Good. We got.
Here's where it all comes down to.
By the way, the
You're not
answer.
answering?
That question I had asked was which Ford was first mass-produced the car?
Henry Ford.
Oh, we're going up.
Ford.
All right, here we go. Which anti-impotence treatment came the 90s?
Viagra.
Yes.
I don't know how I knew that.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
The Heisman Trophy is presented in which sport?
College football.
Yes.
It's college football, not college football.
What was the name of flight pioneers Orville and Wilbur? The last.
Redenbacher.
No, the last.
Oh, right.
Right. You got it. That's Mickey.
Let me know if you guys
That's
need help.
3-0, by the way.
What is the capital of the state of Mississippi?
Jackson.
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah. Ricky?
Charles de Gaulle was president of which European country?
France.
Yes. Who is the Prince of Thieves in a 90s blockbuster movie title?
Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner.
No. Well, what movie was it?
You just said who it was.
It was Robin Hood. All right. In which
we're going
decade was the atomic bomb dropped on
And here
Hiroshima?
it goes. Ah!
That's getting worse.
Is it a tie again?
No, we're done.
No.
3-2,
I'm done.
Mickey.
What was the score on
Number one, I won round 2 by like 5.
By a final score of 8-7, our winner, Mickey Moritini.
That's a bunch of garbage. You just wanted to say his name like that.
Why did you even have a microphone?
All right, so Casey just walked back onto the stage. He's throwing a thumbs up. And what does that mean?
So it just means that we are connected with Mike Kerr from Royal Blood.
And he's in England?
He's in England.
Very cool.
That's a whole other country.
It is. But it's the second time in a year in a row joining us at the Camp Out for Hunger.
Yes.
Awesome.
All right, so am I officially introducing him now?
I think so.
The band Royal Blood. We love these guys. We have a cool connection with them because their first ever live radio appearance in the United States took place in our studio. And Mike and Ben came by and just tore it up.
Yeah.
We had a stripper with a snake in there at the time. I remember when they were in the studio.
became the best of friends.
I'll never forget it. So can I introduce him?
Yeah.
I believe, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mike Kerr from Royal Blood.
Hey!
My friends, how are you?
I will be amazed if I hear his voice in a moment. Mike, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and
Yes, nice.
Beautiful. Thanks for joining us again, Mike. We appreciate it. Are you checking in from home today?
I am checking in from New York.
You are stateside, so shows how much we know. We know absolutely nothing. What are you doing in the U.S.?
I'm enjoying it. I love it here.
So strictly just personal, nothing business?
I'm living the American dream, guys.
We suspected as much. We just didn't want to presume that. You seem like you were savoring all that is American. But you're not recording, or this is actually just you're on holiday, or what is the reason for being here?
My girlfriend lives here, but I've brought the bass with me. I'm working on some new tunes. It's going really well.
Wow, good for you, man. That's cool. When you're working on music, do you men coordinate, or do you kind of just put your ideas together and then eventually meet up and work on it then, or do you piece these things together as they go along?
We stay in full communication the whole way through the process. So yeah, we're at the early stages at the minute of just throwing things back and forth and keeping it simple. Lots of voice notes and late night voice notes and acoustic guitars.
And is he in England?
He is in England.
You know what? I have to mention that he was in a very cool documentary. I don't know if you had a chance to see it, called "Count Me In," about drummers.
How good was that?
Yeah, it was great. I love that he was featured because he is very. The way he plays is very defined. Like he is very intent. He adds exact. He's a very musical drummer. He doesn't try to overdo things. He picks the right moments and puts in some flash when it's appropriate. But he doesn't overpower what you're bringing on the bass to make it a perfect package. So I thought that was really cool that he was featured in that.
Yeah, well, they say you're only as good as the drummer, which is why I'm here talking to you today.
Well, you have limited options. It's just you guys. So yeah, you've got to rise to the challenge. It's great to hear other drummers and just other people laud you guys for what you achieve on stage. And it is an amazing thing. After the initial sort of wow, those guys are creating that sound. Now that that's passed, do you feel that it's now just the music for the music, and it's less the sort of, hey, this is something different?
I think from the very beginning of the band, the novelty of there only being two of us, that was almost lost on us immediately.
Right.
And we almost forgot that was a kind of an attraction. we were just so focused on the songwriting and making sure we were walking out on stage with songs that were good enough that I think by the time we did come out, we were like, oh, people are really like fascinated by this two-piece thing.
Back on 93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Romano.
Welcome.
All right, before we chat with our next performer, we do have another guest that we're going to have a discussion with because I just mentioned that NRG is a sponsor for this particular hour.
Yes.
We just so happen to have the VP and GM of NRG Home East, Mr. Mike Rumbach, who is on stage.
Thank you.
Morning, Mike. Nice to see you this morning.
Thanks for having us.
You got your crew out here with you today?
We're happy to be here. We're taking in the events and glad to be part of what you're doing.
Oh, we're so glad you are a part because you're one of the essential aspects of getting this whole thing pulled off. So thank you for your support year after year.
And also for those who are not familiar with NRG, we love people to take a moment and explain in a snapshot exactly what NRG or their company is all about.
NRG is an energy company, and we're all about giving options to your listeners. You can buy your energy from NRG and don't have to buy it from the local utility. But more importantly, we give options for your customers to do some of what you're doing here, which is a chance to give back to the community as well. So a lot of our customers participate in a Choose to Give program that we operate. And when someone signs up and says, I want to support Phil Abundance, we immediately make a $50 contribution to Phil Abundance, and then we take 1% of their energy usage bill for the year and donate to Phil Abundance.
Oh.
So you guys are the call to action. You remind everyone every year that Phil Abundance does great work in support of the community, and we make it easy throughout the year for someone to keep giving.
That's awesome. Great. So that option is just taken care of. You can set aside who you want it to go to, and that will just automatically be
Set
funneled.
it and forget it. We take care of it, and we work with Phil Abundance year-round. We're thrilled to be here today to support your effort and to present another $10,000 to Phil Abundance.
$10,000! Hallelujah! That is a big check. Thank you so much.
Well, it's our pleasure.
And it also says on my notes here, and carbon offsets. Can you explain that real quick?
Yeah, we're doing some carbon offsets. It takes a lot to run this event that you do every year, and we're buying carbon offsets to help offset the energy that you're consuming here.
That's awesome. That's terrific, yeah.
Excellent. Great work. Thank you so much for the support, Mike. We appreciate it.
It's our pleasure. It's our pleasure. And, you know, a way for your listeners to help out Phil Abundance for the rest of the year is go to picknrg.com, Phil Abundance, and you can be part of giving year-round. And be here next year.
That's a great option.
Thanks.
And speaking of next year, the last 2 years in the spring, I have taken part in the NRG flag football tournament.
Indeed.
Marissa and I are two-time champions. Champions of the NRG flag football tournament.
I was told not to brag on your behalf, Casey Gore, because they said you would do it for yourself.
I would do it for myself, and I'm bragging because for 2 years, I feel like I did enough to earn the MVP award, but I didn't win the MVP award. But that's okay. My receivers did. So
who can
there's always next year.
Always
you and
next
Marissa
year.
can win. And you know, that event is something we run every year that also supports Phil Abundance and some other local charities. So thanks to you and Marissa for coming out and participating.
Thank you.
And next year, maybe. Okay.
All right. Mike Rombach from NRG, guys.
Thanks
Thank you.
very much.
Appreciate it. All right. Our next guest is no stranger to us and to you guys. He's been in our studio with his band performing live and at the Barbecue this year put on one hell of a show on the Preston and Steve Show side stage. We are psyched to welcome back, promoting the most recent release, The Chaos and the Beauty, Don McCloskey is here with us.
Hey, what's going on?
Philadelphia's native son. How you doing, man?
Doing good.
It's excellent to see you guys.
It's good to be here.
So you have been, busy this year. You guys have played a ton of shows. You've got the album out, which, by the way, is on vinyl.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for that. Brought copies here of The Chaos and the Beauty.
Yeah, man.
This was crowdsourced by your fans, right?
That's right. Yeah.
So talk about your fan base.
So fan base is like, they are the only fan base who's like, they don't know what we're going to do next, but they're like, just do it.
Where did they get that slogan?
Yeah, we're gonna just do it. Yeah, right. Yeah, we're doing a fourth album. Raised $22,000 in 2 days. Like they just were like, make this record as glorious as you can. So we took it very seriously. We made it as glorious as we can. It took a long. we cut everything to analog tape. 3.5 years of like toil and a lot of people working on it, and it's the greatest thing we've ever done. So
I love it.
Fantastic.
Very happy.
Yeah.
The thing I love about you guys and your band is, number one, it's got a big, fun, full sound to it. You've got several members of the band. It's a large group. But it is, for what I describe, because I make some playlists, and every one of your songs that I have are in what I categorize as my feel-good playlist.
Yeah, man.
And that's it. When I want to be in a good mood,
we're on a mission.
I put on your music.
Yeah.
And it just... It's lyrically it does just this vibe, this almost, I hate to throw comparisons out there, but not that you are. It's hard to explain. You know how Jimmy Buffett, God rest his soul now, has this vibe in that music.
Yeah.
And whatever it is, and I'm not a big parrot head either.
Yeah.
But they're just like Margaritaville. That song will forever make me feel good.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And do you purposely set out to do that, or does it just flow?
No. Each song is kind of like reveals itself after like a process of recording. It has a lot to do with the instrumentation that you pick for, what you're hearing in that song.
Yeah.
So you start out really not knowing what it is, and then when it's done, you're like, wow, that is an amalgamation of all the things that I love and listen to. So then when people hear that, you probably are hearing all the influences that we have as well, and that resonates with you, and yeah.
From what I understand,
on.
this album has to do a lot with your breakup from Jake Gyllenhaal.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
And it affected a lot.
I didn't want to talk about it, but sure, let's go.
Music is a release, right?
Are you
better?
Weird, I didn't know that.
Are you better now? You're better now, though, right, John?
Well, I still want my scarf. All right, I know.
That son of a bitch.
He
wore it in the Spider-Man movie.
I'm not letting this drop.
I want to.
I know that scarf is wrong.
I've seen you a bunch this year, which is awesome, including MMRBQ and at the Man when you guys opened for the It's Always Sunny crew for their podcast, and then you guys got to do that, the whole band, up at Radio City Music Hall.
Yes.
And I was following along on social media, but what I loved most about it was because at that point, Rob and Charlie and Glenn and Caitlin had seen you perform a few times. They really got into what you guys were doing, and so I was enjoying their enjoyment of you vicariously through social media. What was that experience like being at Radio City?
It was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Radio City itself is incredible. It's like, one of the greatest venues in the country. It's one of the oldest venues in the country. So just playing there and the size of the room, the sheer size of the room is incredible. So that was great. And then when we played the Man, we opened for them. And they were like, when we get to the Radio City Music Hall, you guys got to back us up because Charlie does 3 or 4 songs at the end of the show. So they said, do you want to back us up for that? And we're like, yeah, absolutely, let's go.
So when you're there, you have to. I think you'd have to do a little bit of Rockettes action.
Without a doubt. We did a little now. Yes. Hannah and Sarah were all over the Rockettes. We joined in as best we could.
Sure.
There's suspended like a double-decker bus above you. There's a lot of faith in engineering when you're playing there.
Yeah.
There's just like a double-decker bus suspended for the Rockettes.
I'm going to put in for the budget next year that we are able to hire just Hannah and Sarah to be the Presidency Show backups.
Done.
Because they're incredible, and
Done.
you guys will
Hannah
hear in
and
just
Sarah.
a moment. These 2 singers, and I just want them to every now and then just say what we said, but sing it, right after you say it.
And just do the hand gestures and everything. It makes it so much better.
Yeah. Who all is in the band, by the way? If you wouldn't mind name checking everybody,
Absolutely,
that'd be great.
yeah.
And then we'll have you guys play some music.
So Sarah B. and Hannah Taylor, who we just mentioned here in the front. Sean Hennessy right here on percussion. Who's also a magnificent singer-songwriter in his own right. Hennessy Bonfire, if you want to check him out.
Nice.
Adam Flicker on keys.
May or may not have been burning a blunt at the MMRBQ while he was playing.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Okay.
And if he could do it on stage right now, he would be.
Yeah, I understood.
Joe Baldacci on drums.
No, Joe.
My longtime collaborator and good friend Tom Spiker on bass.
Yeah.
The one and only Ross Belenois on guitar.
Excellent.
Yes.
So we're going to get 2 songs out of you guys.
Yeah, let's do it.
Any gigs coming up that you want to mention?
Yeah, we have Brooklyn Bowl, but it's in Philadelphia, so it's very confusing.
What's the date of that?
Brooklyn Bowl, Philly is the vinyl drop. It's on December 2nd, Saturday, December 2nd.
And that show presented by the Preston and Steve Show.
That is right. Yep.
So if you like what you hear in just a moment, go see it live.
Hell
Go
yeah.
see the Brooklyn Bowl. All right, head over there, Don.
All right, sounds good.
We're
See
going
you
to
guys.
get some music for Don McCloskey and his band. And by the way, I'll mention again, the album is called The Chaos and the Beauty, and it's just, like I said, it's just great, feel-good music.
Like, I get annoyed by calculated feel-good music where they're trying too hard. This will actually make you feel good.
Most definitely. So Don's going to get his guitar on, and he's going to play for you guys. And like he said, the vinyl is coming out, and this is a gorgeous... I'm going to give... we need to make sure that Pierre gets one of these.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's a beautiful artwork, and we actually have a turntable here right next to where I'm sitting, so you never know. You might want to spin it. All right, Don, what are we going to hear first, my man?
First in Flight.
Oh, I love this song. Don McCloskey and his band on MMR. Here we go, gang.
Two American boys gonna conquer the dream, gonna turn their bicycles into a flying machine. And against all odds, they believe that they will get a little closer to God. I don't kill their boy. But when the winds come a-blowing and the skies turn black, and there's no way of knowing if you're making it back, do you succumb to the circumstance? Do you resign to your fate? Or do you find the strength within to take a leap of faith? And no more will I stumble, and no more will I fall. Came crashing to my knees, but I'm beginning to crawl. Yeah, I'm standing on my feet, walking into the light. Feel like jumping from the mountain, like the first in when you're out there in a free fall, such a long way down, and the wind rushing by you, you feel a thrilling sound. Will I hit the ground running? Will I make it right? It's been a long time coming, but feel the signs of life. And no more will I stumble, and no more will I fall. Came crashing to my knees, but I'm beginning to crawl. Yeah, I'm standing on my own feet, walking into the light. Feel like jumping from a mountain, like the first thing. What kept me from sleeping in the middle of the night? What kept me sleepwalking in broad daylight? What kept me from seeing the best in you? What kept me from saying everything I needed? What kept me from sleeping in the middle of the night? What kept me sleepwalking in broad daylight? What kept me from seeing the best in you? What kept me from saying, whoa, everything I needed to? Spoke straight from the heart. So how could I hide all these feelings I feel when I'm by your side? Whoa, stop trying so hard and just let it ride. And now you got me back open with my arms wide open, it'll be alright. And no more will I stumble, and no more will I fall. Came crashing to my knees, but now I'm getting a crawl. Yeah, I'm standing on my own feet, walking into the light. Feel like jumping from a mountain, feel like jumping from a mountain. And no more will I stumble, and no more will I fall. Came crashing to my knees, but now I'm getting a crawl. Yeah, I'm standing on my own feet, walking into the light. Feel like jumping from a mountain, feel like jumping from a mountain.
Love it. You are instantly in a better mood now, aren't you, right? Yes.
I want to be a backup singer for that song.
I do, too.
Yeah. Yeah, stand on my own feet. Come on now.
Yeah.
They'll run into the... Can I do it next time?
Don McCloskey.
December 2nd, you got to be there.
I'll be there.
All right, second song, you're going to get up there? And all right, we'll see what happens here.
He shows up for the gig and they're like, oh, we were just kidding.
Oh, God.
I was kidding, too.
We were just kidding and it wasn't serious.
He's all dressed. He's got the leather pants on and the half top.
We'll cover the cost of the rental.
Yeah.
December 2nd, they're going to be playing at Brooklyn Bowl, and this is the Chaos and the Beauty. It's going to be the vinyl drop that particular night, and you can get tickets at brooklynbowl.com/Philadelphia. What else are we going to get from you this morning, Don? Is there another song off of the new album, or are you going to go back?
Brand new song, guys.
A brand new song.
So you have premiered First in Flight on the show.
Yes.
So we're going to premiere this one. We haven't recorded it yet. It's not recorded. We're going to do it. We did it at MM Barbecue.
Okay.
It's called Welcome to the Fitness.
Welcome to the Fitness.
Love it.
All right. Thank you. Oh, it's my sister. Hey, thank you, Nora.
So, by the way, First in Flight, for those who don't know, that's about Wilbur and Orville, right? It's a really cool story. If you don't, because a lot of times I'll hear a song and the melody gets me and I'm not really listening lyrically to what's going on. I'm just digging on the vibe. But if you take a listen to the lyrics, you'll find that it is that story. How about this one? What is this about?
So this one, it's not really, I don't really know, to be honest. It's not like an about thing, but it is a lot, well, it's about fitness, and it's about the importance and the absurdity of fitness culture in our like both important and ridiculous at the same time.
All right,
So that's what this song's called.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Fitness.
All right, let's
You
get
ready for it?
Yeah, welcome to the Fitness. Don
Are you guys
McCloskey.
ready for it? So here we go. Here's a style kid, some dumbbells and a shake. If you don't have dumbbells, use your body weight. Push up over here, squat over there. For your dip set, use a sturdy chair. And if you've got some money, get a Peloton. Now you got a face in the square who will cheer you on a couple more miles, a couple more minutes, 3 seconds left. You did it. Welcome to the fitness. Welcome to the fitness. Welcome to the fitness. Welcome to the fitness. Here in the gym, you can pick out your machine. A moving sidewalk with another screen where you can catch your stories or bone up on the news. Weather's getting nice. Stocks are green today. Put these in your ears. You've got music now. Music is important to the movements that you're doing now. When you do the same thing, it's good to hear the same thing. You can sync your heart rate up to the person singing. Welcome to the fitness. 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 Once upon a time we hunted lions in the jungle. We used to wrestle them down to the ground with our spears.
Wow. Don McCloskey. I mean.
It kept ascending and up and more.
That's amazing. That is how you build, man. That is a classic build right there.
Listen, I know Stevie Wonder's a legend, but I never saw him run around the venue.
Yeah.
Do you feel the stage shaking?
Yeah. These guys were bouncing up and down so much. Our stage was shaking. Don ran around the audience and just went absolutely insane. And that's just a taste of what you get of Don and his band. So December 2nd, Brooklyn Bowl. Make sure you go see Philly's own Don McCloskey. Thank you guys, Don. We love you.
Thanks again.
You guys are wonderful.
Have fun, everybody.
We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment. We're going to have the no-name pop start to get set up. We're going to have a classical performance here in a little while. This is crazy. And also our friends at Good Man Fisk are not done yet. You guys done yet? No. We'll be back in just a minute. Make some noise. It's Camp Out for Hunger on 93.3 WMMR.
I think our mind is always focused on the song. We love a good pop song ultimately, that remains our focus really, and our goal is to write great songs.
Mike, when you're working on the songs, or let me ask more specifically, when the songs that you're working on now, you try to find themes that thread them together, or is it just each one is its own individual piece of art?
I am, in my limited experience, I find that the themes really tend to present themselves. I think particularly like making this last record that we just have, it wasn't really until halfway through the process where I realized what I was saying, what I was writing about. And that's always a great moment in making a record, because it gives you some limitations and it gives you some direction. I always feel like the beginning stage is it's like fishing in the dark, you know. You don't really know what you're going for. Huh. You just have to be open to whatever it is that's going to come your way.
I guess everybody's got their own system on how they do it, and yours appears to be more organic. It just starts to come out of you, and then later on you interpret what you've done.
Exactly, yeah.
Huh.
I want to ask you, this person did bring up the documentary. Count me in. Do we love rock documentaries? We love like the Eagles documentary. Now Peter Jackson has the new Beatles documentary coming out. You know, we're all very excited for it. Do you as a musician get into that? Is that something that you're fascinated by as well?
Yeah, I mean, we're just fascinated by the rock and roll story and the history of where the music we play comes from. And, you know, we've been so lucky from very early on of our career being able to play with legendary bands, you know, who are part of this small world that is now rock and roll. So yeah, any documentaries like that, I'm always fascinated by.
Speaking of legendary bands working with, when you guys first surfaced, one of the bands that embraced you and wanted to get you out in front of people was Foo Fighters, inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame just this past weekend. Do you and Dave stay in touch? I mean, he's a pop. He and Paul McCartney are buddies and everything. So, are you guys in contact with each other from time to time?
I'm not on the WhatsApp group, unfortunately.
Son of a bitch.
No, but
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I honestly had nothing to say.
I wanted to ask, because we have to wrap up in a second, but when we talked to you last year, you were doing stuff with Wim Hof, and I wanted to know if you were still doing that cold water stuff.
Oh yeah.
You know what? I've been wondering. I'm such a tourist in New York.
Yeah.
I was saying to my friends the other day, I was like, so can I just jump in the Hudson? And everyone was like, no,
don't do that.
So inviting, so fresh, everyone was like, please don't do that. So find a safe location. So if anyone knows where you can go cold water swimming in New York,
Yeah, I think your safest location would be going back to England and doing that.
Now you might find a quarry,
upstate New York.
You find like Dutch Springs Quarry or something.
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
We got some cold water you can come down and hit with us here. Listen, unfortunately, we do have to wrap, but Mike, we appreciate it. You really have supported this event, the Camp Out for Hunger, feeding the hungry here in our region. And we love our connection with you and Ben, and are looking forward to, if you could give us any idea of this new music you're working out. Do you have a projected time frame when we might be hearing new music from Royal Blood?
I have no idea what I'm doing. All I can say is that I'm having a lot of fun making music, and that's always a good thing. That's always a good thing for us.
Well, you having fun makes us have fun because it's great music, so we appreciate that. Thanks for coming on, Mike. We will talk to you again down the road, okay?
Take care.
Take care. Mike Kerr from Royal Blood, great band, super nice guy, incredibly talented.
Absolutely.
Which is really cool. We welcome Pierre Robert to the tent. He's not doing his show here.
Good day.
But it's become a tradition for him to come down here on Friday.
Well, just to wrap things up, what was the first year? Do you remember the
total?
Well,
or what year?
Well, the
1998.
first year and the total.
Yeah, 98 and 1 ton, and that was it.
And it was how many years with Y100 before you came to MMR?
That was 2004 was our final one at Y100.
Okay.
So that would have been 6, right? 6 Camp Out for Hungers there, yeah.
So, what's been fascinating to me is how the whole production has grown. And what you were just speaking of is the moving parts. There's so many moving parts to this thing. When you walk around backstage, I just did a little video backstage, and even in this tent, the amount of pieces that have come together prove what an amazing production, how many moving parts there are. That are operated, however, by humans. And when you think about the very beginning of these two guys camping out in a beat-up RV with a couple of barrels, old oil barrels or whatever they were, that you had, you would burn fires in and hope that somebody would, bring a little food by, and people did, because you two are committed, and as are your team, Kathy and Casey and Marissa and Nick and Nick Murphy and the rest of your team. And what they prove, I think, is what you guys who come out and support them prove, is that each person makes a difference. I don't want anyone who hears this to ever think that you don't have an impact as a human being. If you brought 1 can of food, you might have saved a life. Think about that. If a friend of mine recently said, what difference have I made in this world? And I just read him the Riot Act. I said, you've done this and this and this and this and this. And I said, you have made a profound impact on this world. And he just passed away. He's not with us anymore. And I wanted him to know before he left this world what a gigantic impact he had on me alone, but on this whole other universe. One of the saddest things I think that we can have in this life is think you don't make a difference. If you helped out, if you even thought about helping out, you've made a difference. And if you didn't do it here, maybe you'll do it in some other way in your world in some way. It doesn't have to be to a charity. It could just be helping someone do something, and in this crazy divided world, who can't agree to come together on feeding people? Everybody, like music brings everybody together, music brings everybody together. And the amount of people that come together to make this thing happen from its most humble roots to what it's grown into is just phenomenal. Then if you add in the crazy couple of years we've had with COVID and everything else, it's much better this year. And I predict next year, as you guys have said, we're going to be back to a full 100% production. I think we're finally getting there, but it's been a rough couple of years. But we're doing it. You got to stay positive. You have to have commitment. And what these two gentlemen and their amazing team have shown is that you can have that commitment. Pick a cause. If this is not it, find something that moves you, get involved, get out and see if, as Bill Weston says, you can't put Philly first. Think globally, but act locally. Anything you can do to lift up your world or the people in it is helping make a difference. So to those of you who have, to the giant companies, but to those 2 kids you were just talking about who had the little camp out in their driveway, to a little girl who was 4 years old who came by yesterday and had brought 100 pounds of food because she went around her neighborhood and asked these people to give some cans of food, and it came out to 100 pounds of food. That makes a difference. That saved lives. And who knows what those lives that are saved by this are going to go on to create. Maybe peace in the world.
Yeah.
I don't know. But let's go for that. And so with that in mind, yes.
Fanfare for the common man.
I like it. Because each and every one of us makes the difference. And that's what it's all about. And I worship these guys. I love them so much, and their team. They do so much. So with that in mind, I just thank you all for being a part of this. Whether you're with us here in the tent or not, you are with us. You're part of our family of MMR. 53 years going strong as a rock and roll radio station, live and local, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But people like this are what make it happen, or what makes it happen. And people like you who listen. So 1,000 thanks to you for doing that. And I give you, ladies and gentlemen, the most recent addition to the Radio Hall of Fame, Preston and Steve. Cheers.
Cheers, Pierre. Thank you, sir.
Very, very kind.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the Pretty Reckless, Taylor Momsen.
Yeah.
Hey guys, how's it going?
How you doing today, Taylor?
I'm doing very well. It's early for me, but I'm stoked to be here. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great, man. You know, we're here at this live event, and I know that we're excited to be in front of a live audience. You recently, I saw your Instagram post announcing that you guys are headed back out, and I couldn't believe it's been 4 years since you've played live shows, correct?
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. Time flies and has stood still at the same time. So we are so excited to get back out there finally. It's been way too long, and we just can't wait. We're just so excited.
That's a great way to put it. It flies and stands still. It's the same sort of thing. We had a big event here in the parking lot last night, and people were out and in getting out of sort of the cocoon, like the chrysalis sort of effect, and everyone was sort of stunned but thrilled to see humanity out and about again.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've been rehearsing now for months, and we're just revving to go. So it's gonna be a great tour. We have the first 2 shows in New York, playing some little like warm-up shows just to get our feet wet again in hometown, and then we're off, and we're going around the world for the next few years. So it's we're very, very excited to play these songs for people in person.
Have you guys announced those dates yet, or is that still coming as far as venues and ticket sales and all that?
It's ticket sales and announce is still coming. The first 2 shows we just put up, but I think they're sold out now. But the full tour is going to be coming soon, so just stay tuned. Very soon.
I have to tell you something. Not a morning goes by when Preston, at some point, we're playing some of your
93.3 WMMR.
Last look at traffic from Kathy Romano. To quote David Lee Roth, she is like a god to these people.
Unbelievable.
It's amazing. You know what we need to do? We have time for one more privilege section.
Yes.
One more privilege section of the morning. And Steve Morrison, it is your turn to make that choice. So who's going to be the one that gets to sit?
So many good ones, but I happen to be a massive Julie Jerkoff fan. So I'm going to have to go with Julie Jerkoff. You guys together?
All right.
All right, come on down.
All right, we have 2 ladies. They're carrying signs. They're wearing shirts. One of the shirts says, in a lovely cursive font, Julie Jerkoff. So we love it. You guys, I don't know if that microphone's on. Here comes Marissa. Yes. All right, so step over to the mic. What is your name, by the way? What's your name? You're Julie Jerkoff.
A couple weeks ago. And I'm a YouTuber. Well, I'm a YouTube fan.
Yeah.
And we love you guys so much.
Aww.
Thank you so much for everything you do for us nerds, us weirdos. Who like to stand behind the screen and don't really talk much. I'm talking a lot right now, but
I love
you.
I love our
Thank you so
YouTube
much.
community. Like the YouTubers that watch the show, they are. It's a daily thing. They all say hi to each other. They greet one another. There's a bunch of people who are on the YouTube stream who came down this week. So it's a really cool way to experience the show. And more people that I talk to that listen to our show do it via YouTube, which is pretty damn awesome.
And what's your name, by the way?
I'm Trina Hirschberger. I was 2017 St. Patty's Day divorce party.
Yes! Yes! You were. We wrote all over your dress.
Yes, it was my friend's dress. I was like the maid of honor. We all had those Irish tuxedo shirts.
Yes.
Julie got drunk last night and made this shirt. See how it's crooked?
I love it. Yes.
That's why she's Julie Jerkoff.
It's like way
I'm
crooked.
kidding.
I love it. All right. Have a seat, guys.
Have a seat,
Enjoy.
guys.
We're going to get a front row seat and some great music here in just a moment. And speaking of great music, yes, you can make some noise to them. Speaking of great music, we want to welcome our next guest. He is the MMR Local Shots Artist of the Month, and he just so happens to be the lead singer of Goodman Fisk. Please welcome Ryan Wade to the show.
What's going on, guys?
All right, so Ryan, and by the way, what do I call you? Ryan Wade or Ryan Fisk? Or because you're going by
Goodman Fisk has got the cover band name, so I figured I'd give my middle name a little bit of leeway here and go with Ryan Wade here for the original project.
I love it, man. All right, so you guys have been part of Camp Out for Hunger for several years now.
I think it's been 8 years now.
Yeah. Wow. And I don't know how you do it this early in the morning because this is not rock star time at all, but you guys pull it off every single year, so thanks for making it happen.
Yeah, we love to be here, and we're going to be here till we can't go any longer.
So we're going to be featuring music from you this month on MMR. Brent Porsche is playing, I think, on Wednesday, you had said.
Wednesdays at 6:30. Yeah, he plays a couple of my songs, and I'm actually working on a new song, trying to get it released for the last Thursday. I believe it's the 29th. I'm going to have some new music unheard.
And you guys played a song this morning called Cold Blue Steel, right?
Cold Blue Steel, yep, and it's available everywhere on YouTube, on Spotify, Apple Music.
Excellent. So, and I love that. And with this, I was talking to Brent about you. Did you play all the instruments on that album? Or most of them.
I had Anthony played the drums on Cold Blue Steel. Alex did a little bit vocally and stuff, but yeah, it's mainly all me in the studio.
Wow,
it's a good time.
Excellent, man. Well, we appreciate you being a part of Camp Out. We want to congratulate you on your solo success as well as with the band. So, and I apologize, man. We set up this music stuff, and we had to cut Goodman Fisk short on their set today because we got to set up for the No Name Pop. So I apologize for that, man.
We're just glad to be a part of it. Glad to be a part of it. And I would love one day to be a part of the Barbecue.
Yeah.
All right. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I love that.
You're going in the right direction, I'll tell you that.
That's right, man. I'm going, man. The music is going well. Everyone's been real receptive. We're playing it at the cover shows. So, if you can get out there, Ryan Wade, all over social media.
Do you have your own website? I know there's goodmanfisk.com. But
RyanWadeMusic.com.
All right, we'll make sure people are aware of it, man. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, guys. Love you guys and everything you guys do.
Let's hear it for Ryan, everybody. And as we're getting set up, we're going to do the bizarre file here in a second. You're going to start seeing all kinds of stuff being set up in front because the No Name Pops are going to come out. But before we do the B file, we are going to welcome over another group who have been instrumental in making things happen around here. And we would like to welcome I'll give you their titles first: the Director of Marketing and the Vice President of Marketing, respectively, Dana Zuppo and John Caruso from Five Below.
We are thrilled.
Good morning.
Thanks for being here, guys.
We are thrilled to be here. Thank you.
Excellent. And we are big fans of Five Below, have been ever since you guys opened up ages ago. Any idea how many years now?
21 years now.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Jeez. I remember that because when it first opened, I'm like, you mean I can just go in there with $5?
Yes.
And I can walk out with all kinds of stuff. And that was the case. Absolutely.
It's easy to drop a 50 nowadays with the stuff we have.
Yeah. Yeah. And in fact, you have locations all over in the Delaware Valley, right? Any idea how many? I mean,
Oh gosh, it's over I think 50.
Yeah,
in the Delaware Valley.
In this area, over 1,500 nationwide. We're really growing. 21 years of growth. It's been amazing.
Yeah, it's because you do it right. Yeah, and the fact that we always see your name attached to all sorts of things that we're doing means the world because obviously You need that to get stuff done, especially like the Camp Out for Hunger. So your participation is so awesome.
Oh, we're happy to be here. The food trucks and fireworks event was amazing.
Oh,
yeah.
And
you like the drone show?
I love the drone show.
Nice.
Fantastic.
And you guys sponsored the Midway that we did here on Monday night. And I think I remember, it was a couple of years ago at a Food Trucks Festival where I met you guys for the first time, and you were like, we need to be, all in, behind this project.
Totally.
And you guys have been with us ever since. We really appreciate that.
We appreciate you, which is why we have a special gift, if you don't mind.
All right.
I mean, this is probably the most important gift you'll get this year. All right. We have a common hero amongst us, and that would probably be Bodie from Point Break, who we try to live our lives by his principles.
Turn it around the audience so they can see it. It's Bodie from Point Break.
Would you read the quote?
Standing shirtless. And do me a favor, John, read that quote because I can't quite see it from here. What does it say? Yeah, you're going to have to read it on the mic.
Let me read it out loud. It's his famous quote.
Okay.
If you want the ultimate, you've got to be willing to pay the ultimate price. It's not tragic to die doing what you love.
There you go.
Bodie.
Sage words from the Bodhisattva and back off, War Child. Seriously.
Let me say one thing. It's begging for a prequel. War Child, Bodie growing up as kids.
Yes.
What more do you want?
How about War Baby? That'd
War
be
Baby.
great. Yeah.
War Baby. Baby, then child, then eventually teenager.
Yes.
War teenager.
Back off, War senior citizen.
We're waiting for it. Oh, you guys are wonderful.
So good. So much fun. We're happy to support and happy to be here today and helping all of our communities.
You guys are great. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Let's hear it for the gang of Five Below, everybody. Anything else?
Yes, so we can't come to Camp Out without making a donation.
Oh, my
and
God.
so we are proud to present $20,000.
Oh, my God. Wow.
You just keep on giving.
I didn't know that was going to happen. I had no idea you guys had a donation like that.
The Midway was enough. It was awesome.
I was happy with the Bodie thing.
The Bodie thing.
Wow. $20,000 going to Phil Abundance on behalf of the Camp Out for Hunger. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
You.
All right, let's hear it for him, gang. That's 20 grand donation. Dana and John. Wow. Okay. Now, it's a tough act to follow.
Yeah.
But we do need to do the bizarre file, so I think I can handle that. Let's get that going, Jason, please.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, B-File this morning is brought to you by the iconic Lorenzo & Sons Pizza is a Philadelphia staple, of course. Locations in Westchester, in Xfinity Live and Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit lorenzoswestchester.com. We'll start with this follow-up story. Wisconsin woman Jessie Krzyzewski was found guilty of murdering her friend with eye drops.
Oh, this is the second time.
Yeah, Krzyzewski was also found guilty of stealing almost $300,000 from victim Lynn Hernan before poisoning her. Investigators initially thought that Hernan overdosed, but the ingredient that killed her was the main ingredient found in eye drops. It was then suspected that someone tried to make her passing look like a suicide. Krzyzewski admitted to giving Hernan a water ball filled with Visine, but claimed that she willingly drank eye drops.
Sure.
Her defense team unsuccessfully argued that Hernan gave her friend a lot of money before taking her own life, and Krzyzewski faces a mandatory life sentence in that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You remember in The Hangover, that whole eye drop thing where Bradley Cooper was made sick? But
that was in
Wedding Crashers.
Wedding Crashers, yes.
So, yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. So, and I always thought, well, that's an interesting little practical joke. And then you realize quickly it could be lethal.
Could kill you. That's crazy. And it's nuts that she tried to pass it off that she drank it willingly. All right, how about this story? 2 humane societies are considering legal action against an Arizona breeding company after as many as 260 small animals that were supposed to be placed for adoption were instead frozen and fed to reptiles at a Phoenix farm.
That's unbelievable.
Humane Society Board Chair Robert Garcia said, "I am heartbroken." They said that the breeder clearly intended to use these animals as feed instead of finding them adoptive homes. Garcia said that he wants to ensure this tragedy never happens again, and those who are responsible responsible are held accountable. Authorities said that due to overcrowding, the San Diego Humane Society asked the Southern Arizona nonprofit chapter in July for help finding homes for a large group of what they call pocket pets that included rabbits and guinea pigs. Garcia said 323 small animals were transferred to Tucson and then Phoenix in August. They were supposed to be in the hands of a man who facilitated animal adoptions, but authorities said that they wound up with his brother who operated a reptile farm.
Man.
Garcia said 62 small animals were returned after the Tucson agency began asking questions about the whereabouts of the others.
So last night I was watching a documentary about this stuff, Preston. I was in the RV eating a petsicle.
Oh.
I said, Jesus,
they
when
later
will it stop?
Learned about the breeder and that part of his business included selling both live and frozen animals for reptile feed. The Humane Society last month also accepted the resignation of its chief operating officer. Yeah, right. All right, an Alabama woman with two uteruses,
yes,
is pregnant with twins, and she's due on Christmas Day.
What do you call a herd of uteruses?
It's a... what is it? It's a fupa.
A fupa?
Yeah.
Yes.
Kelsey Hatcher is currently pregnant with two girls, one in each uterus.
Is this... I'm going to say this probably isn't the first time in history, but I'm going to also say it's probably rare.
It is rare. Hatcher has a unique situation in that she has two uteri and became pregnant in both around the same time. The twins are due the same day, but they may actually be born hours, days, or weeks apart. Wow.
So I'm not a doctor, but I assume she was getting double teamed, correct?
Maybe so. It may have been. I do not know. But listen, the babies can be born weeks apart.
Yes.
I've never heard of that before.
There was one case where there was an infant and then an adult man walked out. Yeah.
How you doing?
How are you?
Yeah.
It was dark in there. By the way, you haven't experienced a fart till you experienced it from the inside out. I plan to write a book.
All right, see you later.
I got to get out of here.
All right.
I called an Uber. That's when I was in your fallopian tube.
All right.
Okay.
One more story. That one's too sad. We can't do that. All right, let's go with it. Sorry. All right, I like this one. Some of them.
Yeah, I know you're basic.
There's an order.
Listen, we appreciate it. You curate them for us.
There's an order. A 34-year-old man from Chicago is under arrest after robbing a jewelry store and then leading police on a high-speed chase on Saturday evening. Dispatchers received a 911 call from McKay Jewelers. The caller said the man had stolen an undetermined amount of jewelry and fled. And it's interesting what he ended up saying to them, okay? So the sheriff's deputy saw the vehicle fleeing, tried to pull the driver over. And according to officers, during the pursuit, the suspect began sticking his hand out of the window and motioning to officers. He eventually hit a police vehicle, continued to flee. They boxed him in, and they placed him under arrest. And when asked why he was motioning to the officers, the suspect was quoted as saying, "I was trying to tell you that you're not allowed to pursue me." So that's what he was...
Just a heads up.
Don't do it.
There are some states and cities that don't allow.
Well, if you get into a high-speed pursuit, it becomes dangerous. But this guy thought it was well within his rights to explain to them, you can't do that. The suspect charged with criminal mischief, theft, resisting law enforcement, and leaving the scene of an accident, and he is being held. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right. So while we've been doing the B file, we've had a bit of activity. Some of the gang has been getting set up here for the No Name Pops, and I just want to remind you, if you are coming here to the Camp Out for Hunger, they are going to be performing not only a song on the air, but when we get done, they're going to play a mini set here for the intent audience.
So rolling all this out, and obviously we have the Rodney and Don and the engineers and all the people who handle all this. It's an incredibly meticulous thing to do.
Yep.
Can you think of any other group of guys that can pull this off? With this amount of time to do it live on the radio?
No,
they're amazing.
It's crazy what they're having to go through. But I think they're going to start. I think they're going to fill in this area in front too.
Yes, hell yeah.
I'm not sure. We'll have to find out. So they're probably going to do a little sound check while we take a break, and we'll get live music in a bit. Yes, Case.
Yeah, it was easily the most crowded the back stage area has ever been. I was back there, and I want to give a shout out to Cardinal O'Hara High School. I don't know if they're in the tent anymore, but I brought them backstage for a picture. But they came by here with a bunch of food. food that they collected. And a lot of high schools will do this. They have like an in-house competition, and the people who raise the most amount of food get to take off from school and then come down here, and that's what happened here.
I love that.
Yeah.
My one question is that huge tub of bacon still back there?
Oh, there was a
tub of bacon
You didn't
back
see
there?
it?
No.
It was the most glorious thing I've ever seen.
I don't believe you. I'm going to go investigate.
All right. With that, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back at the Camp Out for Hunger. Ladies and gentlemen, you got time to come see us. We'll be right back on MMR. Stay with us.
Say, God, she's got a great voice.
Listen,
God.
I want to say this. I want to say this, Taylor, because I'm a listen to the radio kind of guy. I don't grab the whole album and spend a whole lot of time. It's just something that hasn't been part of myself for a long time. So I mainly hear the singles that you guys release. But I was listening to, I kid you not, the other day, Only Love Can Save Me Now, and I realized that you guys are my favorite current rock band right now because that song, it's got everything I want in it. It's got crunch and balls to it. It's got tempo. It's got a really, really catchy hook to it. It's got great harmonies in it. And I'm like, this is it. This is what I want out of music.
Oh, man, thank you so much. So that's certainly one of my favorite songs on the record. And, I'd be remiss to not mention that it has the amazing Matt Cameron and Kim Thale of Soundgarden on it. So it's not put that up, maybe a bucket list song for me. I'd be lying. So I'm so glad you like it. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem. When writing these songs, when you guys collaborate and get together to put these down on paper, how much of this ends up on the album? How much of it sets aside? Or do you use everything that you have, or do you guys have bits and pieces still laying around by the time you're done?
I mean, there's always bits and pieces lying around. It's, I think when we put together a record, we try to write the best songs possible. We're always kind of trying to beat ourselves from last time and really create a collection of songs that say something, that, cohesively go together. So inevitably there's always little remnants that, don't quite make the cut. But you want to go with your strongest, best foot forward. So
right.
that's generally how it goes. Because you write bad songs in between writing good ones. They're not all gems.
Yeah, listen, I've heard the theory that if you write enough songs, if you keep writing, you're going to write some bad songs. You're going to write a lot of bad songs, but you're going to write some good songs eventually. And so you just keep cranking it out. Any truth to that?
100%. I mean, okay. I think that's the whole thing, is that you kind of have to. The hardest part, I think, for me about songwriting is you really have to wait for inspiration to hit you. It's something that you can't force, and that can be a very torturous process of not knowing when it's going to come, where it's going to come from, if it's ever going to come. It's this, and you don't know where it could come from. Anywhere. It could come from just talking to you guys. It could come from me looking in the mirror. It could be anything. So it's that's always the hard part, is having something to say and something to write about that's important. And you just don't know where that's gonna come from. So it's always a blessing when a song comes through. It's like, okay, one down, and then you go, ouch. Crap, now what? Now I have to do it again. And so it's this kind of never-ending process, but it's certainly the most rewarding one.
Well, the pain is part of the joy, as well, that you get to do this. I was thinking about you, Taylor, because we had a band on earlier. It's a straight-up, it's a girl punk band, one 17-year-old, two 18-year-olds called Froggy, and they were tearing it up, and I have to imagine that seeing you, on the scene and rockers, and not to default to the classic, wow, women rockers, but it's got to be, it's so cool to see so many people, so many women out doing this, and to see these girls embracing hardcore punk. It was so amazing. You must get a lot of people, must get a lot of young ladies contacting you as an inspiration. It has to be the case.
Yeah, especially with the internet age, everyone can write everything, and you see some of it, but I'm missing the actual connection with fans, because when we're on tour, the amount of people that you get to talk to and meet, and fans of, to sit there and go, you inspired me. And it's that's such a high compliment to me. It's the highest compliment. If I can inspire you to pick up an instrument or play music or express yourself in some way, that's awesome.
Right.
Hey, watching you on Instagram, right around Halloween, I saw you walking around Walmart dressed as a witch. Is that something you normally do?
Yeah, you know, it's just a casual everyday Sunday. No, so I love Halloween, and like I felt like I had to get in the spirit this year. You had to do something.
All right, I have to ask you, do you do up your, because I love Halloween too. I love horror movies. I love the whole damn deal. I'm constantly being told that, that's a kid's thing. I'm like, no, it's a lifestyle. Do you do up the house? What's that?
A little bit. I do up the outside, and I carve pumpkins, but not too much inside. I already have too much clutter, so.
All right.
The haunted graveyard of a billion guitars, so.
Nice. Hey, Taylor, I have a technical question about one of the songs. One of the first songs I heard from this new album was Death by Rock and Roll when that came out, title track. And in the chorus leading up to that, so I'm a drummer, there's a bar that's in 5/4 leading into that. And it's not 4/4. It doesn't go. It's not comfortable. It has a bit of tension in it. Did you put that extra beat in there on purpose to add a little bit of tension to that?
I mean, everything's intentional, or they're happy accidents. But everything, there's not a note or a beat or anything on this record that wasn't intentional. So, yes. To answer your question,
right. I thought so. I liked it. I was like, ooh, that was a neat little thing as a musician that I noticed.
Accidents turn into intent.
Right.
But which one came first, chicken or the egg? I don't know. But you don't leave anything without surety.
Okay. Well, listen, I wanted to ask before we let you go, and I have a feeling that, and I don't know if you can tip your hand or not, but you said the dates and all of that of the tour is forthcoming. Can we expect something in Philadelphia while you guys hit the road?
100%.
Okay.
It would be a tour if you don't come to Philly. I mean, I don't exactly have the date for you yet, but we will absolutely be in Philly, and we miss you guys, and we can't wait.
Excellent. We can't wait either. Well, Taylor, thanks for coming on this morning. We appreciate it. MMR loves you. Philadelphia loves you, and we'll see you soon, okay?
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Taylor Momsen.
She's awesome.
She's great. Got a hell of a voice. That band has got a real awesome rock grind to it. I love them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Matt Renner from Subaru.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It is always an honor to be representing the employees of Subaru of America here this morning. It's great to be back as always.
Nice.
Right, today we're here to announce that we have dropped off 350,200 pounds of food.
Oh my God!
Jesus!
350,000? That's unreal, man.
It's a lot of fun, and it is not possible without our great associates at Subaru of America. They really step up.
You guys are incredible, and that is an amazing donation, but it's not quite good enough, Matt. So we are going to put you in our Camp Out for Hunger Games right now. This is what we're going to do. So.
It's Preston and Steve's Camp Out for Hunger Games.
So what we're going to do, Matt, is we are going to send you outside. We are going to play the drop quiz game.
We figured you were owed a run on the drop quiz.
Yeah, so if you haven't seen this yet, it's one of the rides we have from Skelly Amusements, and we need 2 people to participate in this to make it a real game. So we're going to send Casey up with you.
Yeah.
Nice. All right,
hey, bring some of that granola.
No, but I am taking everything with me. I'm taking my phone and everything else with me.
All right.
All right. Go. Get out of here.
All right, cool.
Casey's going to take you off to outside. It's a very simple game, actually. Marissa, I'll need you up here once they get rolling. So, yeah, the round of applause for Matt Ritter and Subaru.
Very well deserved.
All right, so let's go outside and see what the setup is now. We should be ready to go. So we have Casey and Matt who are on our can drop ride. We have live video footage of them here on our big screen. Case, how you doing?
We're zoomed in tight on you, Case.
Oh, great.
Yeah, he looks like a little kid. and Matt Ritter. Matt, how you doing, buddy?
Well, so far, so good.
What we're going to do is a score total. Our friends from Campbell's Chunky Soup are going to award 100 cans of Campbell's Chunky Soup for every correct answer, no matter who wins. So we'll total them all up. So it'll motivate these guys to answer correctly. But we'll find out who wins. Is it going to be Subaru or is it going to be MMR? Are you guys ready? Casey, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, Matt, you set?
Sure.
All right. All right.
He doesn't quite know.
All right.
Bring them up now. And as soon as I see a move, I'll ask the question. So here we go.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Here we go.
Any moment now.
Go ahead, start.
No, you haven't started. There we go. All right. In which city is the Metropolitan Opera located?
New York City.
That's Casey. Which Kevin in The Body?
Kevin
Costner.
That's Renner.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
In football, what position is a QB?
Quarterback.
That's Casey. President John F. Kennedy International Airport is in what U.S. city?
New York.
That's Renner. Which year is used the title of a George Orwell book?
84.
Back to 84. Ritter did.
All right, Renner got it.
Casey got it.
Ritter got it.
Which part of the brilliant Albert Einstein was preserved after his death?
His brain.
That's Renner.
No, it's not!
That was Casey.
What was the favorite food of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Pizza.
That's Casey. According to Nancy Sinatra, what are boots made for?
Walking.
Oh, no.
Was that Renner?
No, it was Casey.
No, I'm frozen up here.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Shut up. Key West, Florida. Never mind. Which duck and bunny were created by Tex Avery?
Granola piss. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Granola piss?
Yeah.
Granola
Right?
piss.
Yeah, you got that one right, Casey.
Oh, man.
Nick, what's the score?
Casey leads 5-3.
5-3.
All right, we got to do 2 rounds,
Round
right?
2, right?
Oh, no.
Yes. Sorry, Matt.
Oh, my God.
You know, we never asked Matt if he was afraid of heights.
Are you afraid of heights, Matt?
Not anymore. Well, yeah, I am. I just discovered I am. Yeah.
All right. So it'll take a second to get reset, and we will start moving you guys up once again.
Can we just stick to questions like what are the colors of some things like that?
Right. Matt wants him a little easier.
Because when you get it like 200 feet off the ground, this is terrifying up here.
Guys, it's really hard to focus on anything. I'm telling you, like, now that I'm down here at the bottom, I realize I was all the way at the top. I wasn't paying attention to anything. I'm sure there's a beautiful Philadelphia skyline that didn't even. Was there? Was it there?
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
All right. The buildings are still there? Okay.
All right. Granola piss.
Granola piss.
That was
William
amazing.
Penn is frightening right now at this level.
Okay.
All right, we're ready.
We're ready. All right, you can start raising them up. When you guys begin moving, Casey, let me.
All right, here we go.
All right, here we go. First question. In football, what position is S?
Safety. Ritter,
yeah.
Ritter got that.
Ritter,
tie.
That's a tie. It's a tie. In fiction and film, what is the first name of female FBI agent Starling?
Clarice.
Yes, that's correct. Which city has a team of bulls and a team of bears?
Chicago.
Chicago, son of a bitch.
Who got that?
Ritter.
All right. Which Mark in Star Wars?
Hamill. Tie.
Tie. The Tony is an award for what type of acting?
Broadway.
All right, yes, that's correct. Nick, you pick it.
It doesn't matter.
In the rock and roll song, what is said before Miss Molly?
Good golly.
Yes.
Ritter.
Which company made the Lion King movie?
Disney.
Yes. Which state is called the Magnolia State?
Doesn't matter anymore.
No, South Carolina.
No.
Does not matter.
It doesn't matter. It's Mississippi.
Good
What
old
was the name of Michael Jackson's famous chimpanzee? MMR rocks, doesn't it? Yes, and so does Camp Out for Hunger, and so do you people who make it possible. Everybody has been coming down to donate food here at the sports complex right in the shadow of Xfinity Live in the Wells Fargo Center and the Lincoln Citizens Bank Park. It's all right here. It's already 10:30. And we still got a couple more segments to go. We have the No Name Pops getting set up. They are in place. They're going to be performing live, not only on the air here in a moment, but they're also going to do a set afterwards when we break, and they're going to play for the in-studio audience. So if you were within a few minutes of here, come on by, because
you're going to love it.
Hearing live music like that is fantastic, and they have one of the best lead singers I've ever heard.
She's amazing.
She's incredible.
Yes, there she is right there, yes.
We'll do the introductions in just a little while, and she's going to do Natural Woman, but just here in the tent.
Okay.
So you need to be here for that. It'll blow you away, I promise you that. All right, so we have a couple of other things to do beforehand. So we're going to give away, we're going to do the lesson question. So we'll see if you've been paying attention to the program this morning. As a prize today, we're going to give away a pair of tickets for Bert Kreischer. It's the Tops Off World Tour. Yeah! Wednesday, November 29th at the Wells Fargo Center. So let's see. We're going to go back. Yeah, we're going to go back to the 6 o'clock hour. What dance was Will Smith doing when he was having alleged sex with another man? 215-263-WMMR. If you heard and you know the answer, call now. What dance was Will Smith doing when he was caught allegedly having sex with another man? Let's see if you know the answer. While you call, we will do the trash. What's going on this morning, Steve? Wait.
Trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
I usually hit the button. So it threw me off. Brought to you by Dietz & Watson. Whether you are craving smoky, spicy, or sweet, Dietz & Watson has what you need to create the perfect sandwich. Dietz & Watson. It's a family thing. Premium meats and artisan cheeses, man.
Yeah!
Since 1939. What's going on, Steve?
Well, Kim Kardashian revealing the surprising way she likes her pizza. On the latest episode of The Kardashians, Kim reveals she likes pizza best when it is pounding her from behind. Wow. Jesus. According to multiple sources, she maybe misunderstood the question.
It's deep inside you.
Yeah. According to multiple sources, Brad Pitt, very interested in producing a biopic about Britney Spears and the battle over her conservatorship. Pitt says the key will be finding an actress who can drool on command. And finally, country legend Dolly Parton, shedding some light on why her husband, Carl Dean, is virtually never seen in public, and it has to do with his hands. Dolly reveals that Dean's hands are irrevocably and hideously knotted from years of feeling her up.
Whoa.
And that's your Hollywood trash.
All right, we'll see if somebody knows the answer to this. What dance was Will Smith doing when he was having alleged sex with another man? We will go to the first caller in, and that was April. And I hear by the feedback, April. Okay.
Scooby-Doo.
It's April. It's somebody dressed as Scooby-Doo.
We love April. She's worn it the entire morning.
April, come up here.
Hi!
By the way, she's talking through her eyeball. April, what dance was Will Smith doing when he was caught
Carlton!
The Carlton, yes, that's correct.
She got here early and has worn this Scooby-Doo costume the whole morning.
All right, April, hang on the line because they will get your information back at the studio, and you get to go see Bert Kreischer.
Yeah.
Tops Off World Tour.
Oh, she's sweet.
Wednesday, November 29th at the Wells Fargo Center. Some tickets remain via WellsFargoCenterPhilly.com, and we will now get to music news. Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, music news brought to you by the American Red Cross, proud supporter of Camp Out for Hunger. Make a difference in the lives of others. Give blood through the American Red Cross to help hospital patients. Visit redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS. So we'll start with this. Bon Jovi is going to release a Christmas song, and it will come out on Friday. The original piece of music is called Christmas Isn't Christmas, and it was recorded at Ocean Way Studio in Nashville and features the current lineup of Bon Jovi: Tico Torres, David Bryan, John, and then you have Phil X, Hugh McDonald, John Shanks, and Everett Bradley. And the new music is part of Bon Jovi's 40th anniversary celebration as the group hits the milestone with their debut album next year. Judas Priest is going to be touring North America next spring with special guest Sabaton. 14 shows have been announced. A kickoff date will be in Connecticut, April 18th. And there is a show generally in our area. It's going to be in Reading.
How long has it been since they last toured? Or I'm not sure. For some reason, I think it's been a long time.
Not sure. April 12th, they'll be playing at the Sandantar Arena in Reading.
Welcome to Santander.
Dude, I can't help but say it that way.
Welcome.
Santander.
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 How do you say it?
I don't know.
How do you say it?
Santander.
No, Santander.
Santander.
Yeah, I'm looking to purchase some tickets to that thing there, Santander.
I think it's Santander.
It's not.
I think he's right.
It's not.
Santander.
Is it Santander?
No.
Yes, it is. I swear to God.
Is it Santander or Santander?
Santana.
It's Santana.
Everyone's yelling out what they think it is.
It's your Aunt Millie.
Hold on, a rep from him?
What? Oh, you used to work for it.
All right.
All right, we need your microphone on.
Hello.
All right.
It's Santander.
Santander? No, neither of us were right.
We were all wrong.
It's a really nice arena.
Let's just call it the really nice arena in Reading. That's where they're playing.
I like it.
Where'd the teletype go? Oh, there it is. Okay, Jason did that. All right, next we have this. This is really cool. A year after her Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction, Dolly Parton is releasing her first rock album, Rockstar, and it comes out tomorrow. The 30-song set features collaborations with a who's who from the rock world. We've mentioned this before, but I will just reiterate. There's a version of Let It Be with Peter Frampton and also Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr and Mick Fleetwood. And also they're doing she's doing Peter Frampton's Baby I Love Your Way. He's going to be on that as well. It also includes collaborations with Elton John, Sting, John Fogerty, Stevie Nicks, Joan Jett, Debbie Harry, Rob Halford, Pat Benatar, Neil Giraldo, Lizzo, Steven Tyler, Simon Le Bon, Steve Perry, Kevin Cronin, Sheryl Crow, Michael McDonald, and many, many more. What, Paul?
Too many people on this album.
All right, well, you're one of them. So
everything we've heard, I like.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. It sounds.
And she's really sort of staying true to the original spirit of the songs that she selected.
All right, and then one last story: George Thorogood and the Destroyers are celebrating the band's 50th anniversary. Yeah, I know, right? With several events. On November 30th, the Grammy Museum in Los Angeles will present an intimate conversation, followed by a performance. The following day, exactly 50 years after they played their first show ever, they're playing a gig in L.A. George commented and said, I'll admit to a warm feeling of satisfaction, maybe a bit of pride, and definitely a whole lot of gratitude. But I must admit, 15 years doesn't feel like a long, or 50 years doesn't feel like a long time when you love what you do. Yeah, every show we play can still feel like the biggest night of our lives. By the way, they played their very first show ever, December 1st, 1973, at the University of Delaware's Lane Hall. So that's
crazy. That's crazy.
All right, that's it in music news. But before we welcome our next guest on the stage, I've had this sitting back here, and I gotta lift this up. I have a giant check here, but what's interesting about it is what it says, and I'm going to read this to you.
Hold it for you.
Yeah, this says this is on Carter and Oliver Fisher. This is from Carter and Oliver Fisher, 93.3 Bam Bam Boulevard. And it says, been come to known as Keep It in Nooch, pay to the order of Camp Out for Hunger, and it is courtesy of Ann Gorski Savings and Loan, a Crumb Bum United subsidiary. And it says for people in need, and they raised $1,160. But I thought this is a cute giant check from Ann Gorski Savings and Loan.
There have been so many clever signs and costumes and people really referencing the show and just stuff associated with the show. I love this.
Yes, so thank you guys. We appreciate it. I mentioned earlier this morning that lunch for volunteers and staff is going to be provided by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. And they dropped off a little bit of food in the back. And we do appreciate that. But it wasn't enough because apparently it got absolutely devoured before we ever.
Is it gone?
It's gone, dude. Ooh. I had a half a nugget.
Are you kidding me?
I had a half a strip. But they're serving lunch later.
We waited so long.
I know.
We wanted.
It's okay. You're going to be okay. We have the area leader of their restaurants here with us this morning. This is Lana Talman.
Lana. Hi, how are you?
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
All right. Lana, Lena, what do you prefer?
That's an amazing question. Lana, like banana.
All right,
there you go.
I like that.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, I wanted to make sure we got that right. All right,
Lana, I heard. Make it better. We need more. We need more of the product.
Oh, make it better, meaning bring more.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are serving up lunch this afternoon.
Oh
right?
yeah, we got you covered. Don't you worry. There's going to be chicken tenders for days.
Yeah, that was just a little.
You scared me.
Sorry, man.
I got so excited and so disappointed yesterday because I had to take my son over to New Jersey.
Okay.
He was being a sponsor for confirmation. And I was like, let's go stop for something to eat. And I go, oh, there's a Raising Cane's. It was right there on Route 70. And I'm getting ready to pull in. It's under construction. It's being built as we speak. So when is that going to open?
So we've got 4 restaurants opening in the first quarter of the year.
Awesome.
Burlington, Marlton, Cherry Hill, and Deptford. We're coming for you. Let's go. All
right.
So you are not going to have that issue anytime soon.
Hey, what's the story, real quickly, behind Raising Cane's? Where did this start? And everything?
Yeah, so we started 26 years ago in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Our founder, Todd Graves, had this amazing idea to start a chicken finger business. He went and studied this and took an entrepreneurship class in school. He actually failed the class, got the worst grade. Yeah, pretty ironic, but he didn't let that stop him. He didn't take he did not take no for an answer. He figured, okay, let me go get a small business loan. I'll show up. I've got my business plan all wrote out that I did in school. Went to the bank, showed up in a suit with this nice, beautiful suitcase. They said, yeah, no, we're not going to give you any loans. We don't really believe in this business. So that didn't stop him either. He said, okay, I'm going to raise the initial capital for this business. He learned he could go be a Boilermaker out in California and earn some quick cash. He did that. He worked long, hard, 14-hour days, raised a lot of money, and then he learned there while working with fellow Boilermakers, hey, you can go and become a sockeye salmon fisherman in Alaska and make even more cash. So he showed up in Alaska, didn't know a soul. Ultimately, someone let him on a boat. He spent months and months doing that. Tireless work, very hard, very dangerous work, came back to Baton Rouge with the capital he needed to get that initial piece of land on the gates of LSU's campus. He built the restaurant with his bare hands and a few buddies and opened gates. And
then World War II.
I was not expecting his life story.
Yeah.
I thought maybe, which is great because it shows the passion.
But he's a self-made guy. Yeah, that's awesome.
100%.
Wow.
And so, how many locations nationwide?
We've got over 800 nationwide and counting. We're opening about 100 a year right now.
Do you know the funny thing is, I said to Kathy before you go, and I go, you like chicken fingers, you like this, right? And yeah, everyone sort of sheepishly goes, yeah, I love them. Because you do. They're awesome. And I don't care. I envy sometimes the children's menu at restaurants because you can't order from, but I love the chicken fingers. So this is a great thing for me. That's why I got passionate about it.
I love that. And yeah, you won't go wrong because we only serve chicken fingers. So kids menu and adults menu are one
There
and
we
the
go.
same.
I won't feel like an idiot.
All right. Not only you serving up lunch for us today, you have a donation to make as well.
We did.
All right.
Yeah.
I see you have a giant check. Tell us about that.
Sure do. Yep. So once we found out about this incredible organization and opportunity, we said we're all in. We want to donate 15% of all proceeds from our business this past Tuesday. So every single customer that we had, 15% of the portions went to Preston and Steve's Camp Out for Hunger campaign. We've raised over $8,613.
That is awesome.
I love it.
That's a lot of damn chicken fingers.
Yeah. And we'll definitely be back next year.
Oh, thank you.
All right, real quick, your favorite sauce? Personally.
Favorite sauce?
Yeah.
Favorite sauce? Sauce is boss. Cane sauce, the only one to eat.
Cane sauce. Sauce is boss.
If
baby.
you don't get a raise by the end of this,
seriously.
I have never seen a better employee in my life.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lana. Nice to meet you.
Thanks
Lana
for having me, y'all. Cheers.
Talman.
Bye.
And that's from Raising Cane's. Excellent. All right. So anything else I need to do?
Well, I just grabbed this off the printer. I don't know. Somebody printed this up, so I wasn't sure if that was you that printed that up.
What is it? What is it?
Can we?
I didn't print that up.
I didn't either. Can somebody? Do we have a camera that can get a? I'm not even going to say this. I'm just going to show you, and then I'll say to the audience, get a real tight close-up, Sean. It's going to need to be
super close.
Yeah, and then I'll hold this up to the camera once I see it up on our monitor here. Whoever's switching.
Yeah, that's perfect.
The camera. Yeah, I want it in tight as.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay. All right. You're right there, right? Okay. This is all that it says on this page. You ready?
Get in there.
Wait. Oh, it's blurry.
Focus.
Can't see it.
Oh, you can't see it?
No.
It's really tiny.
All right. I'm going over there. I'm going over there. Hang on.
Yeah, it's something. I assume this can't be said on air.
Oh, is it something that can't be said on air, Case? Oh.
I can't see it.
So blurry.
Says.
Can I have my eye drops? All right. Can't read it. Wait. Ah, there you go. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
It's one word, and it's perfectly centered in like 12-point font in the middle of the page. I grab it off the print.
There it is.
You didn't print it, Casey?
I didn't print that.
Because that's something you would do.
Totally something I would do.
All right.
I love it,
If you don't know, it just simply says the word ball sack on it. And I don't know where that came
All
from.
right, so we covered that.
Okay.
Ball sacks are yummy.
He handed it to me, but this time I didn't say it like I did that time.
Ball sacks are yummy.
That you guys know that's because Casey passed me a note that said that on it.
You were coming.
And I just.
Ball sacks are yummy. Ball sacks are yummy. Ball sacks are yummy.
And you just said it.
Oh, but the delivery, he's like, this isn't funny.
Ball sacks are yummy. Ball sacks are yummy.
And now it lives in infamy. All right.
Sex or yummy?
Now that one I did on purpose.
You did screw that on purpose.
I need to find out who printed that out.
Yeah. Somebody's hijacked. Somebody out here has hijacked.
Well,
our
let me
printer.
ask you. Who's retiring soon?
Bill Weston.
This whole time.
All right.
Finally got to say ball sacks.
All right, I think we should take a break because we are getting ready for live music from the No Name Pops. Does that sound good to you guys?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
All right, we're going to come back. Live music will also wrap up the show later today. One of the week prize, Camp Out for Hunger. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve. On 93.3 WMMR.
Preston and Steve's 26th annual Camp Out for Hunger, supporting Philabundance. All this week inside the Wells Fargo Center complex.
Yes, Casey got that. What is the main color of the UN flag?
I don't know. Black. Blue?
Blue, that's correct, yes. What was...
Oh, God! Jeez, oh, man! Your headphones came out.
All right. Let's go to the tote score. Nick, what do we got?
After round 2, Casey still has the lead 10-7.
10-7. Casey's the winner.
Champion of the universe.
So Robert and Mark should be able to hear me. Robert, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can hear you as well.
And we can hear you. All right, excellent. So we need to bring Mark's level up just a little bit if we can.
Okay.
And
for when I scream.
Yep, that's what we want. So, gentlemen, this is how it's going to work. I'm going to explain to our listening audience as well, so bear with me for just a moment. We have Mark and Robert strapped into a ride we call the can drop. Okay, essentially it's a slow-moving harness that goes straight up into the air, goes between 80 and 100 feet up in the air. Now, you can't see how tall this is from the vantage point when you're sitting on the ride, so you don't know where the top is. At any point in time, that mechanism will let go and you will free fall to the ground really, really fast. Now, while these guys are on their way up, I'm going to be asking a series of food trivia questions. When you know the answer, gentlemen, just say the answer out loud. The first person to get it correct will get a point. If you both don't get it, we'll move on to another question. Now, these are easy questions, but them being easy, you are distracted by the fact that you're rising slowly up in the air and you don't know when it's going to drop. When it drops, the game is over. Whoever has the most points is the victor. We may do it twice.
It's quite possible.
3 times.
And I'll tell you this, I have a feeling these guys are very combative, Preston.
I think they might be a little competitive.
Yeah.
All right. Does everybody understand? Robert, do you understand?
I do.
And Mark, you follow?
I've got it.
All right. I think we're ready to start. Casey, can I get some music that we can play as we begin the climb? All right, Marissa, let me know. Let me know as soon as you guys start moving. I'll begin.
There's music, too. This is great.
When the ride moves, let me know.
It's okay.
We're ready to go, guys.
It's moving.
All right, here we go. What 2 words were combined to make the word spam?
No idea.
Nobody knows the answer. All right, it's spiced ham. Next question. If something is described as rotisserie, what has it been cooked on?
A grill, a rotisserie.
No.
That's what it is. It's a rotisserie. It's a rotisserie. That's what it's called.
What's that thing in the middle, the pole?
A spit.
A spit. Robert gets 1 point. Let's see. If you ordered an omelet Arnold Benet, what fish would you find in it?
Crab?
No, not crab. It's not a fish.
Oh, fish. Oh, sorry.
Next question. What is the most expensive spice by weight in the world?
Saffron.
Yes, that's correct. Mark got that one. What nutrient comes from meat, eggs, and fish?
Calcium.
No. What did you say, Mark?
Protein.
Protein, yes, Mark gets it. All right, where were French fries invented?
France. America.
Oh, that's it. That was terrible.
That was really bad. Okay.
All right.
Good. Thank
Stop
you.
the music. All right.
Thank you.
Mark says he loves it.
How many rounds are we going to do? Because
You do 10.
Oh, no, what?
We do 10 rounds and then we reach the quarterfinal.
Well, Mark took round 1, 2-1.
All right, by the way, if you order an omelet Arnold Benet,
no idea what he's talking about.
It's haddock that you will find.
Haddock.
There. Yep.
All right.
All right.
And a spit is what we were looking for, a rotisserie.
I got that one. What are you talking about?
Spiced ham.
No, we got it. We gave it to
Oh,
you.
all right. Just checking.
French fries were invented in Belgium, believe it or not. Okay.
I should have known that.
All right, they're gonna reset the game. I'll try to do your questions for our chefs here.
It's funny because they both, there was virtually an imperceptible grunt as it started to drop. So these are manly men chefs.
This is true. All right, so when it is rigged up, Marissa, if you can give me a thumbs up or some kind of indicator, we will go for round 2.
So we're doing this again.
Oh, we're doing this again, Mark.
But it's actually, we're now doing the strip version.
It's moving.
It's
All
moving.
right, it's moving. Here we go. What turns a plain martini into a dirty martini?
Olives.
Yeah, nope, Mark got it. Olive juice. Sailors used to suffer from a horrible illness called
Scurvy. Lack of
citrus.
It's lack of vitamin C.
All right, there you go. Back vitamin C. Yes. So we give that to Robert. Which is the only food that can never go off or go bad?
A Twinkie.
Salt.
No, it's honey. All right, next. Let's see. What is gelatin made of?
Bones.
Yes, Robert gets that one. What type of food is a peanut?
A legume.
Yes, Mark gets that one. Where would you find, what state would you find gumbo?
Louisiana.
Ooh,
Robert.
All right, which is the only U.S. state that grows coffee beans?
Oh, jeez.
I don't know. California. They're doing stuff. No?
No idea.
Incorrect. It's Hawaii. The state of Georgia is the third.
Hey, by the way, they don't boat coffee anymore in Hawaii.
They don't?
No.
But they're doing indoor coffee stuff, I think.
In Hawaii, I went to the coffee
Yeah, but it's
fields.
they stopped growing it.
On Kauai.
Listen,
are they coming to take us out of this?
It had to have been 2 years
he
ago.
wants out. He wants out.
All right, what's the score, Nick?
No, we got one more.
All tied up at 4 apiece.
We're doing one more, dude.
All right, let's do one more.
5 apiece.
Yep.
All right.
They must have more interesting people to interview.
You'd be surprised.
We do, but, so we got to get a winner here. All right, so, Nick, what's the score? I'm sorry?
4-4.
All right, 4-4. All right, this is the top.
Let us know when you're going up.
Yep, and then we will begin the questions once again for Drop Quiz, the food version.
We're going up. Let's go.
All right, here we go.
I feel that.
What cheese will you find on a Reuben sandwich?
Swiss.
Yes, Robert gets that one. Where is the only McDonald's in Cuba?
No idea.
Havana?
Guantanamo Bay, sorry.
Oh, shit.
Robert!
Oh, sorry.
All right, here we go. KFC is short for what?
Can't find the chicken.
What did he say?
Can't find the chicken.
Because that's sponsorship.
Kentucky Fried Chicken. Kentucky Fried Chicken.
What cheese is the Netherlands famous for making?
Swiss. No.
Gouda.
Yes. Mark got that one. What is a Wiener Schnitzel traditionally made?
Veal.
Yep, Robert got it. Veal. Borscht is popular soup in Europe.
Poland.
Russian.
Made out of what?
Beets.
Beets. Yeah, Mark gets it. A Chinese gooseberry is more commonly known as what?
Lychee.
Nope.
No? Chinese gooseberry. I don't know.
It's a kiwi. All right. Oh, time's up. That was more of a grunt than a scream.
Wow.
All right. With the total for the food drop quiz, Nick McElwain.
By a final score of 7-6, our winner, Robert Irvine.
Chop this, Mark Murray.
Congratulations, Robert. You finally won something.
I love it. All right, guys, thank you so much. We're going to have to take a break. Let's hear for Robert Irvine and Mark Murphy. Food version of Drop Quiz and a generous donation this morning to the Camp Out for Hunger. That was incredible. Welcome our friends from NBC 10, Tracy Davidson, Bicycle Hammer, and Sheena Parker. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How you guys doing?
Long way.
Yes.
Long way.
Well, listen, I'm happy you guys have agreed to do something. We've got you wired up.
Have we lost our minds?
suicide patch.
Oh, by the way, I have a question. Are we going to get electrocuted because it's kind of raining a little bit?
You will not get electrocuted,
Okay, all right,
at least to the best of our knowledge.
You'll be okay. But
Great.
Tracy was like, "Can I do this thing in a dress?"
I have a dress on. Can I be dismissed?
No,
you'll be fine.
Here's the way it's going to work. It's very simple. As you start rising up, I'm going to start reading off trivia questions, and they're very questions. But when you're under pressure and you have this going on, it's kind of hard to think of the answer. So all you have to do is shout out the answer. We'll give you a point. Now listen, for every point scored, no matter who ends up winning or losing in the end of this, our friends at Campbell's Chunky Soup are going to donate 100 cans of Campbell's Chunky Soup.
Awesome.
So
Nice.
you want to answer as many as possible. So if you get 10 right, that's 1,000 cans, which is going to be cool. So we're going to put you guys on the ride. As it starts going up, I will ask you the questions. Just say the answer when you know it. And we'll have Nick keeping score back here, and we'll find out who the winner is. And we'll see if you want to do it twice.
I am so afraid.
Oh, you love it. All right, so why don't you guys, who's going to escort them out?
Marissa's going to walk them out.
Okay.
All right.
So we're going to send you on your way. We're going to bring your microphones down.
Okay.
We'll kill the audio on that while you walk over so you can say your prayers.
And your curse words.
And I think we're ready to go.
It's Preston and Steve's Camp Out for Hunger Games.
All right, I hear them giggling already.
It's a good thing we like you guys. It is a good thing we like you guys.
Are you nervous, Tracy?
Yes.
All right. Well, no one has died yet, so it's going to be okay.
That's good to know. You've only done this once.
I just want to hear Vi scream like a girl.
That's what we're aiming for. Okay. So
Ready to go.
All right,
Let's
Marissa.
start the ride.
All right. And has it started yet?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. All right, question number 1. The D-Day landings took place in which country?
France.
All right, that's Vi, 1 point. Who was Bill Clinton's first vice president?
Gore.
All right, that's Vi with 2. Which Bruce
we're getting
declared
high.
he was born in the USA?
Springsteen.
Who got that?
Springsteen. No, Tracy.
Tracy. 93.3 WMMR, Camp Out for Hunger, 4th day, Thursday. Beautiful, beautiful morning. Great group of people in our audience today, and still a little bit more to go. It's almost 11 a.m.
Wow.
And we have another musical performance.
No.
One that's going to absolutely blow you away. We guarantee you that. So we are going to get to the particulars at the end of the program after we get a performance. And we'll bring out Pierre Robert in a moment and do all the good things that we do with Pierre before we hand things over to him. But a reminder, if you are within the area, we're going to get a live performance right after we sign off here in the tent. And you'll be able to enjoy this kind of mini concert that's going to happen.
It's fantastic.
And I'm telling you, you're seeing some of the finest musicians that you will ever see live. And we got a little taste of it in the sound check. And I'm telling you, yeah, right. We're gonna let the listening audience be in on what we're talking about here in just a second. But we had a chance to spend some time with these guys at our Subaru live broadcast a few weeks back, and now they are here this morning after they had their official debut concert, which was wonderful. And we were going to speak quickly with the executive director of the No Name Pops, Mr. Matt Coville is here.
How y'all doing today?
Wonderful.
Awesome.
Good to see you, Matt. Thanks for making this happen.
It's great to be here.
We appreciate it. This is now this is just a portion of the No Name Pops, right?
Correct.
How many people total?
58 total.
58 total. How many do you think we have here today?
Oh, I have no idea. They just keep showing up. Probably 20.
It took some maneuvering to squeeze them into the space that they're in.
Yes.
Tight quarters, but I'm sure these guys can play in almost any condition.
Absolutely.
How was that debut show? I heard nothing but great.
It was amazing. Yeah. I mean, people were just dancing in the aisles the whole entire time.
And you were doing a kind of a
Motown and Philly sound show.
Oh, man. Excellent. I'm happy to hear that. And a really cool thing happened with your board of directors. A very high-profile individual has signed on.
Who are you talking about?
Jim Gardner.
Jim Gardner. Yes.
Jim Gardner.
We're so excited. He hosted our last show on October 28th, the Motown one we were just talking about, and we're just extremely excited that somebody like that really cares about, our cause.
Jim has that history. Before journalism, he played with Muddy Waters. A lot of people don't know that.
I did not know that, so you taught me.
Yeah, you didn't even know that.
So you tell us about the shows coming up soon, so we can get that.
So obviously we have today. We're looking forward to playing for you all, and then in December we have 9 holiday shows with the Kimmel Center. Very Philly Christmas.
That's going to be amazing.
We're actually giving out tickets today.
Oh, really? Oh, excellent.
That's what Marissa told me.
All right, so we're looking at December 1st, 2nd, 9th, 10th, 15th, 16th. So you're doing these weekend shows?
Yes. Pretty much Friday, Saturday, Sunday throughout the whole entire December month.
And you're available to be hired for different events. And
I would love to be hired for events.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're out there ready.
Yes.
Take him.
Hey, by the way, if you were to hire No Name Pops, can you do a smaller version? Can you hire this 20?
Yeah, we can do as small as one person. We can do as large as 50, 60, 70 players. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
and how do people contact you if they did want?
They can. I'm not going to give out my phone number. But, you can always email us. Go to nonamepops.org or info@nonamepops.org, and it'll be me that you're talking to because I'm the one full-time employee.
How about if I just want to hire Paula to sing me a lullaby every day?
Hey, you could talk to her.
Okay. This woman,
or I could be her manager, whatever works.
All these musicians are incredible. This woman's voice, it's just
she's incredible. We're very lucky to have her.
Absolutely incredible, and we're gonna.
And Philly grown, too.
And
Philly grown. There you go. Knew it.
Yeah, I remember when she was on with us at Subaru, and I was like, you've had to have done this.
How did we not run into her at some point?
I know. And she goes, oh, yeah, I used to sing.
I just do it.
I used to sing with Patti LaBelle and tour with her, and I'm like, of course you did. Of course you did.
Oh, and I invented the polio vaccine, but I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to get one song live on the air.
Yes.
Then we'll break. We'll bring Pierre out, and then once we wrap up the program, you guys are going to play for the audience here.
Awesome.
Excellent. What song are we going to hear?
We're hearing, I think it's Michael Bublé's version of Feeling Good.
Feeling Good. Okay, excellent. You ready?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, you guys
Thanks,
ready?
guys.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you on 93.3 WMMR, the No Name Pops.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun up in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And and I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossoms on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. I feel good.
Oh my God, Paula. Amazing. The no-name Pops, man, right here in our little old tent at the Camp Out for Hunger. This is amazing.
There's about 250,000 things that are awesome about that. First off, obviously, your fantastic voice. When those horns kick in, though, man, there's nothing like it.
All of it, man. My heart is going pit-a-pat right now. It's just beating out my chest.
I need me a chicken finger.
I need a chicken finger from... get over here, please. Oh, my God.
I need me some dipping sauce.
Raising Cane's, bring me back.
I have the vapors. I need some chicken fingers.
So that's just a taste. That's just a taste. We're going to get more, and you got to go see these guys live, and you need to support them. But they're going to get, they're going to do a few more songs here in just a few moments, and we are just blessed to have them in our city, you know, in Philadelphia, that the No Name Pops are here. So we thank them for coming down. Paula Holloway and Matt and Alexandra, my strings diva.
Yes.
Fantastic people. All right, so speaking of fantastic people, normally this would be the time where I give you an introduction of the man who's going to be carrying on this broadcast. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let someone else do it. There's a guy who is a hero of mine who is actually going to introduce him. Do I need to introduce who the guy is who is introducing him, or do we just roll the audio? All right, Jason, play the audio, please.
So I'd like to invite a gentleman I've known for a long time and spoken to many times here in your city. His name is Pierre Robert.
All right, that was Getty Lee from Rush, by the way, who was introducing Pierre Robert. So let's bring him out here right now on stage. Nothing but peace and love for all. Good morning.
Wow and wow and wow.
Right.
So the way they set up the evening is there was a host for the first half, an intermission, and then I said, how do you want to do the second? He said, I will introduce you. I go, that I am not worthy of.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
Like, are you effing kidding me? Getty Lee, in honor of his book, My Effing Life, says, yeah, I'll introduce you. And so that was pretty wild.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Last night at the Met, he did a Q&A. He read some excerpts from the book, and Pierre got to be a portion of that interview, which is a real cool honor.
Yeah, it was so cool. They had an author, a writer, the guy who wrote and created the show Billions.
Oh, all right. Ferd Turkelson.
No, it's like Flugelman, but not like,
At any rate, he has a very known podcast as well, and Getty was on it, and they got on quite well. So they asked him to host the first part, which was question and answer, and then a little break, and then I took questions from the audience and asked a few of my own for the second half.
Was it Brian Koppelman?
Yes.
There we go.
Sorry.
Brian Koppelman. Yeah.
Yeah, a Koppelman.
Yeah,
And Brian knew MMR because he used to work in the record business.
No kidding.
And so he goes, I'm very familiar with MMR, and you know, you guys played several of my records back in the day, so that was cool.
So you always hear that Getty is and we've had him on, but haven't we, Preston? We've interviewed Getty.
You had Getty. Brian or Getty?
Getty. Oh, I think it was for
you had Getty at least once.
Yeah. Always, people say wonderful things about being in his presence, and that he's just the most affable guy.
Oh my God, he's so nice. Now I have something for you, Preston.
Okay.
I'd like to bring on Jim Sutcliffe from Live Nation, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, excellent.
This man is one of the great men that I happen to know in the concert business. The music industry is not known for being, well, it can be a little tough.
Authentic?
To say that. And this is one of the nicest, most decent human beings in the concert business, in the music business, who cares about the artist, who cares about the audience, who cares about making things work. At every show, you will see him. So, Jim, welcome.
Hello?
By the way, just to give you a little background, when your favorite band comes to town, they're playing Wells Fargo Center, Jim's the guy that set that up.
Yes.
So there you go.
Yes.
That's what a big deal he is.
He would not have pretty much any entertainment.
Yeah.
He's so cool, but Jim was insistent several times last night that a few things happened for Preston. So what have you got?
Well, he wanted to give Preston his new book.
Oh!
And he described him the way Pierre described him, which is Presbo.
Presbo! He wrote it to Presbo?
He wrote it to Presbo. Open that up and you will see it. To Presbo.
Two Presbo signed Getty
And Jim
Lee.
also has, what is that, Jake?
It's a little hoodie, you know, that he wanted to give. He wanted to give him something cool.
Oh, you are the best. Thank you so much for that.
Well, you are the best for all that you do, and we are so proud when people come to Philadelphia and talk to them about all that MMR does for the people and for us and everything. So it was a really great night, and you were very much there in spirit. Right?
Thank you. I wish I could have made thank you guys.
Yes,
and thank you to Jim.
Yeah, so nice.
Jim kept waving the Preston flag. I've got to tell you about Preston. I've got to tell you about Preston. I go, hi, I'm here too.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I absolutely would have been there, but this is our focus.
I know.
And this
Totally.
is what we
it
get
was
to.
difficult to even have me do this and go there.
Totally.
It was a long day, but Jim was great. You have some merch. They actually had T-shirts and sweatshirts, and everyone that went there got the book. And so he signed it to, I know you're going to get the audio, but he signed it to Presbo. Oh, and wait, there's more.
What?
After the show, he was also aware of the Camp Out for Hunger, and I took my little microphone out, and I said, would you be willing to, encourage people to come down? And I believe, Jason, you have that, and let's hear Getty Lee encourage people to come to the Camp Out.
Hi, this is Getty Lee, encouraging you to support the Preston and Steve food drive. People are food insecure at this time, and all the food stays in this area, so help your community. Please give generously.
Aww.
How that cool?
I love that man.
Yes. Oh, and wait, there's one more. Jason, if you could, it's not terribly long, but it's important that Mr. Elliott hears this.
Hi, Presbo.
Yes!
Play, Jason, cue that up. We got to play that one more time.
Hi, Presbo.
Hell yeah!
Getty Lee saying, hi, Presbo.
Love it.
I rest my case.
Thank you. Sorry, I very much appreciate that.
I also got drummer of the Police.
Yeah, Stuart
Copeland. To say, Preston, you can kiss my ass.
Yep. He's got two of my favorite people saying hi to me in their own special way.
In their own special way.
It's excellent. It's very cool.
It was very cool.
Well, we've had a hell of a day here today, so we're ready to wrap it up and hand it over to you if you're cool.
I'm actually done. It's time for Brent Porsche now.
It is. It's very close. But shall we get a letter of the day from you?
Yes.
All right, let's go, Jason.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
L as in live.
All right, we have one more day to go, and we are going to give away our Word of the Week prize, which we do have Victory Brotherly Love Beer for a Year. Victory Brewing Company's Brotherly Love Hazy IPA helps you drink beer and do good by giving back to the city of Philadelphia. I'll take this moment to thank you know what, actually, we'll find out what's coming up on your show.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I want to hit heavily is we got a giant block of Tool because tonight they are across the way at the Big Joint. So we'll play a block of Tool, some other things, and play you a little more of the flashbacks of last evening. So main thing is Tool, and we'll see where we go from there. And I think the SWAT team is going to stop by today.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I've seen you handling their weapons before.
I was told not to handle the weapon like the way I was handling the weapon, but it didn't
You mean
have any...
indiscriminately pointing it at people?
Yeah, apparently you're not supposed to do that, but it didn't have any gadgets in it, so I thought it was fine. They go, put the thing down, Pierre. I go, there's no things in it. They go, put it down. So they talked me off the ledge, so to speak.
So when you see them get in the parking lot, run, because Pierre will be handling the weaponry. All right, so stick around for Pierre, and obviously we've got No Name Pops performing here in just a moment. I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Campbell's Chunky Sex Hunger. Also brought to you by Dunkin'. The President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Don't forget that tonight is T-shirt night. First time we've done this. First ever President and Steve Show official Camp Out for Hunger T-shirt. And 300 donors starting at 5 p.m. get the limited edition shirt, one per person for donors 15 years of age and up. Get your shirt and then stop in the Bimbo Bakeries USA broadcast tent. Say hello. The President Steve Show will be here. We'll be taking pictures and doing all that type of thing. And then Brent Porsche is going to have a chance to go on the Tool show to get Tool upgraded tickets, possibly your chance to win those. So make sure you stay with him. Tomorrow on our program, as we wrap up Camp Out for Hunger, we have our friends Big J. Okerson stopping by. Comedian Steve Ranazizi will be here. John O'Hurley is coming by.
Peterman.
And we will have a live performance by Daughtry. He will be as well. Daughtry is going to be in our studio, in our tent tomorrow. So it's going to be a big Friday. So make sure you come and join us if you can. So that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day, guys. Thank you for being here. And we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.